The Columbia Broadcasting System now presents a summary of news to this moment on the war with Japan and other world fighting fronts, reports by CBS correspondents in the war zones, direct by Trans-Pacific and Transatlantic shortwave radio, and the minute-by-minute developments as received by Columbia's newsroom here in New York. Tonight, John Daly will call in Albert Warner from Washington and Bob Trout from London, and we will take you to the West Coast for direct reports from the Pacific war zones. And now, John Daly.
First, the highlights in the war news before taking you to Washington for the direct report on important developments there. Berlin reports Japanese troops have crossed Thailand's border and have started a drive on the Burma Road. The report that Japanese troops have landed on Lubang Island in the Philippines is not confirmed. The island of Guam is reported still in American hands. Manila has had new air raid alarms, but no bombings are reported, and it's believed fifth column action may have been responsible. The latest CBS message from Honolulu says Hawaii is calm and morale high. The latest claims of the Japanese High Command reported in propaganda broadcasts from Tokyo describe destructive air raids on Malaya and a land attack on both Singapore and the British colony of Hong Kong. But the British say all these attacks are being resisted successfully. No confirmation yet as to whether the Nazis intend to declare war on the United States or whether Hitler will address the Reichstag as rumored. Russia seems to be doing better in the Moscow front, and Berlin makes no claims at all. Those are the highlights in the news to this moment. Now to our national capital for the report of Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
The State Department announces that a considerable body of Mexican troops will pass through the United States beginning tomorrow to reinforce the defense of the Mexican state of Lower California. This is a striking instance of cooperation in hemispheric defense, the department declares. The president chooses to bring Germany squarely into the center of the picture of world aggression. In his address to the people at 10 o'clock tonight, telling of the war with Japan, his theme will be the Nazi pattern. This afternoon, by proclamation, the president classified Germans and Italians, as well as Japanese in this country, as enemy aliens. The president proclaims an invasion is threatened upon the territory of the United States by Germany. The Attorney General has rounded up 1,500 enemy aliens, and a third of them are Germans or Italians. It would be no surprise here if Germany declares war. The President and the Defense Board, SPAB, agree on an all-out effort. Their program includes planned operations 7 full days a week and the building of still more plants. Their program includes also a 50% cut in civilian use of all metals, but in foodstuffs there will be no shortage, the President told us at his press conference, nor in lipstick. The President is considering calling a national conference of labor and management for a voluntary program of cooperation. Vice President Wallace was asked if the new Victory production program would involve an expenditure of $150 billion. He said, "We are not discussing details." Official quarters wave aside the air raid scare on the Atlantic coast as a phony, but there is the utmost seriousness in the search for a Japanese airplane carrier in the Pacific. The House Military Affairs Committee rushes favorable report on the bill to let all American soldiers be sent anywhere. Both Senate and House debate the conduct of the war. There is criticism of Navy Secretary Knox and the Navy Command for the blows suffered in Hawaii. The House Naval Committee requests Knox and Admiral Stark to appear before it tomorrow, but Chairman Vinson told the House this is no time to rock the boat. There was a narrower entrance and a closer scrutiny for the newsmen going to the President's press conference. In a gray striped suit and his cigarette holder clenched in his teeth, the President waited patiently. What were the Secret Service men doing, frisking us, he asked. He told of news from General MacArthur in the Philippines, of a Japanese bombing attack on Clark Field. He discussed the problem of information. There must be 2 conditions on its disclosure, he said. First, that it be accurate. Second, that in giving it out, it does not give aid and comfort to the enemy. Someone asked, does that mean no bad news is to be given out? But the President merely stuck to his formula. Chinese newspapermen are having a hard time. One appeared at the White House with a sign in big letters on his coat lapel. It read, "Chinese reporter, not Japanese, please." We return you now to New York.
And now for the news of the Far East, we take you to San Francisco.
Christmas comes but once a year for every girl each new toy. I'll tell you of a little boy who lives across the way. This little fellow's Christmas is just another day. He's the little boy that Santa Claus forgot. And goodness knows he didn't want a lot. He sent a note to Santa for some soldiers and a drum. It broke his little heart when he found Santa hadn't come. In the street he envies all those lucky boys, then wanders home to last year's broken toys. I'm so sorry for that laddie. He hasn't got a daddy, the little boy that Santa Claus
Constantinople, it's as easy to sing as to sing your ABC. Constantinople, show your pluck and now try your luck and sing it loud with me. Constantinople, Constantinople.
This is William Winter speaking in San Francisco. San Francisco experienced its first taste of air raid warning last night. And when a second and a third alarm sounded during the night, San Franciscans seem to have become used to living in a city at war. Today, people seem to be going about their business as usual, except that the conversations in restaurants and street corners concern the latest reports of Japan's attack in the Pacific, and people talk proudly about how they had remained calm through the night. A few minutes ago, the mayor of the city held a meeting of all civilian defense authorities in his office, and arrangements were made to broadcast air raid warnings over all radio stations in this area before they go off the air in the event of emergency. Instructions for air raid precaution were announced. People are to remain in their houses, stay off the streets wherever possible. Motorists hearing air raid alarms are to pull their cars to the curb, turn out the auto lights, and go to the nearest shelter. Householders were instructed to keep bags of sand handy around the house and keep bathtubs filled with water and keep garden hoses connected to faucets, just in case. At the meeting, Lieutenant General DeWitt, commanding the 4th Army of the United States, announced that last night's blackout of San Francisco was unsatisfactory. Death and destruction at any moment is now a possibility for an indefinite time as far as this coast is concerned, he said. Last night's air raid warning was not a practice warning. Enemy planes were over this area last night for an indefinite period, and why they did not bomb San Francisco, only God knows. Mayor LaGuardia and his Assistant Administrator of Civilian Defense, Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt, are in Los Angeles now conferring with officials, and there is word that they're expected soon in San Francisco. In San Diego, California, a group of Japanese, German, and Italian aliens are still in custody in local jails. Sacramento, the state capital, reports that the recruiting picture has changed overnight, and from border to border, from Canada to Mexico, draftees who once sought exemption now are clamoring to get into uniform. In Fresno, California, 2 Japanese were arrested. Their automobiles and elaborate motion picture and sound equipment were seized by police. And back in San Francisco, the Pan American Anzac Clipper, with its crew of 11 men, has landed safely this afternoon at Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay. The captain of the ship, Captain Harry Turner, related that he had landed his 17 passengers, including the Premier of Burma, Yu Saw, and his aide, Yu Tin Tut, at an undisclosed Hawaiian port. We left California on December the 6th for Singapore via Honolulu, said Captain Turner. As we approached Honolulu Sunday morning, our radio man picked up the information that unidentified planes were attacking Honolulu. The passengers did not know what was happening, but were advised after we landed. They were made comfortable at the hotel, and then they listened to President Roosevelt's speech. The Clipper then was refueled with some 4,300 gallons of gasoline. Its crew of 11 boarded the ship, and we returned to San Francisco without incident. Word has just come that some 91 Japanese, 60 German, and 16 Italian nationals have been taken into custody in Northern California by the FBI, and instructions have come from Washington, D.C. that no further Germans and Italians will be admitted to American citizenship until further notice. At this time, we will attempt to call in our correspondent from Batavia. This is CBS in San Francisco calling Batavia. Go ahead, Batavia.
Go ahead, Batavia.
Hello, CBS. This is John Raleigh speaking from Batavia, Java. And of war and blackout passed quietly and without incident. Although local newspapers complained yesterday that the partial blackout had been too severe the first night, it was even more thorough these last 12 hours. Few cars were to be seen on the street. Apparently, people had gone out for a drive last evening just to see how it felt to be driving around Batavia in a darkness filled with grim possibilities. They found out, and now only those who have to be abroad creep slowly down the darkened avenues in cars with shaded head and tail lights. Taxis in this capital city are at a premium. Anticipating war, everyone who could afford to rent or buy a car has done so. Many cab companies discovered that they had turned into car dealers at their own prices. Those that already had automobiles are indeed the favored folk of this town. As in Holland, bicycles are tremendously popular here, but something along in a bit of Stygian darkness has its perils. Why, what few cyclists that are out at night aren't all killed is beyond me. Cycle lamps are covered with blue paper, and most have only the reflector discs on the rear fenders. These, of course, cannot be seen as there is no beam to illuminate them. One comes upon a pair of bikes pedaling side by side, and only a quick swerve saves car driver and cyclist from a nasty accident by inches. Yesterday I several Dutch clubs. I wanted to listen to what the Hollanders are saying and feeling among themselves. Comment was not greatly varied. Dutchmen are solidly behind Netherlands East Indian War effort. They are immensely proud that their Governor General was so prompt in declaring war on Japan. This is one time we have not procrastinated on an important issue, several of the good burghers remarked. General mobilization in the Indies are rather bad words for the gathering of Dutch armies. One assumes that masses of untrained men are admitted to the kindly ministrations of drill sergeants and camp life for the first time. Here, that is hardly true. Every able-bodied man in the NEI, for more than a year, has received military instruction practically and otherwise. A single week out of each month has been devoted to military service in the reserve. Men who had never worn uniforms a year ago spent 6 months learning the art of war within the year past. The only exception is the newly conscripted native Indonesian soldiery, which even so has had some training since being inducted into the Army a few weeks ago. This is John Raleigh, Batavia, Java. I return you to CBS in New York.
That was a report from Batavia. This is William Winter in San Francisco, returning you to New York.
Trout reporting. Go ahead, London.
London is not blinded by the fighting in the Pacific sector to the fact that there are many other sectors. In Russia, the Moscow radio broadcast a special announcement that Russian troops have recaptured Tigrine in the north, and we heard that broadcast in London. In Libya, the main fighting is apparently still going on between Tobruk and Bir el Gobi. Mobile British columns are also operating toward the enemy's lines of communications west of Tobruk, but here British action is limited by the presence at El Adam of a big enemy force of all arms. British Coastal Command planes attacked a large enemy supply ship off the Dutch coast and left the vessel on fire. The British National Service bill to mobilize fully Britain's man and woman power was read and discussed in Commons today, but there was no vote. Since the Axis struck openly at America, I've been talking to a great many Englishmen. But tonight, I had dinner with a large group of American reporters and correspondents who have been covering the war in Europe, only to find that the latest war news is now being made in America. These men and women who have watched the principal nations of the world drawn into the Second World War one by one were united tonight by two emotions. The first is a keen longing to be at home in this critical period. The second is a feeling of deep disappointment. Year after year, these American reporters have roamed the world to get the true story and to send it home. And now, apparently, the United States has been the victim of a sudden attack, and we here have suffered heavily. American reporters feel their work has been a failure. They have told the story year after year, but their fellow Americans would not pay any attention. And that's the brief story from London.
If I could be with you, I'd love you strong. If I could be with you, I'd love you long. I want you to know that I wouldn't go until I told you, honey, why I love you so. If I could be with you 1 hour tonight, if I was free to do the things I might, I'm telling you true, I'd be anything but blue. If I could be with you for just 1 hour, if I could be with you. but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you.
The east coast of the United States had its air raid scare today following last night's alarms on the west coast. Before the resulting confusion was over, United States interceptor planes had flown out to sea. Naval bases were put on the alert, shipyard workers were ordered to evacuate, thousands of school children were sent home, and air raid sirens sounded in New York City and at other points. Then came official statements that the precautions had been merely a full-dress test of air raid defenses, while other sources advanced conflicting reasons for the widespread alarms. According to one theory, which is given credence by the Associated Press, it all started when a private citizen made a telephone call to Army headquarters in New York. He inquired about a radio broadcast from Washington, which carried the report that enemy bombers had been sighted 2 hours distant from the Atlantic coast. Following this call, and possibly through misunderstanding, Air Force headquarters at Mitchell Field, Long Island, immediately sent out interceptor planes. Later, the War Department in Washington stated the report of approaching bombers had at no time been official, but said all Air Force stations had been put on the alert because of the war emergency. And that's the world today.
The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and at 10 p.m. CBS will broadcast President Roosevelt's first wartime speech to the people of the nation. Columbia will continue to interrupt its regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest news. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
Heavy Allied air activity in Europe, in Africa, and in the Pacific is making secure the hard-won hold on the initiative that the United Nations have gained on all the fronts of this war. In French North Africa, the political situation has held the center of the stage. But every day, the military reports have told the story of Allied flyers pounding at the Axis supply ports and strafing and bombing Axis land communications. This is the all-important preliminary to any all-out land offensive. British planes bombed and machine-gunned enemy vehicles on the roads leading from the port of Sfax in Tunisia, and other Allied airmen continued to hammer at Axis targets around the clock. The raids were carried out by the new Bisley planes of the Royal Air Force. Meanwhile, French headquarters announced that French troops fighting northwest of Kairouan had seized several important points near Jebel de Babou. And now, for the news direct from French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers' Charles Cullingwood reporting. We regret that due to transmission difficulties, we are not able to get the report from Charles Collingwood in Tunisia right now, so we turn to London for the report of a big air raid on Berlin. For the details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
laddie, a bonny heeling laddie. If you seen her, you would fancy her as well. I met her in September, put the question in November, so I'll shin here to myself. Her father, he's consented, I'm feeling quite contented. I've went and sealed the bargain with a kiss. And I sit and weary when I think about my dearie, and you'll always hear me singing this. I love a laddie, a bonny, bonny laddie. She's as pure as the lily in the dell. She's as sweet as the heather, the bonny purple heather, Mary Scotch bluebell. I love a laddie, a bonny, bonny laddie. She's as pure as the lily in the dell. She's as sweet as the heather, the bonny purple heather, Mary Scotch bluebell. I love a laddie, a bonny heeling laddie. I could sit and let her tease me for a week. For the way she keeps behaving, I never pay for shaving. She rubs my whiskers clean off with her cheek. And right underneath my bonnet, where the hair was, there's none on it. For the way she pats my head has made me bald. I ken she means no harm, just keep me nice and warm on the frosty winter next to topic cold. Oh dear me, I love a laddie, a bonny, bonny laddie. She's as pure as the lily in the dell, and she's as sweet as the heather, the bonny purple heather, Mary Scotch bluebell. I love a laddie, a bonny, bonny laddie. She's as pure as the lily in the dell. She's as sweet as the heather, the bonny purple heather, Mary Scotch bluebell.
phrases, let me say, lots of pretty phrases. Say, I may say, I love you. Keep me under obligation. You won't have to sue. It's my fatal fascination, knowing I owe you. Many firms want to give me credit, name your terms, and we'll both be wedded if you'll take my I owe you.
London expects to get the details of last night's raid on Berlin sometime after midnight tonight, British time. So far, what we know about the Royal Air Force attack is that a strong force of heavy British bombers dropped a great weight of bombs on Berlin, and large fires were seen from the air. One bomber is missing from the strong force. Last night's was the 54th Royal Air Force raid on Berlin. The 53rd was made on a night in November 1941. So, you see, Berlin went through the whole year of 1942 without a raid from the Royal Air Force, but the Russians were over Berlin a number of times. However, those early raids on Berlin were on a small scale, a very different operation from the kind that is now considered a normal raid, made on the principles of concentration and saturation of defenses, made with greater numbers of big four-engine bombers with their bombs of 4,000 pounds and 8,000 pounds. Those old raids were usually directed against single, important war targets. Railroad stations, for instance, factories and power plants. If British bombers fly the most direct route to Berlin from this country, they have to cover some 1,200 miles, much of the journey over enemy territory. When the Royal Air Force planes arrive at the German capital, they have to face very powerful defenses. Still, from last night's raid, only one British plane is missing. London was glad to get today's Cairo communique telling us of the opening of a new phase of the Battle of Tripolitania, but London was not surprised. Those strange German reports put out yesterday about fierce battles in which the Axis forces had stopped the 8th Army bore a strong resemblance to those fake German reports which were put out back at El Agela. This latest forward drive of the 8th Army began at 7 o'clock Friday morning, and the latest reports in London are that the forward movement has been uninterrupted, and the British have advanced some 40 or 50 miles from Wadi Zemzem. A British correspondent at the front with General Montgomery's forces says that the start of the 8th Army's new drive is the biggest moment since El Alamein. And now back to New York and John Daly.
have found me, even though we may realize we're living in a fool's paradise. What's sweeter to hear than love's old sweet story? What matter, my dear, if you're not sincere? For when the moon's above, you whisper words of love. This must be heaven. What more can I ask?
That you told me those little white lies. The stars all seemed to know that you didn't mean all those lies. The night that you told me those little white lies. I try, but there's no forgetting when evening appears. I sigh, but there's no regretting in spite of my tears. The devil was in your heart, but heaven was in your eyes. The night that you told me those little white lies.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Several days ago, one of the CBS reporters heard on this program, Charles Collingwood, gave the world its first news of the French royalist plot to establish a monarchy in North Africa. Right now, you are listening to the dramatic story of history-making events. And in months to come, radio will give you every step in the complete defeat of the Axis. There's a story you won't want to miss. And the one way to make sure of hearing every single chapter is to take care of your radio, for you won't be able to get a new set until after the complete story is told. At present, your Admiral dealer can put almost any radio in perfect shape, regardless of make or condition. But as the weeks roll by, new parts will become increasingly difficult to obtain. So the wise man will call his Admiral dealer now and have minor adjustments made before vital parts are too far gone to be repaired. Remember, your radio set is a precious instrument, your only way of hearing the story of the battles as they are fought. And remember also, your Admiral dealer is the expert who will do everything possible to keep your radio in tip-top shape for the duration. Admiral dealers have the facilities, the knowledge, and the backing of Admiral, in peacetime, the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, here once again, for Admiral Radio, is John Daly.
Now for news of the situation along the Pacific war fronts, Admiral Radio takes you after a few seconds' pause to CBS Australia, William J. Dunn reporting.
Australia's eternal bugaboo, shortage of manpower, promises to become even more serious during the few months just ahead. Prime Minister Curtin's statement that at least another 210,000 persons will be needed for war work or for active service within the next 6 months poses a situation which he himself described as of utmost gravity. 210,000 persons doesn't sound so large when considered in the light of America's population. But in a nation of 7 million, where more than 1 out of every 10 persons is wearing the uniform of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, or one of the women's auxiliaries, it's a staggering order. Actually, 210,000 Australians is the proportion equal of nearly 4 million Americans. And when America reaches its 4th year of war, 4 million able-bodied men and women not already working for the war effort will be hard to find. The Prime Minister is frank in his admission that the answer to this problem has not yet been found. But unless the answer is found, the probable alternatives are curtailing war production or starving the services of reinforcements, he said. General Sir Thomas Blaney, commander of the Allied land forces in the Southwest Pacific area, in a radio talk to Australia 2 hours ago, warned against any feeling that our signal success in Papua meant that the Japanese menace to Australia has ended. He praised the joint work of the American and Australian soldier in the Buna campaign, but predicted that Japan is still anxious to eliminate Australia as a possible Allied base from which a successful offensive might be launched. He pointed out that in New Guinea, the peril of tropical diseases was even more deadly than the menace of the Japanese. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS in New York.
In the Far East, British bombers supporting the British drive in western Burma against Akyab successfully bombed targets on Akyab Island, and heavy bombers of the United States 10th Air Force left a 7,000-ton Jap cargo vessel sinking and another ship damaged in a Jap convoy south of Rangoon. Thus, new news of aerial activity in the Far East. Besides these major raids, today, Allied flyers, mostly fighters, dropped light bombs and machine gun Jap trains and coastal shipping. The ground forces are still fighting about 25 miles from Akyab. Once again, the reports, as in Europe, from the Far East are reports of air activity, of Allied efforts to smash at the enemy's communications, not only to smash at his principal bases of communication and supply, but also to cut into his equipment for the transport of those supplies. The news from Cairo this morning that the British 8th Army is again on the offensive is news that is good news because we've waited for it for several days. The latest dispatches say that the Allied forces have swept to within 110 miles of the Axis base of Tripoli. You'll remember that the British 8th Army struck Friday at 2 points, at the center of the Axis line and also at the Axis right flank. It skirted the impassable depression there and drove into the open desert where Rommel has little chance of digging in for another stand. Thus, the news of Montgomery's Eighth Army once again in action, and it's news that ties in with the news of the French force that came up from the Lake Chad area in Africa and which, for the past several weeks, has been winning one battle after another. This French force is, of course, still several hundred miles south of Tripoli, still several hundred miles south of the flank of Rommel's army. But it's a factor that has to be considered in the fighting that is going on now in Tripolitania. How far the French force will be able to move without further supplies and perhaps without having to wait some time to pull up major supplies from its bases, no one as yet can tell. But it's very possible that the British Eighth Army may find itself operating with a friend on its flank much sooner than it's expected. We expect to have the news from Cairo direct. Bob Trout has already given us a report on the fighting in Libya from London. And for further details, Admiral Radio takes you now direct to the Columbia correspondent in Cairo.
Let me spend 1 hour with you, my sweetheart, so I may reveal my love to you. Oh, what a night for sweethearts, stars in the sky above. This is our chance for sweet romance. Let's make this a night of love. Here we are together, the moon is hanging low. There's magic in its silvery light. It seems to say the time is right. Love me tonight. Life is so uncertain, and no one seems to know how long we have to linger on. Tomorrow we may both be gone. Love me tonight. Oh, let me feel your arms, and let me feel your kiss. Then if this great big world must end, oh, let it end like this. My lips are yours forever. My heart is in your hands. My love is yours to have and to hold. Don't wait until the moon is old. Love me tonight. Here we are together. The moon is hanging low. There's magic in its silvery light. It seems to say the time is right. Love me tonight. Life is so uncertain, and no one seems to know how long we have to linger on. Tomorrow we may both be gone. Love me tonight. Oh, won't you let me feel your arms, and let me feel your kiss. And if this great big world must end, oh, please let it end like this. My lips are yours forever. My heart is in your hands. My love is yours to have and to hold. Don't wait until the moon is old. Hold me in your arms, sweetheart, and love me
The Eighth Army, having pushed through the German defenses west of WWII, continued the attack today and kept up the pressure on Rommel's fighting rear guard. General Montgomery's advanced units were heading up the tarmac road that leads north to Misurata. They were striking across hard desert to the west and northwest. They were pursuing the enemy in 3 directions, while supply columns with fuel and ammunition were piling after them. Latest reports placed British forward troops on a line that runs roughly east to west across 50 miles of Tripolitanian plateau. The westernmost point on that line is due south of Homs.
The battle that pitched the Africa Corps off the Bureau area on Friday night was the first head-on clash the British have had with the enemy since Alamein. But it was not a large-scale battle. Rommel did not pit his whole strength against us. He did not have all his available forces lined up along the Zemzem Gully. He had already withdrawn a fair number of his troops so that he could make a fast getaway when he saw the British steamroller coming. At the same time, he massed enough guns and armor around Zemzem to make the British attack. It was familiar Rommel tactic, delaying as long as he could with a minimum of losses when it came to a showdown. British troops are now rampant in open desert, and I imagine Rommel will have a harder time now than he did at the Gala in keeping the place littered with minefields. But there's no reason to think the 8th Army will have a clean, easy sweep all the way to Tripoli. The eastern approaches to that city are covered by a chain of hills slanting inland from the coast near Homs. So Rommel may practice his favorite delaying technique again. He has an estimated 50,000 troops, including some crack German infantry battalions. Somewhere in the background, he has 3 Italian divisions. I don't think any of these are going to stop the 8th Army for long, but there will probably be a few more hurdles to scale before the British get to Tripoli. This is Winston Burdett in Cairo. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Again, we turn to the Pacific for some intimate glimpses of the war in that theater. Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
Appetizing young love for sale. Love that's fresh and still unspoiled. Love that's only slightly soiled. Love for sale. We'll buy. Who would like to sample our supply? Who's prepared to pay the price for a trip to paradise? Love for sale. Let the poets pipe of love in their childish way. We know every type of love better far than they. If you want the thrill of love, we've been through the mill of love. Old love, new love, every love but true love. Love for sale. Appetizing young love for sale. If you want to buy our wares, follow us and climb the stairs. Love for sale.
share of the credit for the capture and retention of our base in Guadalcanal must go to the American fighter plane squadron. Just returned to Pearl Harbor are 2 young naval officers who actually controlled many of the spectacular combats in the skies above the Solomons. These are Commander John H. Griffin of Annapolis, Maryland, who directed fighter operations for the carrier, and Ensign William Knoll of Pasadena, California, who directed Marine, Navy, and Army fighter groups out of Guadalcanal. Commander Griffin, is your carrier still doing herself against the Japs?
She sure is. Our boys are knocking the Zeros and Colonies for a loop every time they can find them.
They tell us you fellows have been shooting them down at a rate of 4 or 5 to 1 down there. How do you account for this?
The main reasons are better pilots with lots of armor in the seats of their pants. The good old Grumman Wildcat is a sturdy airplane, and plenty of 50-caliber machine guns don't do any harm either. In fleet operations such as those we've just been through, the accuracy and volume of our ship's anti-aircraft fire is another powerful factor on our side.
In what recent battle did you observe these factors most effectively combined?
In the action off the Santa Cruz Islands, when our squadrons and anti-aircraft knocked down more than 100 Jap planes.
Do you expect important carrier battles in the future?
Certainly. We've got to wipe out the Japs' carriers before we hit him where he lives.
Commander, do you recall any particular incident that typifies the makeup of our flyers?
Yes. One day when our force was being shadowed by a 4-engine Kawanishi, I directed the combat patrol to attack. In a few minutes, both the Jap and our patrol disappeared from view. I was getting pretty anxious about the result of the chase, but I hated to bother our fighters by asking unnecessary questions when I knew they were plenty busy. When I could restrain myself no longer, I asked the leader, "What's the dope? Any luck?" He came right back with a model 4-word report. Kawanishi found and down.
Commander, did your force have a hand in turning the Japs back in the big battles around Savo Island in November?
Our battleships, cruisers, and destroyers did, of course, and our air group dished out plenty of damage on their own. Our dive bombers and torpedo planes got in their licks on the transports, and the fighters sure knocked down their share of the Zeros. Bill Knoll can tell you more about the operations down at Guadalcanal.
How about that, Bill?
Every pilot did a great job, and I think that General Woods of the Marine Corps deserves a lot of credit. It was a wonderful example of a unified command. Not only the Marines, but the Navy and the Army and the New Zealand squadrons, too, were there. And the General had them working together, not as separate units, but as one force. The attack troops often consisted of Navy torpedo planes and Army bombers, escorted by combined Navy and Marine fighters. But both the Army and Navy pilots had to take off their hats, the Marine dive bomber pilots. They were the workhorses the entire campaign.
The tell me operating conditions on Henderson Field are pretty tough.
Conditions are still difficult, but they're a lot worse in October. The pilots didn't live as aviators are popularly supposed to. They slept in muddy foxholes at night when they could sleep, and ate when they could find the time. The pilots were billeted only a half mile from the Japanese positions. They fought Jap raids, mud and dust every day. There was no picnics for the mechanics either. The pilots' success in shooting down so many Japs was in large part due to the mechanics' upkeep of their planes.
In a word, what's the air situation down there today, Commander Griffin?
The situation's a lot better than it was last August, but we still have a tough job ahead of us. Our boys, who are meeting the Japs over the Solomons every day, must have a continuous flow of planes, ships, and supplies. These must constantly increase.
Thank you, Commander John Griffin and Ensign William Knoll, for your excellent close-up of our air operations against the Jap and the Solomons. Good luck. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We return you to CBS in New York.
and the brown man, Hitler to the blue.
Biggest United Nations successes are still in Russia. For that story, here is Larry Lesseur, Columbia's correspondent who recently returned from Moscow.
The ice of the frozen River Don is blotched with red today, and Adolf Hitler's prestige among the German people, and above all within the German army, is being struck the first of many blows from which it will never recover. Those red banner armies of Russia are surging back over the white-blanketed wheat fields of the Soviet Southwest, and the rich black earth which Hitler's conquered last summer, at such a cost of blood and machines, is slipping from the frozen fingers of his armies at a rate which astounds everyone, except the Russians. In that red-walled citadel set up in the center of snowy Moscow, called the Kremlin, the Russian High Command is planning its moves as carefully as on a chessboard. And today, with a smashing move against the remnants of Hitler's crack Fifth Army trapped outside Stalingrad, they are calling checkmate on Hitler's last summer offensive against the Volga and its chief city, Stalingrad. From every side, the heavy-booty, fur-hatted peasant army of Russia is pouring fire into these 75,000 Germans and Romanians who have been not denied any way of escape. Here, the trapped Germans are holding 60,000 starving Russian peasants and workers as hostages. Many persons have forgotten the great migration of Russian factories and workers from the conquered lands last year, but the workers haven't forgotten. Settled now in new homes east of the Volga, in the Urals and Siberia, their factories are now turning out equipment which is making the present Russian offensive possible. And with every step that they advance, the Red Army is winning back for its wives and mothers in the factories the richest agricultural lands in all Europe. Every foot of this blood-soaked black earth will grow food for Russia next spring. The Russians make a practice of never announcing an offensive until it's achieved some success. But there are rumors that they are moving to free Leningrad at the long end of the battle line. Just a year ago today, I talked to the Russian general who will play a great role in this gigantic task. Dark, incisive-looking General Gavorov, smasher of the Finnish Mannerheim land, the artillery expert who cracked the German stronghold at Mozhaist. I talked with him in the smoking ruins of Mozhaist, 60 miles in front of Moscow. He said, "We are counting on our allies, and until they are ready, we will give the invaders no rest until they are finally driven across the frontiers of Russia."
There are many news developments at home today also. For that news, Admiral Radio takes you next to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
If you look at your calendar, you'll find, as I did, that March 15th is only 8 weeks hence. And unless Congress gets busy and passes some plan for paying as you go between now and then, March 15th is liable to cause a breakdown in our tax-collecting machinery. The Treasury says everyone's got to make his return and arrange for lump or quarterly payment of his taxes between now and March 15th, or take the customary consequences in the form of a cash penalty. But many people, especially here in Washington, are certain that some form of pay-as-you-go will be passed, and they're not planning to make any income tax returns until it is. This means that the Treasury is going to have an even greater number of delinquencies this year than heretofore expected. In order to avoid a muddle over taxes, therefore, many congressmen have suddenly decided that pay-as-you-go has got to be given priority over all other pending legislation. Members of the House Ways and Means Committee are now considering a plan to separate pay-as-you-go from other taxation measures and rush it through Congress as quickly as possible. Other legislation due to receive priority has to do with the 48-hour week. Senator Reed of Kansas, with strong Republican backing, has just presented a resolution to repeal the wage and hour law and return to the 48-hour working week. Walter Reuter of the United Auto Workers is also advocating a 48-hour week, and so is Secretary of Labor Perkins, but with a difference. Mr. Reuter would retain the wage and hour law and guarantee 48 hours of employment every week to every worker. There's no fresh news about the Pennsylvania coal strike, which may be over tomorrow. There was a Navy communique at 1 o'clock. It reports continued American bombings of the enemy airdrome at Munda in the Solomons and another Japanese bombing of our own positions on Guadalcanal. Some casualties were suffered among our troops, the Navy says, but material damage was slight, and our troops continue to advance despite the stiffening enemy resistance. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
And now Admiral Radio brings you Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The British Eighth Army has struck boldly and apparently with great power in the direction of the Axis base at Tripoli. Abandoning the coastal road and its difficult salt marshes, General Montgomery has made a wide sweep through the open desert and is reported only 110 miles from Tripoli. Such a move indicates that Montgomery is satisfied that he is well superior in mobile fighting power, especially armored power, to any opposition that the depleted forces of Marshal Rommel can offer. Montgomery is a hard-headed, tough soldier who does not take reckless chances. His drive for Tripoli bypasses the German position at Misurata, which will be hopelessly isolated if Montgomery reaches the coast at Tripoli or anywhere between Tripoli and Misurata. This means that Misurata will probably fall into British hands and will then form an excellent advance base for the British, as is the first good harbor west of Benghazi. That is, the first point at which the British Navy would resume its work of supplying Montgomery's army on a large scale. Hence, Montgomery must have collected the supplies and equipment needed for his present push by using the long, weary desert road from Cyrenaica, and this accounts for the long pause in these operations. Meanwhile, the Allied air forces have gone on hammering at the port of Tripoli which has made it difficult for Rommel to build up his own strength through that harbor.
And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
These next few seconds might be used in describing the new Admiral radios to be made after peace has come. But right now, all Admiral facilities are devoted to producing radio equipment for America's war effort. Most of it under direct supervision of the Army Signal Corps. And Admiral would like to pass along a little of the respect it feels for this great branch of our fighting forces. The United States Army has the finest communications equipment in the world, not by accident, but because the Army Signal Corps has worked night and day through peace and war to devise, invent, and improve communications equipment. The search for better signal equipment started with the first chief signal officer America ever had, General Albert Meyer, who devised wigwag communication, and the search still goes on. Every piece of equipment accepted must be better than the piece which went before. Small wonder, then, that Admiral considers it a privilege to work with the Army Signal Corps. For Admiral has always had that same aim, to make better and better radio equipment, an aim which will continue after the smoke of battle is cleared, when Admiral will again produce fine radios for American homes. Admiral Radios, America's smart set. A 2-cent bullet can stop a Nazi in his tracks. So how about buying a few bullets for our boys to shoot? 5 for a 10-cent war stamp. And those war stamps will fill that stamp book you started and forgot. Fill it. Change it for an interest-bearing war bond. Come on, America. There's 100 million partially filled stamp books lying around. Let's fill them completely this week. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave direct from the leading news centers of the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Just a gay little Spanish dancer. When you danced my way, little Spanish dancer. What bliss from the moment I met you. One kiss and I cannot forget you. Back in old Seville, little Spanish dancer. In my dreams I'm still waiting for your answer. For a time you were mine, I thought love was coming to stay. Then you danced away, little Spanish dancer.
all we can do. Honey, this is the one time we'll have a picnic or two. On a carpet of flowers, near the ceiling of blue. We can while away hours and have a picnic or two. We'll hug, we'll kiss, sample the lunch you made. I'll try your pie, cookies and lemonade. What a perfect day this is for proposing to you. When I make you the missus, oh, what a picnic or two.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, your station in the Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Luden's, famous for dependable cold relief, now offers a new soothing cough drop. Luden's Honey Licorice. Like familiar Luden's menthol cough drops, they're medicated. 5 cents. The time, 1:30. WBBM, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
At this week's beginning, Allied armies in Russia and North Africa are preparing for the second round of their great offensives. The Russian armies have consolidated their positions around Rostov and are now drawing the noose tight around that city. In Libya, with Tripoli in our hands, the 8th Army is smashing on toward Tunisia to join in the battle that is to clear the Axis out of North Africa. In the Pacific, the vicious air and ground fighting continues. The Navy Department gave out more news of that front only a half an hour ago. For that news, Admiral Radio takes you first to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The Navy's just announced that American planes have carried out 7 bombing attacks in the Solomons in the last 2 days, doing heavy damage to the aerodrome at Munda. The Japanese have again bombed our own installations on Guadalcanal and Espiritu Santo. The latest Army communique reports that the Germans have captured yet another strategic height in central Tunisia. If the military situation still seems unfavorable, the political situation seems to have gone from bad to worse. The State Department is under heavier fire than at any time since the North African campaign began. A few days ago, the Washington Post accused the State Department of bungling and demanded the removal of Robert Murphy, our chief political delegate. Then Walter Lippmann added his voice to the clamor. And today, Ernest Lindley, who has a reputation for being a State Department apologist, chided Messrs. Hull and Murphy in no uncertain terms for passing the political buck to the War Department and attempting to make General Eisenhower responsible for what he considers their mistakes. But that's not all. I.F. Stone, a Washington correspondent of the newspaper PM, charges that Paul H. Appleby resigned from the State Department as a protest against the appointment of the one-time Himmler of Vichy France, Marcel Pérouton, as Governor General of Algeria. Mr. Appleby, a well-known food expert, was lent to the State Department by the Department of Agriculture to take charge of relief operations under Herbert Lehman. But according to PM, he couldn't stomach Pérouton. London still reports rumors of momentous decisions, presumably emanating from Washington. And the same rumors are just as prevalent here, presumably emanating from London. A big story is about to break, and everybody's hoping it will entail a sensible moral solution to the North African problem, as well as the Joint Allied War Council referred to by Wendell Willkie today in his speech in New York. Vice President Wallace also spoke today, predicting a post-war America in which all men can become members of the middle class and share in the benefits which that class has enjoyed in the past. After 13 months of war, Congress is now at last aroused over the growing shortage of labor, and manpower czar McNutt is being subjected to a barrage of criticism that he may not be able to withstand. Tomorrow, the Senate Military Affairs Committee will open hearings to determine why, at this late date, the War Manpower Commission still has no definite program. Senator Austin of Vermont says he and his colleagues will certainly draft a labor mobilization law unless Mr. McNutt can convince them that such legislation is unnecessary. A missing Panagra transport plane with 15 persons aboard has been sighted from the air in the jungles of Peru. A rescue party is now searching for possible survivors. J. Pierpont Moffat, American minister to Canada, died in Ottawa today. I now return you to CBS New York and John Daly.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
You are one of several million Americans now listening to news reports coming from all over the world by radio. Have you ever considered the part radio has come to play in your life? To most of us, radio is a necessity and a convenience. To American fighting men lined up on over 60 different battlefronts, radio is an absolute essential. It is often their only connection with headquarters and with other fighting units. It is the unifying link which makes coordinated action possible. Admiral has produced radios for both purposes, peace as well as war. In peacetime, Admiral radios were designed for performance and beauty, for the luxury of American homes. In fact, during peacetime, Admiral was the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Now, Admiral is producing radios for war, radios which will link America's fighting units together, radios which are sturdy enough to take all the grueling punishment of modern battle and still operate perfectly. Yes, Admiral has pioneered in the production of both the radio of war and the radio of peace. When victory has been won, and with it the blessings of peace, look again to Admiral for exciting new adventures in radio entertainment made possible by today's amazing wartime developments and discoveries. Tomorrow, as always, an Admiral radio will be America's smart set. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is John Daly.
And now more news of the Pacific. Organized Jap resistance in Papua has been ended by American and Australian troops. For the latest details, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Australia. William J. Dunn reporting.
I'm so in love with Mary, I'm bored to tears with Rose. Rose is the one who loves me, ain't that the way it goes? I dance my best with Mary, I step on Mary's toes. Rose says I dance divinely, ain't that the way it goes? What a fix, oh gee, I'm in an awful tight one. Poor unlucky me, I'm in wrong with the right one. I get the air from Mary, I get the turned up nose, and still I care for Mary, ain't that the way it goes?
darkness and pretend W and Cockable is me. Make a date, dear, don't be late, dear. I know where the best show is on. Won't you meet me tonight where your favorite star shine brightest around the corner at the Odeon? Around the corner at the Odeon. I like pictures, so it's pictures we're going to see. We can hold hands in the darkness and pretend W and Cockable is me. Make a date, dear, don't be late, dear. I know where the best show is on. Won't you meet me tonight where your favorite star shine brightest round the corner at the Odeon? Around the corner at the Odeon.
The Japanese invasion of Papua, of Australian territory, lasted exactly 1 day over 6 months. On July 22nd, the first enemy convoy landed troops at Gona, almost without opposition. Saturday of the week just ended saw the last remnants of that ambitious force completely liquidated, and the epitaph of some thousands of Japanese pinned in the brief communique sentence, "Ground fighting in Papua has ceased." The week just ended has witnessed the wind-up of one of the bitterest campaigns any contingent of green American troops has ever called upon to face. This campaign has been of inestimable value, both to the Americans and their Australian allies. In the months it took to drive the Japanese back across the Owen Stanley Range, isolate them, and finally wipe them out completely, the Allies have learned lessons which could be learned in no other way. As a result of this campaign, we now have military leaders who know this type of warfare, who have outsmarted the enemy in a type of fighting he himself developed, and who can, when necessary, lead fresh troops into jungle or mountain warfare with a confidence that comes only of knowledge. Lieutenant General Eichelberger, who led the American forces in the field before Bina and Sanananda, told me early in December that the greatest gain the Allies could hope from the fighting once underway was not so much the elimination of an enemy force as the invaluable experience we were then getting, and getting the hard way. Another Tokyo miss was exploded, and the Allied soldier has emerged from the Papuan passes as a pretty fair jungle fighter in his own right. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return to the CBS in New York.
bring out the Tarzan in me. Strike me pink if I don't think I'm falling in love. Strike me blue if I don't think it's you.
In Western Europe, British bombers are continuing their round-the-clock attacks on Nazi-occupied Europe. And Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, Bob Trout reporting.
From Britain, the Royal Air Force struck again last night at the German U-boat bases in the French Atlantic port of Lorient. The fifth attack on this U-boat base made during January, 4 of them made in the last 10 days. Lorient had not had time to recover from yesterday's daylight attack by liberators and flying fortresses of the USAAF when the RAF bombers were over the port in the moonlight. High explosives and incendiaries, dropped for 20 minutes, started very heavy fires. The men and women of Britain's home front, who know pretty well what this war is about, have, as you know, not been happy about the political muddle in North Africa. This has nothing to do with General Eisenhower, and no responsible person in Britain has ever said it had. What it's about is the basic purpose of this war. Britain's ordinary men and women quickly saw, even last November, that what happens in North Africa is bound to be a small-scale preview of what will happen all over Europe. They didn't like that preview much. The state of affairs exemplified by North Africa is definitely not what they made up their minds long ago they're fighting for. In recent days, the British people have been getting hints that the North African affair is going to be cleared up and properly done as part of a large understanding between Great Britain, Russia, China, and the United States. The four nations, so the hints go, are planning something approaching a General Allied War Council. Curiously enough, the British newspapers attributed these hints to sources inside the United States. And, I suspect, the United States hears that the hints are coming from London. This weekend, the transatlantic rumor barrage reached its climax, in London at any rate, and today's papers are talking about vital decisions, which will soon be announced. Obviously, it's the kind of thing which is not to be talked about too much until the announcement is made. But just in case you have the impression that all Britain knows a secret which the United States does not know, I'll read you the screaming headline from London's Sunday Pictorial, one of Britain's few tabloids. In huge letters it says, "Big news soon, says America." Next to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
The bulk of the Africa Corps, considerably the worse for wear but still an intact fighting force, was falling back into southern Tunisia today while British forward troops were shooting it out with active rear guard somewhere along the coast road between Tripoli and Douala. The 8th Army already was well on its way down the last 100-mile stretch of highway between Tripoli and the Tunisian border. Already British and American fighter bombers are flying from airdromes in the Tripoli area, where the Luftwaffe was operating less than a week ago. Naval and Army engineers have begun work on Tripoli Harbor, getting it back into shape for the convoys which will help supply the 8th Army's next full-scale effort on a battlefront somewhere in Tunisia. Tripoli is a trump card which will resolve many of the supply problems with which the British have been struggling ever since they hit west from Egypt. The Africa Corps in southern Tunisia will also enjoy some new advantages. It will be linked with von Arnim's army in the north by a modern road and rail system. It will stand a better chance of getting reinforcements than it did when it was fighting in the wilderness of Tripolitania. The German command will likewise be able to transfer arms and men from front to front, according to where they are most urgently needed. Von Arnim's army has been consistently strengthened during the past week and is now reported to comprise 2 armored and 1 infantry division, apart from Italian troops. Taking advantage of wet weather, Rommel may prefer to make a stand in the low marshes skirting Gabes Bay, rather than in the fortified Marest zone. Somewhere, certainly, he must fight, whether he picks his battlefield in the swampy south or seeks to join up with the 10th Panther Army in the north. In any case, the 8th Army has an appointment in Tunisia, a rendezvous with General Eisenhower's forces, and General Montgomery means to make all haste to keep that rendezvous. I return you now to CBS in New York.
Again, we turn to the Pacific, this time for an eyewitness story of the recent American raid on Jap-held Wake Island. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
Before Christmas, a large flight of United States Army bombers roared through the moonlit skies of the Central Pacific, heading for historic Wake Island, with orders to demolish Jap installations there. And straight and true, they headed for their target, the little island rocking with explosion after explosion. And when the raid was over, Wake Island's installations were a flaming ruin, and the American planes came home almost without a scratch, all personnel present and accounted for. In fact, they had 1 extra man. And thereby hangs the tale of a man who stowed away on a bomber. I have him with me right here in Honolulu. Sergeant, give us your full name and hometown.
Technical Sergeant Paul W. Sweetheart, sir. Hometown, Tilson, Kansas. My folks live there now.
Why does a man stow away on a bombing plane, Sergeant Sweetheart?
Because I wanted to see action. I thought I'd been waiting about long enough, so I thought I'd see if I couldn't go along somehow.
You figured this all out in advance?
Well, not too far. I was crew chief on one of the planes, Silly the Whack. We take care of the planes after every flight. We check them over before they go out to make sure they come back. If there's anything wrong with them, we fix them up.
The ground crew really lives that slogan, keep them flying, then.
A fellow gets to thinking when he takes care of a plane that it's almost his baby. Some of the boys get the feeling that we loan the plane to the pilot and navigator when they take it out.
So when you heard something was up, I guess you're pretty busy.
I'd been grooming the ship to see whether everything was okay. I was in and out of the plane 15 or 20 times. I got to thinking I'd sure like to stick with that plane. I knew that the plane could safely carry a lot more poundage, even for a long distance.
Did you know where the raid was headed?
No, but I knew that it would be a big one. So the last time I went in the plane, I took my parachute and lay west along. Well, my job when the plane takes off is to see that the props are clear and to watch the engine from behind. I went up front and gave the pilot the high sign that everything was okay. Then I ran back and went in the rear of the plane and hid. Everybody was up forward, and I made it without being spotted. I stayed put for a while until we were well up. Then I came out of hiding. The crew was quite surprised to see me.
To say the least. What'd they do?
The tail gunner saw me and asked, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm going along." And he said, "Looks like you are." But Lieutenant Samuel Gregory, the pilot, and all the crew were pretty nice about it. I made myself useful wherever I could. I transferred into this outfit hoping I'd get to be a gunner. And I figured if any of the boys got hurt, I could take their place. Fortunately, nobody got hurt, but I was ready.
Well, what happened when you got back, Sergeant Sweetheart?
I was plenty worried. After we landed, I got busy checking the plane, and nobody said anything for a while. But I caught it later on. The colonel didn't punish me, but I and everybody else was given to understand that it hadn't better happen again.
And that's the story of Sergeant Paul Sweetheart, who stowed away on the big Wake Island raid by United States Army bombers. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no more stowaways on Army bombers. I'm advised by Colonel William A. Matheny, Group's commander, that strict orders have been issued against the possibility of any stowaways in any future operation. And other commanding officers have done the same. But this story and its beginning adds proof to the intense eagerness of the young men in our armed forces out here to get into action. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu. We'll return you to CBS in New York.
Russia's noon communique, general rather than specific in its claims, announced that several more populated places were taken in the Voronezh area and that the Red Armies in the North Caucasus have taken a town of great strategic importance after an advance of 13 miles. Thus, the armies of South Russia closed the Iron Ring around Rostov. The capture of Armaver, announced yesterday, puts the Russians 110 miles south of the city, astride the main rail line running right into Rostov. Another Russian army is moving up the Manch River Valley towards Rostov and is only 80 miles away. In addition, north and northeast of the city, other Red Armies are steamrolling over German defenses, are only 56 to 90 miles from Rostov, and have already taken most of the rail communications which the Germans needed to maintain isolated forces in the Don Valley. The recent developments in the Caucasus have completely unhinged the German defenses, and the Nazi forces in the Maikop oil region are in danger of being cut off, as were the 22 divisions at Stalingrad. One of the most important bits of news out of Russia today affects the Axis force trapped at Stalingrad. The Russian communique reported that a German battalion surrendered en masse, in spite of the tales of torture and death for prisoners taken by the Russians spread by the German officers. This development may well mean that the entire Axis force remaining may surrender in the near future, thus releasing many Russian divisions for the offensives against Rostov and Kharkov. The German communique describing the fighting in Russia is full of evasive phrases. It speaks of shortening the southern front according to plan, and says that the fighting in the northern Caucasus has shifted to the Kuban Plain, which is an obvious roundabout way of saying that the German armies in that area are retreating just about as fast as they can. In describing the plight of the Axis force trapped at Stalingrad, the communique falls all over itself. It says that the Axis positions there became intensified through further breaches by strong Russian masses from the west. But at the same time, it said that the defenders held unbroken. The Russians say that of the 220,000 men of the German Sixth Army originally trapped at Stalingrad, less than 40,000 remain. In Chicago, in the former Hotel Stevens, our Air Force is training men in the technical aspects of their part of the war. And for a report from this headquarters, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Chicago, Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
It has been my lot in recent weeks, while the boys in New York were checking the signal from Algiers, to do brief and often unintelligible little masterpieces from strange places, such as submarines, paratroop planes, and patrol planes, but never from so unusual a spot as the scene of this epic. I'm standing on a balcony, a gold one, too, and above me are some gleaming crystal chandeliers, and below me are 600 or 700 hungry men packing away their dinner with some grace and unbelievable enthusiasm. They are all soldiers learning the art of radio transmission and reception at the Army Air Force's Technical Training Command's Unit Number 1, Chicago, which was once the Stevens, the world's largest hotel. When the Army took over the Stevens August 1st, every bit of luxury equipment was moved out in 13 nights. It took 1,000 vans to move it all, and as quickly as a room was cleared, it was refurnished with what the Army insists are beds. No fewer than 2 double-deckers in any room, and as many as 5 or 6 in the suites. During the recent Democratic conventions, the Stevens was CBS News headquarters, so I was sure nothing would surprise me in this hostelry. But the picture of a squad of steel-helmeted soldiers marching out of an elevator set me back, although I could not quite erase the thought that we could have used them in those hectic convention days. They can feed 5,000 students thrice daily in this mess hall, which was once the grand ballroom. It's a sort of a perpetual mess hall, because here at the Stevens, men sleep while others study. Downstairs in the huge exhibition halls, there are now 24 radio mechanics classrooms with laboratories installed around the outside walls. The coffee shop is the Post Exchange restaurant, and the flower shop is now the Provost Marshal's office. Up on the 3rd floor, there are even more classrooms. The job the Army Air Forces is doing here is a tough one. Thousands, and I can't tell you how many thousands of youngsters, are being taught ROM, which means radio operator mechanic. That means they can make radios work, no matter whether they are sending the signal from the towers of Bowling Field in Washington or from a bouncing B-25 over Tokyo. They have so many embryo radio men here that the Chicago Park Commission built an overpass over Michigan Boulevard in front of the hotel. It seems the unending stream of soldiers crossing the Bull Mich to drill tied up traffic in all directions. There are lots of women in the hotel because as much of the staff as possible was kept, and many of the teachers are girls. I asked Brigadier General Albert L. Sneed, in command of the vast schooling setup here, how these boys, most of whom never saw the inside of an airplane, felt about the hazards of flying compared to the comparative safety of ground and tower operations. They all want action, he told me. They want to get into planes. They work hard here, and they're anxious to get out. They want to fight. I return you now to CBS in New York and John Daly.
I see a puppy on a summer's day, a puppy dog at play. My heart is filled with envy, that's why I'm in such a hurry to pass the time away. Like the pup, I'm all fed up, and though it's wrong to be, I long to be lazy. I wanna be lazy. I'm longing to lay in the sun with no work to be done under that awning they call the sky. Stretching and yawning, and let the world go drifting by. I wanna peek through the deep tangled wild wood, counting sheep till I sleep like a child would, with a great big valise full of books to read when it's people, while I'm killing time being lazy. Lazy, I wanna be lazy. sun, with no work to be done under that awning they call the sky, stretching and yawning, and let the world go drifting by. I want to peep through the deep, tangled wildwood, counting sheep till I sleep like a child would, with a great big valise full of books to read when it's peaceful, while I'm killing time being lazy. While I'm killing time being lazy.
And now Admiral Radio brings you Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding Elliott.
One of the most important questions which remains unanswered at this moment is the remaining striking power of Marshal Rommel's famous Africa Corps as it withdraws into Tunisia. It will find awaiting it strong defensive positions, covering the approaches from Tripoli into Tunisia, the famous Mareth Line. On this line, Rommel may be able to make a stand with his infantry units, leaving his mobile elements free to operate behind the line in southern and central Tunisia to protect the east coast ports of Gabis, Sfax, and Sousse, on which he depends for supplies and reinforcements, and to cooperate with the German forces already in Tunisia to clear a wider space for maneuver and gain greater depth for defense.
And now Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
During the next few weeks, Admiral dealers expect to be swamped with calls for radio service. Radio will become more important than ever to the home. Wage earners will want all possible information on the new income tax report they must file, and housewives will want to keep abreast of point rationing, especially as to the constantly changing point values of the various foods. People know they'll depend on their radios for such information, yet many, whose radios aren't performing as well as they should, won't call their Admiral dealer for service until the last minute. We'd like to advise you to call your Admiral dealer now. He's still able to get replacements for most parts, and his skill is unquestioned. Almost any radio, regardless of make or condition, can be made as good as new by your Admiral dealer quickly, so you won't miss your favorite programs, and economically, so your budget won't be upset. Above all, don't try to repair your radio yourself, and don't put it in the hands of an unskilled person. One little slip, and you may be without a radio for the duration. Be sure, call your Admiral dealer. Get the job done right. This week, Americans everywhere are uniting to stamp out infantile paralysis. Don't neglect making your contribution. You won't if you remember that tomorrow's America will be as strong as today's children. Help make America strong. Give generously to the campaign to fight infantile paralysis. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set.
is my love song, the melody of sighs, the words within your eyes, they seem to harmonize. This is my love song, the silent symphony of kisses, while we are in each other's arms, a song that you and I someday can glorify into a lullaby. This is my love
for the last roundup. Gonna saddle old paint for the last time and ride. So long, old Palestine, your tears were dry. I'm a-heading for the last roundup. Get-along, little doggy, get-along, 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 little doggy, get-along. Get-along, little doggy, get-along, 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 little doggy, get-along. I'm a-heading for the last roundup. To the faraway ranch of the bottom of the sky, where the strays are
mounted and branded, there go I'm a-heading for the last roundup. I'm a-heading for the last roundup. There'll be Buffalo Bill with his long snow white hair. There'll be old Kit Carson and Custer waiting there. Riding in the last roundup. Geet-a-long, geet-a-doggy, geet-a-long, 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 geet-a-doggy, geet-a-long. Geet-a-long, geet-a-doggy, geet-a-long, 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 geet-a-doggy, geet-a-long. I'm a-heading for the last roundup. Gonna saddle old Paint for the last time and ride. So long, old Palestine, your tears were dry. I'm a-heading for the last round.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Axis territory is reverberating to the burst of Allied bombs on this July 4th. American raiders are in action all the way from the Aleutians to the Dutch Celebes in the Pacific. Over Western Europe, Allied daylight raiders are continuing the offensive, thus celebrating the anniversary of the first American attack on Europe a year ago today. Nor is there any let-up in the Mediterranean. But now, for details on Pacific action, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
Today's Navy communique reports an attack by Lightning fighter planes on anti-aircraft positions guarding the Japanese encampment near the Munda Airdrome. Also, an attack on the same area by Douglas dive bombers and Grumman torpedo planes. That's all the fresh news there is of the fighting in the Solomons. Whether the fact that torpedo planes were used in the attack on Munda means that enemy warships have put in an appearance there is a matter for speculation. The torpedo planes may have accompanied the bombers only in the off chance that they might discover an enemy ship or two. But the communique makes no mention of it if they did. An Army communique this morning announced that General MacArthur is personally directing operations on the front in New Guinea. This is the second time that General MacArthur has taken the field since leaving Bataan. The other was last October when he established headquarters at Port Moresby for the victorious drive on Buna. This time he is in command of air and sea forces as well. And in the last 2 days, Australia reports, the Japanese have sent more than 100 planes against our new positions on Rendova and New Georgia Islands. 11 have been shot down. This brings our total bag of enemy planes so far to 134. Our own losses total 25 planes, but the pilots of 12 have been saved. Today's Navy communique reports also that Army Liberator bombers have again attacked the enemy base on Nauru and the Gilbert Islands with unobserved results. And there have been 9 more bombings of Kiska in the Aleutians. Here in Washington, we're celebrating the quietest 4th of July in American history. The only official observance today of the 167th anniversary of our independence will be a concert by the Marine Band and a speech by Admiral Woodward at the Washington Monument this evening. Needless to say, except for a few boys shooting off last year's firecrackers, there has been no fireworks. powder and magnesium flares have more important uses in time of war. I return you now to New York and Doug Edwards.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
We hold that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those words, set down by Thomas Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence, describe the American way of life, a way unchanged in the 167 years which have followed. When Admiral Radio's World News Today brings you first-hand reports from our far-flung battlefronts, when your butcher tears precious stamps out of your ration book, when most luxuries and even some necessities have disappeared from the market because industry is busy supplying equipment to the armed forces, then you have evidence America is again united and at war to preserve the spirit behind those words. This fight is no light task. There is death and misery for the flyers over Guadalcanal, for the men on all fighting fronts. There is annoying sacrifice for the families on the home front. There is unceasing toil, never-ending problems for business, big and small, which gives up peacetime production and converts to build the goods of war. But these sacrifices and hardships will be worthwhile if we can destroy the forces which would take equality and freedom from us. If we can give every man the inalienable rights with which he was endowed by his Creator, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we will do these things, for we, whether civilians, soldiers, or workers, are above all else Americans, believing in the American way, willing to fight for it to the death. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Pearl Harbor is anxiously watching developments in the northern and southern Pacific. For more details on these battles and an interview with some of our fighting men celebrating Independence Day there, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
There's plenty of fireworks for the 4th of July in the Pacific. The Americans slog on in their drive on Jap-held positions in New Georgia, supporting ground forces with artillery and aerial bombing and strafing. That runaway by a Japanese surface force of 3 light cruisers and 4 destroyers from our Navy forces at Rendover Island was in keeping with the custom of Jap naval forces for some time now. It's not the first time their warships have decided that discretion is the better part of valor. Navy men here will tell you it happens all the time. That's not to say the Japs lack courage. Their courage in the past has led them into the loss of many ships. They evidently have learned their lesson. Here are a sailor and a soldier for a slant on Independence Day. Sergeant Bud Nelson of Bayside, Long Island, New York. This is George R. McLean, fire controlman first class of the Navy, who hails from Madison, Wisconsin. How are you, Bud? Right on the beam, George. McLean here enlisted in the Naval Reserve back in August 1938. He's been promoted 5 times, the last time for especially meritorious conduct under fire. How many engagements you been in, George? 7. Well, where were you on the 4th of July a year ago? We just finished up with the Battle of Midway, and we're having a little breathing spell. Well, where do you hope you are on the 4th of July next year? Home. I thought you might say Tokyo. No, I hope we've already been there by then. All right. Somebody back home you'd especially like to see? Yes, my mother and father, Mr. and Mrs. George G. McLean, Route 2 there in Madison. And one and only girlfriend born in Wisconsin. Today's her birthday. A birthday? Well, what's her name? Lola Meyer. Would you like to send her a birthday greeting? Many happy returns of the day, and I hope I can deliver all the rest of them in person. That's right. What were you doing to observe the 4th of July last year, Sergeant Nelson? Working. And this year? Still working. Now, what's your job in the Army, Sergeant?
I'm in G2. We don't get around quite as much as McLean here, but we do manage to get around some.
Where were you a year ago or before?
I was on an undisclosed mission on an undisclosed island.
That gives a complete picture. Are your parents still there in Bayside, Long Island?
Yes, they are. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Nelson, 224th Street. I hope they're well and happy. And I want to tell them and the parents of all the men out here that we think of them often. Not all of us can get a crack at the Japs. Some of us have other kinds of work to do. And, Mac, tell the Navy that we're backing them up with all we've got.
That was Webley Edwards reporting from Honolulu. We return you now to CBS in New York.
tomorrow, though for a while we're parted. Till tomorrow, we still can be light-hearted, until our world is lighted by the sun's first gleam. Our hearts can be united, dear, in one sweet dream. Till tomorrow, these hours apart aren't wasted. We can borrow some of the joys we've tasted. I'll caress you, praying that God will bless you. Till tomorrow, my love.
Laissez-moi, monsieur, mais laissez-moi, monsieur. Mais je ne suis pas fou, ils disent que je suis fou.
Crazy people, oui, pour des crazy people like me go crazy over people like you.
Je suis enfermé.
Daffy people,
je mets à faire.
Goofy people, dizzy people like me go nutty over things that you do.
De la musique, on appelle ça de la musique.
When we are underneath the moon,
hein?
The moon above. You have me acting like a loon. It must be love.
C'est moi qui suis
sweet
fou.
love, oh, crazy people.
Mais laisse-toi.
Crazy people,
Moi, je
crazy
suis.
people like me go crazy over people like you.
Ça veut dire. Et qu'est-ce que c'est que cet instrument? Oh, il a une paire de moustaches terribles. Et l'autre qui joue la trompette à l'envers. On me dit que c'est de la musique à moi, qui était 44 ans basse à l'opéra. On appelle ça de la musique. Et l'autre qui bat la mesure, on dirait un pendu. Mais laissez-moi partir, monsieur. Ouvrez la porte. Ouvrez la porte. Je veux partir. Oh, ils vont me rendre fou. Ils vont me rendre malade. Oh non. Oh non. Quel bruit. Oh, quel bruit.
In this country, CBS reporter Bill Slocum, Jr. has been visiting German and Italian prisoners of war who now are being held under Army guard in a camp in Tennessee for the duration. For a report on how these Axis prisoners live and act, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Knoxville, Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
In starting off this story on the care and feeding of Italian and German war prisoners, I am moved to a slight preamble, to wit. Remember the golden rule. If you find yourself bridling at the kindness heaped on these modern slave traders, remember this one simple fact. There are an awful lot of our boys who are German and Italian prisoners, and this do unto others sentiment is strictly a two-way proposition. I spent the greater part of a day at the Crossville internment camp, eating Italian food, talking to German soldiers, and learning a fact that should surprise and shock 400 of my Irish cousins and aunts. I am a Teuton. Of that interesting and discouraging discovery, more later. But now I'd like you to meet Colonel Frank T. Addington, Commandant of the Crossville internment camp. Colonel Addington started his Army career 31 years ago as a buck private. He's all soldier. Colonel Addington, would you tell our listeners what you told me yesterday before you let me talk to some prisoners?
Yes, I told you that these men were not criminals, that they were prisoners of war, and that they were entitled under the Geneva Convention Agreement to the same food and treatment American soldiers get. I also told you that you could talk to the prisoners, but they were not required to answer you.
And, Colonel, you've never been righter. The Italians wouldn't talk without their general's okay, and their general sent word he was sleeping. But I did see a very famous Italian general deeply engrossed in a bed of radishes. White icicles they were. How about the discipline, Colonel? Who's responsible for that?
Well, we are responsible, of course, but the officers of both armies see to it that their men keep good order. They do a good job, too. But if they don't stop using fire extinguishers to water their gardens, I'll have to cut out that beer that the Geneva Convention permits for a couple of days.
How about complaints, Colonel?
Every week I meet separately with the ranking German and Italian officers. They air their complaints and I decide. If they don't like my decisions, they can always take the matter up with the International Red Cross representative.
Well, they both told me they were well treated here, except their quarters were a little cramped.
They told me about those quarters, too. I just packed a few of the top rankers in a jeep, took them over to my quarters. Now I'll ask you a question. You ate some of their food. How did you like it?
Well, I've eaten in 20 or 30 Army posts, Colonel, and I never had anything as good.
It's actually the same meat as our boys get, and we give the Germans potatoes and sauerkraut instead of certain vegetables, and the Italians get things to make spaghetti and macaroni. But I must admit that around mealtime, I like to be a prisoner of war myself.
Well, how do they feel about this war, Colonel?
Well, the Panzer Division Colonel gave you a pretty good answer. The one who said you were a Teuton.
Oh, yes. He told me that English and Americans, being Teutons, shouldn't be fighting the Germans. And then he told me this. If the Americans and English win this war, they will have to fight the Bolshevist Russians. And then he laughed and shrugged. But he said, of course, you wouldn't be allowed to say a thing like that on the American radio. He also told me he'd be listening to this broadcast. Thank you, Colonel Addington. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
Next to CBS Algiers, Winston Burdett reporting.
Up at Allied Force Headquarters, General Eisenhower and General Juin, Chief of Staff of French Armed Forces in North Africa, heard a rag band play the Star-Spangled Banner. And a moment later, a 48-ton salute thundered from the bay from a flagship of the Royal Navy. Here at the microphone this evening are two American soldiers who've come a long way since July 4th, 1942. They are Sergeant Edward Vanderhoff of Plainfield, New Jersey, and Corporal John Collins of Oil City, Pennsylvania. Both of them landed a few miles outside Oran last November. In February, they went up to the front and were right in the battle from then on at Kasserine, at Kafta, and El Guitar, and later up in the north, where the Americans drove the Germans out of the hills onto Mater. Ed, where were you a year ago?
I was at sea, and I celebrated July the 4th on a transport. We were just 4 days out of New York on our way to England.
And, John, where were you?
I was KP at Indiantown Gap in Pennsylvania. I remember we had a pretty good time that night at the amusement park, having beer and riding the swings. It's a very different July 4th today. I might not have known what day it was if you hadn't asked me to broadcast. That's the way it is for most of the troops, too. It's just another day of training. You know, none of us have stopped training because we knocked the Germans out of Africa. That was just the first round. Most of the men are celebrating July 4th by getting ready for round 2.
John, is there any day in the past year that stands out in your mind?
Yes, April 20th at El Guitar. We got way over into German territory by mistake, and they shelled us off the side of a hill. It was the heaviest fire we had ever had up to then, and I remember it because I got a bullet in my leg. It kept me out of action for about 2 weeks.
And you, Ed, what day do you remember most? March the 26th. Where were you then?
At El Guitar, way out in the front line.
But that's not the reason I remember March the 26th. It's because they brought me a telegram saying my wife had had a baby. I really felt as though I could lick the world on that day. This is Allied Force Headquarters in North Africa, returning you to CBS in New York.
Trafalgar s'élève le jour au ciel d'amour. Chérie, il est temps que d'ici l'on s'évade. Au dernier violon se meurt la valse au rythme profond. Daignez poser vos yeux un instant sur mes yeux. Vous ferez mon cœur heureux. J'aime tant vos yeux. Si votre cœur bat un peu pour moi, prenez mon bras. Tout peut mourir un jour, mais pour vous jamais, mon amour.
In Western Europe, British and American planes have made new raids on the Axis-occupied continent. For details and a special message from one of Britain's high war leaders, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London, John Daly reporting.
This July 4th is the first anniversary of offensive operations by our 8th Air Force based here in Britain. And today, large formations of our forts and liberators were out over occupied France. That bare announcement was made by 8th Air Force headquarters a few minutes ago. No further details have been released yet. But Britain's Air Ministry has just announced that reconnaissance photographs taken over Kelk and Deutz, industrial districts of Cologne, raided in great strength by the RAF last night, show that great fires are still burning in both districts 8 hours after the raid. The RAF and our 8th Air Force, working together once again around the clock on this Independence Day, demonstrate the unity of purpose and effort of Britain and America. It is a proud story of two great peoples working to one end. To paint its pattern on a broader canvas, here is Mr. Oliver Littleton, Britain's Minister of Production, who probably knows that story better than any other man in the British Isles.
On July the 4th, 167 years ago, the United States of America declared their independence. Today, July the 4th, 1943, it is clear to all, and particularly to the Axis, that the two countries are closer together than they have ever been. Today, the American bombers bomb Germany by day and we by night. This also is a symbol. And I believe that in the future, the enemies of freedom can count the air forces of the two countries as interdependent, the one on the other. The two navies, the two armies, interdependent, the one on the other. They will be the great and solid bulwark that will stand between mankind and the fire and blast and ruin of total war. Now, I've been privileged to cross the Atlantic more than once in the last 12 months and to have seen for myself the United States at war. Each time I have been deeply impressed by what I saw. But this afternoon I want to say something about our achievements in Britain, chiefly in production. Before I do so, it is particularly important and seemly that I should acknowledge the great help that we have had from America under Lend-Lease. In 1943, we estimate that the aid which we shall have from the United States in ships and munitions of war will be equivalent to the work of 1.5 million additional workers working for the whole 12 months. What are we to show on the other side? We are supplying on Lend-Lease terms to the United States equipment like clothing, services and materials in the building of aerodromes and camps, territory like overseas bases, weapons of war like Spitfires, though only in a small proportion, against some of the fighter aircraft which we receive from the United States. I think you will be surprised to know that the Lend-Lease aid which we ourselves are giving to America and Russia during the current year is a high proportion of the Lend-Lease aid which we receive from America. But I'm going to speak this afternoon about the big things. And I hope that it will be clear from what I say that we are worthy allies both of the United States and of the other United Nations. We have mobilized. For example, of the 3,250,000 unmarried women between the ages of 18 and 40, 9 out of every 10 are engaged on whole-time war work in the armed forces, in civil defense, or in industry. What are the results of such a complete mobilization? We are now producing a greater volume of goods than ever before in the history of our country, whether in war or peace. The war production of the British Commonwealth is now larger than that of Germany, Austria, and Czechoslovakia put together. The production of the United States far exceeds our own. But if we like to make up the accounts in this way, we could say that the British Commonwealth alone has neutralized German production. And the Axis can now calculate how the production of Italy, Japan, and the occupied territories compares with the vast output of the United States and Russia. They can derive what satisfaction they like from this chastening thought. In the course of the mobilization, we have directed men and women to work where they are wanted. We have taken them from their homes and sent them to far distant factories. They are working the longest hours that can be endured. We have very considerable armed forces. We are numbered literally in millions. We are now, in fact, a great military nation. We have been forced to be. We have tightened our belts. There are very real hardships for every one of us in both the food and clothes rationing. We are now living on less than half the imports which we received into our country in a normal year before the war. Millions of tons less. And you can judge what that means in the saving of ships and sailors' lives. I've already told you that in spite of this, we are producing a larger volume of goods than ever before. I've tried to tell you, in no boastful spirit, something of our tasks and our achievements. These achievements could only have been fulfilled by a free people who believe in the cause for which they are fighting. With you, we share that cause and that belief. We are with you to the very end. And we shall share with you the last day of the war with Germany and Italy. And the last day of the war with Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Littleton. And now, what are American soldiers doing on this July 4th in England? To find out, we take you to Larry LeSueur at the Red Cross Rainbow Club here in London.
I'm standing in the center of hundreds of American enlisted men dancing to Cap K's band in the Rainbow Club, the Red Cross Rainbow Club, just off Piccadilly Circus. This used to be the famous old Monaco restaurant. The belles and blades of the gay 90s used to dance here. Now our Yanks are gliding around the polished floor in their heavy boots, avoiding the toes of the pretty English girls, not to mention our own Red Cross canteen workers. I'll try to snag a couple of the boys to ask them what they've been doing this 4th of July in England. Here's a tall blonde corporal here. Say, what's your name, Corporal? Corporal Willis Richards of Saginaw, Michigan. Corporal, would you mind telling us what you did around London today on this 4th of July?
Well, my buddy, Private Delta Richardson of Charlevoix, Michigan, had the day off, too. We walked over to Hyde Park and wandered around the Serpentine. We watched some fellows fishing for a while, but they didn't catch anything. The rest of the boys here went on a boat ride and up things for a picnic. My buddy and I wandered around London, had a few beers. Then we went up to Regent's Park for a little more. To Hyde Park and watched the Yanks beat the Canadians in a baseball game.
Corporal Richards, you look about 21 or 22. I don't suppose you were in the Army last 4th of July. Do you remember what you did at home last year?
Well, I was a defense worker. Last 4th of July, I drove my wife and her folks to the beach of Wall Lake in Pontiac. We spent the afternoon swimming. We went speedboat riding. Afterwards, we had a lot of hot dogs and ice cream cone. In the evening, we shot off some fireworks. That was the real 4th of July.
Well, it really doesn't sound much different than today's. But I got a pretty good idea where you'd like to be next 4th of July, Corporal Richard. Thanks a lot. I return you now to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
Was in a candy store, I got my big surprise. I bumped right into the saucy grin of the girl with the dreamy eyes. She sold the chocolate drops. I ask you, was I wise? I bought a few just to say how do to the girl with the dreamy eyes. I didn't know if she could sew or if she knew how to cook. I only know my heart went oh when she gave me that glad to see you look. Now at the baby shows, my son wins every prize. You know who his pretty mother is, it's the girl with the dreamy eyes.
Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
This is the 4th of July, Independence Day, a day Americans are determined to celebrate for years to come. So instead of telling of the many ways in which Admiral-built radio equipment is serving our fighting men, let's talk for a moment about the world after this war. What sort of a world would it be for you? It can be the beginning of a better life, or it can mean starting all over again, depending upon the wisdom you show now. Many of your possessions are wearing out during these years of war, and even though you may be earning more money than ever, they can't be replaced until after victory. When peace comes, in addition to replacing worn-out possessions, you'll want to own many of the new products and discoveries which will be on the market. But will you be able to own them? The answer is up to you. It's easy to fritter away the extra dollars you're earning on the luxuries which are left. But doing so means starting life all over after the war. So put every available dollar and dime into war bonds now. War bonds can be the nest egg that makes your post-war world a good world. They'll make it easy to build a home, to own a new Admiral radio and other fine products of American industry. Yes, you'll want to need to own many things. So for your own sake, as well as your country's, put every available dollar into war bonds. Make the world after the war a good world for yourself, for all of us.
Good night, ladies, we're going to leave you now. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along, o'er the dark blue sea. Roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along, o'er the dark blue sea.
That you're walking on air, having a care, you're happy. Tell yourself that you're lucky. Tell yourself that you're bad luck behind. Then you will find you're happy. And if the dreary blues ever choose to fall on you, just raise your hat and say, not today, because I'm happy. I've decided I'm happy. Quite decided I'm happy today. I'm happy today.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards.
Allied forces are smashing forward on a 100-mile front in Sicily. Our headquarters in North Africa announces that parachutists were the first to touch enemy soil, that American troops have broken through the Axis trench line at Gela. Enemy dispatches report Allied landings at 7 places in Sicily, and they admit that our air forces have cut off the island from the Italian mainland. Secretary of War Stimson has arrived in Great Britain. The Russians report that Germany's new offensive has been stopped. And in the Pacific, American forces have cut the Jap supply road to Munda in the Solomons. Now, for more news direct from North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to Algiers. Winston Burdett reporting.
Allied troops continue to pour onto the beaches of Sicily today. The invasion front extends for 100 miles around the southeastern corner of the island. And tonight it was announced that this whole coastline is in Allied hands. American troops had seized and secured their beach positions at 6 o'clock yesterday morning, only 3 hours after the first invasion barges hit shore. The Americans have landed near Gela and captured at least 2 aerodromes on the southern coast. In the British zone of operations, the Facchino aerodrome has been captured. Our troops have everywhere made contact with the parachutists who broke into Sicily before them. How far inland the Americans and British have advanced, we don't know yet. So far, almost all of the defending troops we've met have been Italian. The stiffest resistance was down near Cape Passera in the southeast, but this too was overcome. From Gela, the roads radiate westward along the coast, eastward into the British corner, and north over the mountains and down into Sicily's greatest plain, the plain of Catania, with its network of roads and railways and its great chain of aerodromes. Airmen crossing the south coast to bomb inland targets all come back with the same story, a much fuller story of what has happened than is given in the rather bleak communique. They tell of invasion barges covering the beaches like driftwood, of small boats shuffling ceaselessly back and forth between shore and ships, of beaches jammed with men and stuff being unloaded, of an armada of ships and rafts and transports that stretches from the coast to the horizon. They tell of the enemy's weakness in the air, of the failure of enemy naval units to put in one appearance during the whole invasion, of immense fires sweeping the coast near Cape Passera, and of other fires raging many miles inland. From the way it's going so far, said one pilot, it'll be like a prairie fire. The landings continue, but the decisive battle has not begun yet. Americans from the south and British from the east are steadily closing the 2 sides of the southern Sicilian triangle, but they have not met the main body of the enemy's forces. We know that there are German troops in Sicily. So far, we have met only the Italian Coastal Defense Unit. Somewhere in the island, the enemy is keeping his central mobile reserve, his best troops, probably, keeping them until he is sure of where we are going to make our main effort. The enemy would be foolish if he committed those strong reserves before he is sure that we have committed our main invasion strength against one area. There have been no strong counterattacks, but it's still too early to expect it. We have established our first European bridgehead brilliantly, spectacularly, but the critical moment in the Battle of Sicily has not come yet. I return you now to New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Not many years ago, the average family had but one main source of news, their daily paper. The development of radio changed that. No need to tell you how much, for everyone is well aware of America's dependence upon radio for news. Admiral has contributed to bringing about this change by sponsoring such programs as this, and by creating the Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now Admiral is at work producing something else to make life better, radar, the same radar that is performing miracles for our fighting men on every battlefront of the world. Radar's ability to locate enemy planes and ships despite darkness, fog, or storms is daily bringing victory nearer. And after victory is finally won, radar will bring about changes in commercial aviation comparable to the changes radio brought in circulating news. Planes will land at night on fog-cloaked fields in perfect safety because of radar's unfailing ability to detect obstacles which human eyes cannot see. Pilots need never be afraid of crashing into mountain peaks or buildings for the same reason. Other miracles, as yet military secrets, can also be performed by radar, the newest branch of radio science. And with radar, as with all things related to radio science, Admiral is a leader. Now, here once again for Admiral Radio is Doug Edwards.
Admiral Radio takes you to Moscow. Bill Downs reporting.
Standing up. The slaughter was terrific. However, the Germans have not eased any pressure on the Russian position. Fighting is still bitter. The situation on the Belgorod sector, where yesterday it appeared that the Nazis might be approaching a breakthrough, is more steady today. While Hitler is pounding away trying to close his military pincers on Kursk, there naturally has been conjecture here as to just what the German command has in mind in launching this kind of attack. The Germans concentrated many thousands of tanks in the obvious intent of fighting off some 10,000 square miles of the Kursk salient. That strategy is obvious. But what are the ultimate plans of the Nazi command? Naturally, no one here knows definitely, but 3 theories have developed, and I thought you might be interested in them. But let me remind you, they are pure conjecture. One theory is that Hitler's intuition has gone into reverse, and this latest offensive is aimed at bypassing Moscow from the south, then swinging northward for another encirclement move and an attempt to attack Moscow from the rear. You remember the German armies were trying just that maneuver on a larger scale last year, but were stopped at Stalingrad just as they were supposed to swing north for the encirclement of Moscow. Another theory says that the Germans intend to strike eastward in the direction of Voronezh in an effort to engage the Red Army reserves so as to so weaken Russia's military power that Hitler can then turn to the defense of his European forces with safety. The third theory is that this present attack is the beginning of an all-out attack on the Soviet Union, with Hitler ignoring the impending Second Front and setting out once and for all in an attempt to defeat the Red Army. In this event, he would depend on his European defenses to protect his rear. There you have them for what they're worth. Only time will tell if any one of them is correct. I return you now to CBS in New York.
There was little air action in Western Europe during the night. The Air Ministry says British Coastal Command bullfighters attacked an enemy escort vessel off the Norwegian coast last night and left it afire and settling by the stern. The ship replied with anti-aircraft fire, and 1 British plane is missing. Secretary of War Stimson arrived in Britain by plane a few hours ago for his first visit to an American theater of operations since we entered the war. But now, for more details of all the news in Great Britain, Admiral Radio takes you direct to CBS London. Edward R. Murrow reporting.
Maybe it's cold, whether it's hot or cold, I don't care. When my sweetie turns me down, that don't worry me. I just go along, having my up, having my down, having my up and down all day long.
Folks, I told you I was going to sing you as many songs you wanted me to, and I will. And tonight, just to show you how I feel, I want to sing an old favorite of mine. Bert, will you tell the boys to play I'm Sitting on Top of the World? All right, boys, hit it. Come on. I'm sitting on top of the world. I'm singing a song. Yes, singing a song. And I'm sweating the blues of the world. I'm going along, yes, going along. Glory, hallelujah, I just told the parson, hey, Pa, get ready to call. Just like Humpty Dumpty, I'm a-going to fall. And I'm sitting on top of the world. I'm singing a song, yes, singing a song. Come on, give me all you got now. I'm sitting on top of the world. I'm going along, yes, going along. And I'm sweating the blues of the world. I'm singing a song, yes, singing a song. Glory, hallelujah, I just told the fireman, get ready to call. Just like a Humpty Dumpty, da-da-da, I'm going to fall. And I'm sitting on top of the world. I'm going along, going along. Oh, baby. Oh, Molly. With you in my arms, honey, I'm sitting right on top of the world. Right on.
This is London. The invasion of Sicily came in the 200th week of the war. No one here is underestimating the magnitude of the task confronting the American, Canadian, and British troops. They are attempting something that has never been done before. The German conquest of Norway and Crete was not achieved in the face of strong opposition. The Japanese landing in the Far East were not made in the face of strong land and air opposition. The British have good reason to know that the taking of islands is no simple matter. So far, we know only that the landings were effected and that the whole operation bears the marks of strong, steady control. Our command of the air is complete. We continue to make good progress, and it appears that casualties have been slight. But there is no lack of officially inspired warnings about the toughness of the job ahead. The Luftwaffe has been holding back. Some of the best German air generals are down there. Dieppe proved that the landing can be made against fixed positions, and it proved something else. And that was that the Axis system of defense does not depend upon fixed positions. Highly mobile artillery, the concentration of air power, and the rapid development of the counterattack may be expected to form the pattern of their defense. So far as we know, the big counterattack has not yet come, but few doubt that it will come. After all, the Axis has more men in Sicily than it had in Tunisia. There is in London great confidence in the final outcome, but there is no disposition to underrate the magnitude of the task or the grievous losses we may suffer. As you would expect, there is considerable disappointment amongst the Canadians who were left here. They all think they're as case-hardened as the men who are now fighting in Sicily. We do know that British airborne troops were used, and this is the first time that they have been in action. Tonight,
The general informed opinion in London is that things are going well, almost surprisingly well. The thing people are waiting for is news that we have taken some airfield, which will mean that we can supply continuous fighter cover over the battlefield. It seems reasonable to expect that the fighting will spread and that more landings will occur in the near future. A few hours ago, it was announced that Mr. Henry L. Stimson, our Secretary of War, has arrived in Britain. He was met by General Devers and by Averell Harriman. Mr. Stimson has come over to confer with military and civil authority and to inspect troops in airfield. Military officials here in London state that great importance is attached to Mr. Stimson's coming. He is accompanied by General Searles, our Army's Chief of Public Relations. But in spite of Mr. Stimson's coming, it appears that our end of the war is due to summer on the Mediterranean, or at least around the Mediterranean. And now to CBS Cairo and the report of Chester Morrison.
In this backwater of the war, remote from battle and deprived of risk, we hear faint echoes of the fight in Sicily, and even fainter intimations of the fighting still to come. The bombers, we're told, still take off in the morning from their desert bases, rise to enormous heights and drop their bombs upon the places with the musical names, upon Catania, Biscari, Comiso, Nuevo Valencia. We are told how many thousands of pounds of bombs they drop. Pounds because pounds sound bigger than tons. And about how the smoke and flames were seen, and how usually all our aircraft return safely. We are told about these things that we cannot see, just as you cannot see them. But what we do see here in Cairo is not war, but peace. I keep hoping it is not the kind of peace that is to follow the war. But although people keep asking about it, no one has told us what kind of peace will follow the war. This peace that we see here is a grasping, selfish, money-making peace. A disorganized, insensible, nightmare peace. A sweltering mountain of peace rising above the fighting. And here everybody slides leaderless down the mountain without seeming even to care what he will fetch up against at the bottom. Fighting is easy. You know your objective, and you take it if you can. Maybe you get killed, but if you do, your troubles are over. It's when men are through fighting that life gets harder, especially if they're still puzzled when the fighting ends. They're puzzled, I can tell you they're puzzled, when they come to this place, which is one of the few peacetime places left on Earth. This is Chester Morrison in Cairo, returning you to CBS, New York.
Since we went on the air, this bulletin has arrived from Forward Headquarters, the Combined Allied Invasion Operations in Sicily. Allied officers said today, on the basis of detailed reports, that the crisis point in the invasion of Sicily has been passed, and that to date, what was probably the greatest combined operations attack in history has been a total success. In the South Pacific, Allied ground forces have moved closer to the Japs at Munda, and our planes have again raided that base. Now, for news of the latest developments in that war zone, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Australia. William Dunn reporting.
That's if they're contented with the little things in life. Living on a larger scale would soon entail a lot of care and strife. We could be so happy with the little things in life. Say, a little rain, a little sun, a little work, a little fun, a little time for loving when the day is done, and a little thing that cries for lullaby could make a man and wife tell the world how much they love the little things in life.
It's just a few minutes before dawn down here in Australia. Just a few minutes before dawn on Monday morning. The start of a new week. May be of great importance in the Pacific War. First on the list of unfinished business for the new week, of course, is the situation at Munda on New Georgia Island. A situation which the next 7 days may go far toward resolving. The next 2 hours will also give us the final word on the enemy force of light cruisers and destroyers, which our planes attacked on its way toward New Georgia and presumably Munda. That force may make headlines early this week. Or, of course, it may decide that a discreet retirement is preferable to combat with an Allied fleet that knows its whereabouts. One of the most significant bits of news that has come from Radio Tokyo during the past few days is the report that General Tojo, on his visit to Bangkok last week, announced that the 4 northern Malay states have been or are to be turned over to Thailand. This report is significant because, if verified, it would tend to indicate that the professed champion of the greater East Asiatic people does not understand the mental processes of all those peoples. These 4 states were self-governing before the war and were never part of Britain's federated Malay states. It will bring no joy to any Malay to know that he must pay his future allegiance to the King of Siam. If there is any hatred in the Far East that equals that of the Burmese for the Thais, a hatred founded in centuries of warfare, it would be the feeling of the Malays toward those same Thais. If Mr. Tojo expects to win this war, as he so confidently asserts, he can be sure that any move linking any part of Malaya with Thailand is a certain investment in future trouble. From now on, we can count the peoples of the 4 northern Malay states as being on our side, spiritually, if they can't be physically. This is William J. Dunn in Australia. I return you to CBS.
While American troops battle the enemy in the Central Solomons and New Guinea, more men are being trained for future battles against the Japs. For an interview with the commandant of the Ranger Training Program in the Pacific, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Honolulu. Webley Edwards reporting.
In the Solomons fighting are some exceedingly tough American fighters known as the Rangers. They fight with everything they can lay their hands on, with every method of fighting ever thought of. They're doing their job well because they know how. Many of them train right here in Hawaii in a 14-acre training center that's a combination of jungle, desert, water, and hell. Here's a man who trains them, Lieutenant Colonel Francois Delescu, Commandant of Ranger Combat and Training School of Hawaii. Colonel, what does a Ranger have to have?
He must have a physical and mental confidence in his ability. He must be able to use every kind of weapon and master the bayonet. He must know all about sabotage, raiding, demolitions, and jungle engineering. Above all, he must learn by actual experience the real meaning of kill or be killed.
How do you mean that, kill or be killed?
The man who knows how to kill has the best defense against being killed. Every trained man here is a potential leader, with men under him who look to him for the protection of their very lives.
Now, how do you teach them?
After devising a training course based on the best of all Ranger and Commando tactics, I went to New Guinea and brought back practical experiences. Every device and fiendish trick of the enemy is given to them here. The men are exposed to firing from foxholes and snipers and trees. They go through smoke, fire, flamethrowers, and jungle streams. They learn street-to-street fighting with buildings burning and exploding. They make their own booby traps. They construct their own bridges. They jump 45 feet into burning water from cargo nets, towers, and hills.
No wonder they get tough.
They have to be. We make them live in trees for 24 hours, dig foxholes, and live in it for 48 hours, exposed to live ammunition. It's rough training, but it saves lives. They hike 42 miles in one day. Right now, several hundred are running through a rugged 6.5-mile obstacle course.
How many are able to complete the school, Colonel?
About half. Our men are trained in every method to lick the Jap, who is tricky, but not a Superman. The Jap will never compare with the fighting ability of the American soldier.
And that's the word of Lieutenant Colonel Francois Delescu, Commandant of the Ranger Combat and Training School in Hawaii. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu. I return you now to New York.
the big and small. Rich man, beggar, or thief, somehow there's no relief. How blue, you're bound to get us all. When you try so hard to smile and life doesn't seem worthwhile, then you can tell you're under the spell of the blues. When you try to sleep, it seems nightmares take the place of dreams, then you can tell you're under the spell of the blues. Some bad omen, like a hoodoo, hovering over my head. Not a jinx, not a voodoo, something much worse. Oh, it's a curse. Shadows chasing after me. Blue skies while you're laughing me. Gee, but it's hell when you're under the spell of the blues.
London radio has just reported that British and Canadian troops have captured and hold the town of Puchino in Sicily and the airfield and advanced landing ground nearby. Puchino is at the extreme southeast corner of Sicily near Cape Pusaro. Now for news here at home, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Washington. Lee White reporting.
You've already heard from London about Mr. Stimson's flying visit to England. Suffice it to say from Washington that his visit is believed to herald still more offensive operations against Hitler's fortress Europe. Important as our invasion of Sicily is, it's not believed in Washington that Mr. Stimson and General Searles would have gone to London simply in order to watch developments in Sicily. Elmer Davis, too, will soon leave for London, but only for a short time, he says. Whether he plans to visit North Africa, too, he has so far declined to say. Hard news from Sicily has been understandably sparse. Here in Washington, military observers are doing their best to leaven their enthusiasm with reasonable caution. Everything seems to be going well, and the Germans admit that we've established 4 beachheads on the southeastern coast of Sicily. So far, the Italians don't seem to have put up much resistance, and there's no news yet of the expected German counterattack. But nobody here expects the Sicilian campaign to be very easy, and our military men expect even the Italians to put up a better fight on their own soil than in any previous campaign of the war. As the President said Friday night, it's the beginning of the end, but the end, to observers in Washington at least, is still a long way off. In comparison to the healthy activity on the war fronts, in the Solomons and in the Mediterranean, the home front today looks sickly by comparison. The Truman Committee's report accusing Curtis Wright of gross negligence in delivering defective airplane motors and parts to the Army has produced another scandal in Washington. Despite the denial of the Senate's charges by G.W. Vaughn, the president of Curtis Wright, the government has brought suit for damages against the Wright Aeronautical Corporation of Paterson, New Jersey, the principal subsidiary of Curtis Wright. Among other things, the company is being sued for false, fraudulent, and fictitious claims in connection with advertising its Helldiver dive bomber, which has never been perfected, as well as its manufacture of the P-40 fighter plane. The Truman Committee says the P-40 was never more than a second choice, and the Army has since discontinued its production. The Truman Committee has also criticized the planes produced by Glenn Martin, whose gliders, it says, have been unsatisfactory, and whose B-26 medium bomber is said to be dangerous in landing and in taking off. The Truman Report praises our aircraft production program in general, however, and singles out for special praise the Grumman Wildcat, the Douglas Dauntless dive bomber, and the Boeing Flying Fortress and Liberator. Washington, like many cities, is suffering from a meat famine, and from the looks of things, it isn't going to get much better unless and until Prentice Brown makes good his threat to impose price ceilings on livestock. I return you now to New York.
Once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from our sponsor.
Radio for the home front is important. It means easy access to news, entertainment, and information. But radio to a fighting man and a bomber means the ability to communicate with other planes and with headquarters. Radio at sea means orders can be given and received, help called, either to fight an enemy or for rescue work. Radio to the medical corps means air evacuation planes can be summoned to remove wounded quickly, emergency supplies ordered. Radio to every branch of the service means a fighting team that is coordinated for action. Yes, radio on the home front is important, but radio on the battlefront is more important. And so Admiral facilities are being used to build the radios that go to war. But remember, your Admiral dealer will do everything possible to make your present radio last for the duration. And Admiral dealers are backed fully by the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. We must eat well-balanced meals if we're to have the strength to work for victory. Well-balanced meals are possible in spite of rationing, shortages, and high prices if they are planned right. Look in your newspaper or food shop for the government chart which lists the 7 basic food groups. All of us should eat some food of each group every day. For instance, Group 5, protein-rich foods, includes meat, poultry, fish, eggs, dried beans, peas, nuts, and peanut butter. Be sure you get one of these protein-rich foods every day, and at least one of the foods in each of the other groups listed in the Basic 7 chart printed in your newspaper or posted in your food shop. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set.
sunny smile unless you make living worth a while, unless you will be so tender to me, then life will be just empty time. Unless my presence can make you glad, unless my absence can make you sad, then not in the whole wide world could console, unless your heart is
Looking through my history, I found a little mystery about a certain day. How did little Pocahontas take John Smith for all his wonders? I said I know her game. She taught her how to play poker. She sent him home without his gold. Every time that he came back, he found her with a larger stack. Now here's what I'd like to know. Who played poker with Pocahontas when John Smith went away? She always dressed up so pretty. Somebody must have been the kitty. She had a blush just like every Indian that led on a stray. Poor Johnny's pipe of peace was out the day he quit. When he came back, he found his piece of pipe was lit. Now who played poker with Pocahontas when John Smith went away? The old cat in history just made a mark of Anthony. Old Anthony knew it too. When Napoleon went busted, Josephine was sure disgusted at his Waterloo. Take off your hat to Columbus, oh Christopher Columbus. He put Queen Isabel in hock. All these facts are bona fide, but there's a thing we must decide, and don't think that I mean to knock. Now listen, folks. Who played poker? We Pocahontas. When John Smith went away, she always dressed up so pretty, just like a little girl in her city. She wore a flag just like every Indian that led John astray. He called on her one night in an awful storm. She had no cold, but still she kept her old wing warm. Now who played poker with Pocahontas when John Smith went away?
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations, as well as the leading news centers of our own country, CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battle fronts. But first, here's Doug Edwards with a summary of headline news as received in New York.
Here are the latest developments. The Navy has announced the loss of America's largest submarine. Red Army troops have widened their gains in the Dnieper Basin and at other points on the Eastern Front. Allied bombers have blasted Japanese airdromes and harbor installations in the Solomons and New Britain, The British Eighth Army is pushing on toward the Marat Line, but there have been new Axis gains in central Tunisia. Now for news direct from French North Africa, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS Algiers, Charles Collingwood reporting.
I wanted you to. Lordy only knows just how I wanted you to. What did you do when I wanted you to? You wouldn't. I followed you here, I followed you there. I followed like a shadow in the sunlight glare. And then in despair, when I begged you to care, you wouldn't. Now you find you've changed your mind, you're sorry, I know. I'm inclined to be unkind, for when I loved you so, I wanted you to. I wanted you to. Lord, he only knows just how I wanted you to. But what did you do when I wanted you to? Why, you wouldn't.
Dimple in your cheek. The kisses you'll give me last for a week. Your dreamy eyes, your pretty baby smile thrill me through and through. When I feel that love is near, who gives me the right idea? Why, you, just wonderful you. There's really no other girl to compare your dreamy eyes, your pretty baby smile, thrill me through and through. Who could break my heart in two, make me do the things I do? Why, you, just wonderful you.
This is Charles Collingwood in North Africa. The Germans have already dented our new Tunisian line. After we beat off an attack on the Kasserine Pass day before yesterday, the Germans attacked again yesterday, and this time they took the pass. Today's communique speaks of local enemy gains in this area, but we know they have the pass. Heavy fighting is still going on, and British armored forces have moved down to reinforce the American units in the Kasserine area. It is just possible that the Germans may not be able to hold on to their new gains. We can't tell until we know the result of today's fighting. At the moment, all we know is that the Germans have the Kasserine Pass. Yesterday, General Bergeret, the number 2 man in the French African government, told correspondents out here some facts on the number of political prisoners still in African camps. I think many people were surprised to learn that there are still 734 French communists in concentration camps here. Some of these are local communists, but most of them were arrested 3.5 years ago in France when Russia was in uneasy alliance with Germany. They were brought over here in 1940 after the fall of France. By far the most notable of these French communists were 27 deputies, representatives properly and popularly elected to the French Chamber of Deputies, which is equivalent to our Congress. When those 27 were arrested, it was a sensation which shook all France. In the years that have passed, France and the world forgot about the 27 until we arrived in North Africa and found them still in jail outside of Algiers. A couple of weeks ago, the communist deputies were released, and last week, I had a talk with some of their numbers. They were a little gray, a little blank from their years in prison. They'd been out a week, but they said they still got sick when they ate a heavy meal. They were a little bewildered at the new shape of things that had come about while they had been away, and they were searching desperately for some part to play in this new world. Mido, a gray-headed old Union leader, a little seedy from prison life, kept saying, "There must be some way we can help the Allies. All we want to do is beat Germany." And Rocher, who was a quiet, thoughtful man, said, "After all, we represent thousands of people in France. They elected us. They still believe in us. They are worried and confused by what's happening. Why can't we go to the radio and talk to them and tell them that they must continue to believe in the Allies, that only one thing counts, and that is that Germany must be beaten?" The communist deputy sat in my hotel room talking like that for a long time. It was a pathetic interview. After 3.5 years, they'd come out of prison into a world that seemed full of hope. But there was nothing for them to do in that world. Or if there was, no one would let them do it. This is Charles Collingwood, returning you to New York.
More news in just a moment. But first, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
From all battlefronts, land, sea, and air, from all quarters of the globe, comes news of American fighting men in action. And with every dispatch, Admiral workers receive fresh inspiration. Admiral workers are producing radios for American fighting men. Radios which are now on the fighting fronts, welding forces together, helping units and men work as a team. Perhaps, at this instant, a Navy flyer with an Admiral-built radio in his plane is on patrol duty. He spots a Nazi submarine. He radios a report to his base. A destroyer, summoned by radio, speeds out to sea. It locates the submarine's exact position by means of a radio device. And when the submarine is sunk, the destroyer reports to its commander by radio. Admiral is building all types of radios used in such action as this, the best radios in the world. For neither our Army or Navy will accept anything less than the best. Both the Army and Navy know only too well this coordinated action of planes, ships, men, and weapons depends upon radio, and both insist upon getting the best radio equipment. Admiral will build such equipment to the limit of its capacity and keep on doing so until this war is won. After that, Admiral radios will again be made for the American home, each one worthy of carrying on the tradition that an admiral is America's smart set. Now, here once again is Doug Edwards.
Across the Atlantic, the British people are watching developments in India, where Mohandas Gandhi's condition grows worse. For a report on this news and other developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS London, John Daly reporting.
There are no new reports in London on Gandhi's fast, other than that his condition is growing more serious. Britain's weekend celebration of the 25th birthday of the Russian Red Army reached its high point this afternoon when British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden addressed an enthusiastic audience packed into Albert Hall. Eden paid high tribute to the gallant Russian armies and said that never in its long history had the German army suffered a disaster like that at Stalingrad. At the beginning of his speech, he had a surprise, a message to the British people from Stalin. Stalin, on behalf of the armed forces of the Soviet Union, thanked the citizens of Great Britain for the celebration. Its effect, he said, would be to strengthen confidence in Russia that the moment is near when the combined armies of Britain and Russia, by joint operations, will smash the common enemy. The allusion to joint operations leaves little doubt that Stalin does not consider the North African diversion enough, but he is not alone in that. The Casablanca conferences between Roosevelt and Churchill brought a promise that Europe would be invaded soon. And here in England, the people are not worried about the present reverses in Tunisia because they have any doubts as to the final outcome there, but because they're afraid the upsetting of the timetable in Tunisia will hold back the planned invasion of the European continent. Although we may have to wait for a land offensive against Europe, the Allied air offensive against Europe is well on its way right now. I have just returned from a bomber station of the United States Army 8th Air Force, a station from which flying fortresses fly across the English Channel to bomb Nazi sub-bases and industrial centers by daylight. It's a dirty, nasty job, and we're losing planes and men. I talked to an American squadron leader at that bombing station who had lost one of his planes in a raid over Europe, and he had something he wanted me to tell you. He received a brave, pathetic letter from the mother of one of the boys on a fortress that was lost. She gave her boy for the cause of freedom because it was necessary. But, she said, I have been told that the British have taken all our good planes and given us old, inferior ships to you. Was my boy in one of those old ships? That squadron leader told me to tell you to rack that up as another piece of dirty Nazi propaganda. He told me to tell you that they are flying American planes, the best that you at home build. But he said they needed more of them, and it was up to you to see that they got them. This is John Daly in London. I return you now to CBS, New York.
The Russians celebrated the 21st anniversary of the Red Army today by rolling on unhalted toward the Dnieper River. Moscow's latest bulletin places Russian forces in the river basin within 34 miles of Dnipropetrovsk and Poltava. And all along the 500-mile front from Oryol to Krasnodar, the Red Armies report victories which have left almost 2,000 dead Germans on the battlefields. Yesterday's capture of the important rail junctions of Pavlograd and Krasnograd disrupts all direct German communications between Kharkov and the Donetsk Basin regions to the south. In the Donetsk area, the Russians continue to mop up remaining German troops. The Red Army reports the capture of a number of villages west of Rostov and southwest of Voroshilovgrad, and the Russians claim they repelled Nazi counterattacks in the Krasnoarmeysk region. Soviet forces advancing from Krasnograd have stormed more towns, killing 400 Germans and capturing supplies. To the north, on the Oryol front, midway between Moscow and Kharkov, the Russians report gains despite strong enemy resistance. At one point, German automatic riflemen seized a town, but Red troops surrounded the enemy and wiped out every man. On the fighting in the Caucasus, the Russians report the capture of a district center 17 miles west of Krasnodar. The German version of the fighting on the Eastern Front is vague as usual. The Nazis say they repelled attacks in the area of Rezhev, the strong German base 130 miles northwest of Moscow. and the enemy communique said Russian pressure slackened at several points between Oryol and the Azov Sea because of a break in the weather and heavy losses. Meantime, Moscow and other Russian cities rang with speeches and jubilation in celebration of the Red Army's anniversary. Patriotic slogans are displayed everywhere. A typical one says, "Hail to the victory of the Anglo-Soviet-American alliance over the base enemies of humanity, the German fascist enslavers." Back in this country, most of us have given little attention to our Coast Guard, despite its day and night alert. For an on-the-spot account of these activities, Admiral Radio takes you now to a Coast Guard patrol boat in lower New York Bay. Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
Old New York's grimy streets and depressing masses of skyscraper loom only a few short miles from me now, and they're the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in all this world. Say what you want about them, they do not bounce, and this overgrown canoe the Coast Guard calls a patrol boat combines the worst features of an airplane and a submarine. Actually, the little beast moves with considerable speed, and when it does, there isn't too much unpleasantness. But it is on anchorage patrol in the busiest harbor in the world, and that means every so often it sidles up to a freighter and wallows around while expert Coast Guardsmen make quite sure the freighter is where it belongs and is doing nothing it shouldn't do. Whether there are hundreds of boats in the harbor or whether there is a dozen, is a little matter the censors feel should be a secret between them, myself, and the thousands who travel in ferries. But as anybody who lives in a harbor town can tell you, as dusk falls, sometimes you'll see the harbor fill. When dawn comes, it is practically empty. And another convoy of death and destruction for the Axis and food and warmth for the Allies is on its way. It's the job of the Coast Guard Harbor Patrol to see to it that these freighters, many of them Liberty ships, take on their precious cargo without interference as they clear this harbor in as much secrecy as possible. These Coast Guardsmen are a combination seagoing policemen and firemen. They ferret all over the waterfront on foot, in boats, in jeeps, and in airplanes. And if they see anything amiss, they are all trained to nip it in the bud and keep damage to a minimum. The boat I'm on is on anchorage patrol. There are other Coast Guard units who see that only accredited citizens are given access to the waterfront. Others keep their eyes open for fire hazards. And they're all better than expert hands at mob and riot control. We're going to hear this crew in action shortly, I'm sure, because we're bearing down now on a big freighter, swinging at anchor and loaded to the gunwales with, shall we say, general cargo. I'd like to give you a picture of this harbor when it's filled, and that doesn't mean it's filled now, nor does it mean it's empty. The last time I was out, the Richelieu was laying sleek and trim amidst a couple of hundred travel-stained freighters, some shiny new Liberties, other rugged old tramps, all of them low in the water and with cargoes piled high on their deck, all of them with life rafts, and all of them armed fore and aft. There's plenty of opportunity for a little high-class sabotage in this harbor, but that sabotage problem is the Coast Guard's, and to the naked eye, it looks like the saboteur is having a pretty bad season. We're coming up under the nose of a freighter now. Let's see how it works out.
Check this, please. Whoa. That's right, Steve.
Our captain is hailing the boat through a loudspeaker. In a minute, we will hear an answer from that boat.
That's the right voice. He's alongside now.
We'll hear an answer in just 1 second now as the captain speaks through the loudspeaker. I don't know whether you can hear it or not. Here he is now.
Ahoy, the vessel! Is the master aboard? Who are you? We're going to move you to a new berth. Stand by to get underway at 16:30. The pilot will be aboard at 1600. Your hoist is the same.
Sounds simple, doesn't it? But remember, no boat gets in this harbor without military scrutiny, and the Coast Guardsman asking those questions already knew the answers. He just wanted to make sure the boys aboard the boat knew him, too. I return you now to CBS in New York and Doug Edwards.
I think the married men are getting a trimmin', and still I hate to knock the beautiful women. Oh, gee, what can the trouble be? You read, of course, every day some divorce. No matter where you go, you hear of a scandal. Why are the women getting harder to handle? What a game! Who's to blame? You hear the fellows exclaim. You can't get along when you're with them or without them. Girls, right or wrong, there is something nice about them. They're stubborn and contrary, expensive till they're very necessary. Each little piece has a way that's so endearing. Oh, how your dough has a way of disappearing. I know a man in old Kentucky that shot one, and now I hear that Mr. Wilson has got one. You can't get along when you're with him or without him. You've got to have him, that's all. I know a lot of men who never would leave 'em, and then a lot of men who never believe 'em. Oh, my, how they can tell a lie, look in your eye, and deny and deny. They get excited, then you pet 'em and stab 'em. Where would we be today if we didn't have 'em? Cold as ice, then they're nice. Some fellows marry them twice. You can't get along when you're with them or without them. Girls, right or wrong, there is something nice about them. They're stubborn and contrary, expensive till they're very necessary. Each little piece has a way that's so endearing. Oh, how your dough has a way of disappearing. I know a man in old Kentucky that shot one, and now I hear that Mr. Wilson has got one. You can't get along when you're with them or without them. You've got to have them, that's all. You can't get along when you're with them or without them. Girls, right or wrong, there is something nice about them. They're stubborn and contrary, expensive till they're very necessary. Each little piece has a way that's so endearing. Oh, how your dough has a way of disappearing. You know that half the world is saying we need them, until the other half is praying for freedom. You can't get along when you're with them or without them. You've got to have them, that's all.
Across the Pacific, our land, sea, and air forces continue their battle against the Japanese. For news from this war zone, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
There is a significance in the Navy's report of an attack on Attu Island by surface ships that may be missed by the casual observer. Attu Island is at the tip of the Aleutian Peninsula, which juts in a long line of islands to the southwest of Alaska. It comes to mind that that's up north somewhere. That's true, it is up north. But the Aleutians are very definitely a part of our Pacific front against Japan. They are the right end of our line, so to speak, just as Guadalcanal is our left end. The center of this long Pacific line has been static since the Japs attempted to punch through Midway to Hawaii and were rolled back. Then the forces of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz made a hazardous but successful attack at the left end, in the Solomons. Guadalcanal is now fully occupied and is a strong point for our forces. And now this weekend, Pacific Fleet units have gone into action at the other end of the line up north. There's been previous action in the Aleutians. There was an attack up there on Jap installations at Kiska by our surface ships in August of 1942. But this is the first shelling of Jap installations on Attu Island, which is 300 miles west of Kiska and more than 600 miles west of Dutch Harbor, Alaska. Attu is 1,800 miles west of the meridian that goes through Hawaii, although well north of here. But this is the main significance. Attu is less than 800 miles in a direct line west to Asiatic land, Kamchatka. Kamchatka borders on the Jap-owned Kuril Islands, which extend some 800 miles southwesterly to Japan proper. This is the furthest west our surface ships have struck. It indicates that the Pacific Fleet is not only willing to take offensive action in enemy-controlled waters, but also able to do so. This Pacific reporter is no Pollyanna. I've been pretty pessimistic at times in reporting from this area for the last 14 months. There have been tremendous obstacles for our Pacific Fleet to overcome since its first attacking task force went out and hit the Japs in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands a little over a year ago. This Pacific War has been called a holding operation with a kick in it, and aptly. But the kick is beginning to develop. The offensive spirit has developed rapidly since Midway last June. Our fleet in the Solomons tried to provoke a decisive battle with the Japs down there the other day, but the Japs were cagey. They did not choose to fight. They will have to fight before very long because the fleet will see to it that they do. When that fight comes, we will be hurt. We cannot fight battles like these in the Pacific without losing men and ships. But the Japs will be hurt worse. The men in the Pacific Fleet will bet you on that. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. We'll return you to CBS in New York.
It's grand. I love love, and though it deceives my heart, It never quite leaves my heart, it's grand. Sweethearts all fight, but it's part of the game. Then comes the night when you both act the same, sharing the blame. I love, and will till the day I die. I'm happy to say that I love.
In this country, the Navy has announced the loss of our largest submarine, and the nation is awaiting the OPA announcement of point values for rationed foods. For these developments, Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
The 2,700-ton mine-laying submarine Argonaut, the largest of our fleet and possibly the largest in the world, has failed to return from patrol operations and is therefore presumably lost. A Navy communique says next of kin have been notified. The same communique also identifies the destroyer mentioned in communique number 282 as having been sunk in the Solomons on February 1st. She was the 2,100-ton De Haven, commissioned only last September, the Navy says, and she was sunk by Japanese dive bombers. It's hard to visualize the fact, but the De Haven, one of our newest and fastest destroyers, weighed 800 tons less than the missing submarine. Loss of life on the destroyer is believed to have been small, but if the Argonauts really lost, she doubtless went down with all her normal complement of between 90 and 100 men. In the Solomons, our planes are still attacking the airdromes at Munda and Vila, and in the Aleutians, our surface vessels have sunk a Japanese freighter. At 7 o'clock tonight, the Office of Price Administration will answer one of the questions uppermost in the minds of American housewives. How many cans of food will be available per person under the new rationing program? I know, but reporters have been pledged to silence until tonight, when the OPA will announce the number of points per month each person will be entitled to and the respective value in points of some 200 processed foods, canned, frozen, and bottled. Until a week from tomorrow, none of these foods will be legally available for sale. Meanwhile, all Americans will be expected to register for ration book number 2. I now return you to CBS New York and Doug Edwards.
This week, the magazine editor and publisher reported that casualties among American correspondents in this war have been proportionately 4 times greater than among our armed forces, and the greater part of these reporter casualties have occurred in the Southwest Pacific. Here in New York is CBS correspondent William J. Dunn, just back from 2 years on the battlefronts in the Far East and the Southwest Pacific. Tell us, Bill, just how do you war correspondents operate out there?
The correspondents who are now working in the Southwest Pacific, and this goes for the South Pacific too, are a pretty great bunch of fellows on the whole. Even the loss of such men as Mel Jacoby, Barney Darnton, and Jack Singer fails to flag their enthusiastic desire to get in wherever the action is. Proof of this can be found in the stringent regulations General MacArthur's public relations officers have had to put into effect to keep the entire press corps from moving in a body to any front that might open. Vern Hoagland of the Associated Press is typical. Vern, you'll remember, had to make a parachute jump from a plane over New Guinea last August. It took him 41 days to find help. 41 days during which he wandered the jungles and the mountains almost without food and with very little water. Yet the first time I saw Vern after he left the hospital, he told me his one desire was to get back to New Guinea, and he did. The boys who do get to the fronts have very few advantages over the fighting men. They eat the same food, they drink the same chlorinated swamp water, they wade through mud and sleep on the ground, and they often get shot at. These boys have one inviolable rule at the front, a rule which requires the newcomer to dig his own foxhole as soon as he arrives. In a hot, steamy jungle with nothing but a small spade to use, that in itself is an all-day job, particularly for those of us who happen to tip the scales above the 200 mark. I think it's rather indicative of the attitude of these fellows that you never hear any complaints from them when they are actually up in the danger zone. When they get back to Port Moresby, where living conditions are glorious by comparison with the jungles, then they open up with a barrage of howls that are as loud as they are meaningless. Incidentally, one of the first things I learned in New Guinea is that any correspondent returning to press headquarters at Moresby from the jungles is expected to take a bath, and fast. In the early days of the Boona campaign, some of the boys had a tendency to come out of the jungle clad in uniform coating of green dungarees and mud. Having lived in this outfit for weeks, they sometimes fail to realize its possibilities and rested a bit before changing. The entire press corps combines today to prevent any such oversight by the returning correspondent.
That was CBS correspondent William J. Dunn, who has just returned from Australia. Now, here's a message from our sponsor. Admiral dealers have requested that we ask you to be patient when your radio requires service. Every effort is being made to put all radios brought to Admiral dealers in tip-top shape. But doing so sometimes takes a little longer these days. Certain parts, including tubes, are difficult to obtain, and often this means a radio out of action for a few days. There is a method by which you can usually avoid such delays, however. Tell your Admiral dealer to put your name on his list. Have him check your radio twice a year regularly. Such checkups enable him to tell in advance whether or not the vital parts of your set are holding up. If he sees one which can't last much longer, he'll start looking for a replacement immediately, and probably have it in time so that your radio stays in continuous action without missing a single day or a single favorite program. Admiral dealers have the backing of the entire Admiral organization, and Admiral in peacetime is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. So tomorrow, first thing, call your Admiral dealer. Ask him to check your radio twice a year regularly. You'll be glad you did. 2 hand grenades will blow a Nazi machine gun crew to kingdom come. And 2 hand grenades can be bought for 8 25-cent war stamps. Let's fill every space in those stamp books again this month. Buy war stamps in addition to your 10% payroll allotment. Give American fighters the extras they need. Give yourself the extra war bond you want to own. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set.
You're driving me crazy. What did I do? What did I do? My tears for you make everything hazy, clouding the sky of blue. How true were the friends who were near me, cheer me, believe me, they knew. But you were the kind that would hurt, desert me when I needed you. Yes, you. You're driving me crazy. What did I do to you?
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
American tanks and men are swarming across the Brittany Peninsula today, and the cleanup campaign has begun at Brest. Other American columns are turning eastward toward Paris. More than 1,000 of our planes have bombed Berlin and the Hamburg and Kiel areas of Germany. In the east, the Red Army's campaigns against East Prussia and Warsaw are entering the last stage. Berlin says the Russians have made a breakthrough north of the Niemen River. German shells are crashing inside Florence today, but the British Eighth Army has planted itself firmly along the Arno on both sides of the city. In the Pacific, a fast American task force operating off the Bonin and Volcano Islands has wiped out a Jap convoy. And now for news on the Battle of France, Admiral takes you to Normandy. Bill Downs reporting.
Senior British staff officers said tonight that the German 7th Army, assigned to hold the Allied troops within their Normandy beachhead, had suffered a major defeat, and that the events of the past 10 days had given the American, British, and Canadian forces in France their first big victory. This high staff officer said that since D-Day, the Allied troops in France had virtually eliminated 13 German divisions, and no army could stand to lose the number of prisoners alone that the Germans have lost to us without suffering a major defeat. The British staff officer paid special tribute to the American forces now roaming Britain. The Americans have been remarkable in exploiting their gains through very tough country, he said. Then he added, we can learn a lot from them. This high British officer, who is in a position to know the complete picture of the war, painted the most optimistic picture that we have had since we've been here in France. He said that the Germans appeared to be establishing a series of fortress areas around the important Brittany ports, which the American forces are now threatening. The Germans are carrying out demolition in these ports. And in addition to a great land victory, the American tanks in Brittany also have won one of the war's greatest naval victories. The capture of the Brittany port will wipe out Hitler's main U-boat and E-boat bases and force a complete change of German naval strategy. However, the Germans are expected to fight bitterly for their now cut-off fortress ports. It is impossible to be anything but extremely optimistic at the present stage of the war, the officer said. And then he went on to give his reasons for this optimism. First, on the land front, the Russian advance is threatening Germany itself. In Italy, there are a series of unbroken victories that should continue. The Western Front is going like a house afire, and the resistance front inside occupied France is almost boiling over.
You have heard from Bill Downs in France, and now Admiral takes you to CBS London, Richard C. Hotelet reporting.
Spotlight is shifting to another part of the French battlefront tonight, to the area around Mayenne, Laval, and eastward, into which American forces are still pushing. With the cleaning up of the Brest Peninsula now not much more than a tactical exercise, General Bradley is striking out in this new direction. And it's important for several reasons. For one thing, it's another drive. It's not just a few half-tracks on reconnaissance patrol. After taking the towns of Laval and Mayenne, we're moving on in strength. The Germans tonight say that the force that reached Laval yesterday evening consisted of several tank and infantry divisions. This new movement shows that our command is quick on its feet and can change the direction of its thrust always to go after the major objective. And that we've got the strength to spare for another independent operation. And that's another reason why this move eastward can be very important. For one thing, it's headed straight for Paris. But much more immediately, if it continues, it can very well outflank the entire German Normandy front. Our thrust seems headed in the general direction of Alençon, which would leave the entire German 7th Army on our flank. And remember, this is happening without weakening the Allied forces that are giving the Germans so tough a time in Normandy right now. In Brittany, there have been no new developments as far as we know. Brest hasn't been taken, and it may be that the Germans will put up a stiff fight for it. Our combat teams are roaming the peninsula at will, it seems. Speaking of Allied strength, we all know that the Americans, British, and Canadians have considerable force in France. So far, we've officially heard of only 2 armies. Tonight, the Germans report that we have a total of 4 armies in France. And add the American 3rd Army and the Canadian 1st Army to the ones that have already officially been announced. There's no word of the air developments over the battlefront in France today, but 1,000 heavy bombers have hit Berlin, Kiel, and Hamburg before noon today. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Corporation.
When you can see the post-war Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator, probably the first question you'll ask is, what's become of the freezing coils? And the answer will simply be, they're gone. At least they'll be gone as far as the eye can see. And you can readily understand how much more storage room for food there'll be in the Admiral. But it means more than that. No freezing coils means goodbye forever to the messy bother of defrosting. Think of never again having to defrost your refrigerator. Actually, of course, the freezing coils aren't gone. Admiral engineers have simply built them between the walls of the refrigerator. When you examine those walls, you'll notice that they are covered with beads of moisture. Gone will be the drying cold that draws the moisture from the air and from the foods in the refrigerator. With Admiral's purified moist cold, foods will stay fresh and wholesome much longer without the use of covered dishes. Remember that. No need for covered dishes. There'll be many more surprises for you in the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator. Sterilamp with its ultraviolet ray action to kill bacteria and retard mold. A built-in home freezer that will quick freeze or store 2 bushels of frozen foods. These and many more new ideas will make the Admiral post-war refrigerator just as outstanding as Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
love you so. Oh, tell me once again, say you're happy when you feel my arms around you. Oh, if I had you, don't know what I'd do if I had you.
Within the past few hours, the Germans have been telling of a Russian breakthrough north of the Niemen River defense belt guarding the approaches to East Prussia. The enemy says that heavy battles are raging in that area, but he doesn't locate it further. We do know, however, that the Red Army is ripped into the German flanks guarding the East Prussian coast and the vital sector between Warsaw and Lomza, and that huge enemy pockets in the direction of Krakow have been liquidated. But now, to discuss with you the situation on the Eastern Front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The situation on the long Russian front has been more or less stabilized for the past 8 days, but now appears to be undergoing some change. In the Baltic states, there are signs that the supposedly trapped Northern German Army group under Colonel General Lindemann is now withdrawing on a broad front from the Narva Isthmus and the region of Lake Peipus. This, plus the German claim to have retaken the rail junction of Jelgava south of Riga, may indicate a forthcoming attempt on the part of the Germans to break through the narrow Russian corridor running up to the Gulf of Riga in order to permit Lindemann's 20 to 25 good divisions to withdraw southwestward and join in the defense of East Prussia. If this proves true, it will mark a sharp reversal of the Hitler hold-everything strategy. On the East Prussian front, the Russians are advancing slowly against a German resistance which is termed fanatical. The Russians do not yet officially claim any crossing of the German frontier, though they are very close to it. The axis of the Russian advance seems to be directed toward the so-called Insterberg Gap between the river Niemen and the Masurian Lakes. This is the traditional weak spot in the defense of East Prussia. In the Warsaw area, the Russians suffered a sharp check during the past week, their advance elements east and northeast of Warsaw running into heavy German resistance in front of the Narew River line. The Germans claimed that some Russian forces were cut off, but increased Russian pressure northwest of the town of Shadlsy seems to be restoring this situation and may soon again bring the Russian pressure directly against the east bank suburbs of the Polish capital. This is a position of considerable anxiety, for Polish underground resistance in Warsaw itself has flamed high, and we must hope that it is not premature. There has been no considerable Russian crossing of the Vistula River south of Warsaw, as far down as the confluence of the river San at the town of Sandomierz, which is still in German hands. Southwest of Sandomierz, however, the Russians have effected a crossing of the Vistula, which is, at the moment, beginning to threaten the old Polish capital of Krakow. In this region, a powerful German counterattack seems imperative if the Germans are to prevent the expansion of the Russian bridgehead and the eventual outflanking of the Warsaw area from the south. It remains to be seen whether Field Marshal von Model, the commander of the German forces in this area, disposes of sufficient force to deliver such a counterstroke. Still further south, the Russians have made local advances in the Carpathian region, which threaten the Galician oil fields, an important source of German petroleum supply. And now here again is Douglas Edwards.
Berlin radio says that Adolf Hitler has made another speech, this one on Friday, before a gathering of high party officials. The broadcast disclosed that Hitler, in appealing again for full party loyalty to himself, admitted that anti-Nazi generals had been sabotaging his regime ever since he came to power 11 years ago. The Germans are still pouring shells into the historic city of Florence. And now for details of the fighting in Italy, Admiral takes you to Rome. George Murad reporting.
It's a beautiful summer evening in Rome, just before the dinner hour. The Borghese gardens are crowded with Allied troops, flirting with pretty Roman girls. People are promenading by the old Spanish steps. There's good food, music, and fairly good wine at the big hotels. Just outside.
We regret the interruption of our broadcast from Rome. Here are further details of the situation on the Italian front. Bullets are whistling through the ancient streets of Florence today, and the Germans, despite promises to respect the Tuscan Arts Center as an open city, are pouring heavy artillery fire into the southern sections where the British Eighth Army is deployed. The London radio said that Florence is virtually in our hands, with the city something of a no-man's land. The broadcast, as heard by the Columbia shortwave listening station, said that South African troops have thrown pontoon bridges across the Arno River, flowing through the city, to replace those destroyed by the retreating enemy. Allied headquarters says that British artillery has not been turned against the northern district, containing the bulk of Florence art treasures and where strong German forces have taken a stand. On both sides of the Florence, the Eighth Army planted itself firmly along the Arno River, and the position of those German forces still south of the formidable stream is considered untenable. The enemy, raining long-range 6.5-inch shells into the part of Florence which lies south of the Arno, is firing from good mountain positions north of the city. Small arms fire was exchanged inside Florence across the Arno. Most of the shooting came from buildings demolished near Ponte Vecchio, the only one of the city's historic bridges left intact by the retreating Germans. On the Adriatic end of the Italian front, the Germans are drawing back toward Rimini, the eastern coastal anchor of their Gothic line, with Polish troops in pursuit. The Poles have captured the villages of Brunetto, Monte di Ripe, and San Vito, 2 or 3 miles beyond the Misa River and some 40 miles south of Rimini. Bringing up their forces all along the line, the British have sent patrols into Empoli, some 15 miles west of Florence. From Florence westward to the sea, the stage is being set for the Battle of the Arno. On the western end of the river line, American patrols have crossed the stream and probed enemy positions, returning after several hours behind German lines. A German patrol trying to infiltrate American positions was wiped out. The Germans were firing on the southern sections of Pisa on the lower Arno with artillery and mortars. The Arno is a military obstacle of importance from Florence westward. The bed is 250 to 600 feet wide. Within Pisa and Florence, the river flows between masonry banks averaging about 20 feet in height. Eighth Army units strengthening the Allied line between Florence and the Adriatic have seized Bibbiano in the upper Arno River Valley, about 27 miles east of Florence and nearby Monte Grillo. There has been a new naval engagement in the waters off Tokyo. For a first-hand report on this battle and an interview with the correspondent who has just returned from the Marianas fighting, Admiral takes you now to Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Timothy Kelly, who owned a big store, wanted his name painted over the door. One day Pat Clancy, the painter man, came, tried to be fancy and misspell the name. Instead of Kelly with double L-Y, he painted Kelly, but one L was shy. Pat said it looks right, but I want no pay. I breathed it out in me own little way. If I knock an L out of Kelly, it would still be Kelly to me. You're a single L-Y or a double L-Y should look all the same to an Irishman's eye. Knock off an L from Killarney, of me. Timothy Kelly looked up at the sign. He told Paddy Clancy, that's no name of mine. As a sign painter, you'll never go far. You're a fine painter like Kelly you are. Oh, shame on you, Clancy, just see what you've done. You've smiled the name of an Irishman's son. Well, don't let an L stand between us, said Pat. I figured it out like a real diplomat. If I knocked the L out of Kelly, it would still be Kelly to me. You're a single L-Y or a double L-Y. Should look all the same to an Irishman's eye. Knock off an L from Killarney. This Killarney is always will be. But if I knock the L out of Kelly, sure he's knocked the L out of me. If I knock the L out of Kelly, it would still be Kelly to me. You're a single L-Y or a double L-Y. Should look all the same to an Irishman's eye. Knock off an L from Killarney. Say Killarney it always will be. But if I knock the L out of Kelly, sure he knocked the L out of me.
I've been around the world, you bet, but never went to school. Hard knocks are all I seem to get. Perhaps I've been a fool. But still some educated folks supposed to be so swell would fail if they were called upon a simple word to spell. Now if you'd like to put me to a test, there's one dear name that I can spell the best. M is for the million things she gave me. O means only that she's growing old. T is for the tears were shed to save me. H is for her heart of purest gold. E is for her eyes with love light shining. R means right, and right she'll always be. Put them all together, they spell Mulder, a word that means the world to me. M is for the mercy she possesses. O means that I owe her all I own. She is for her tender, sweet caresses. H is for her hands that made a home. E means everything she's done to help me. R means real and regular, you see. Put them all together, they spell Mother, a word that means the world.
In
a communique just released, Admiral Nimitz has announced that air and surface units of a fast carrier task force on the 3rd and 4th of August virtually wiped out a Japanese convoy and raided airfields, towns, and ground installations in the Bonin and Volcano Islands groups. We lost from enemy anti-aircraft fire 16 planes and 19 flight personnel. Just returned from the Marianas is John Bishop, war correspondent for the Saturday Evening Post. He arrived at Saipan on D-Day, covered that operation, went on to Tinian on D-Day, and was there during that swiftly developing operation. John, what's the word?
Well, Tinian has been a bit overshadowed by Guam. But Tinian is an extremely important island. It has the most valuable airfield in the Marianas with paved runways and well-built dispersal areas. Tinian was a very necessary island for us to take. It was taken in 9 days in a smooth and beautifully coordinated operation from veteran Japanese troops who were well-equipped and smartly led.
Was it as tough as Saipan, John?
Well, they really shouldn't be compared. At Saipan, due to the rugged terrain, the fighting was very mean. But on the other hand, at Saipan, the landings were made over thousands of yards of beach. While at Tinian, all our forces were funneled through a very narrow beachhead, narrower even than Tarawa. I believe it was the narrowest beach area ever used by our invading forces.
How do you account for the success under those circumstances?
Because through the masterful tactics and organization of forces by Rear Admiral Harry W. Hill in command, the 4th and 2nd Marines achieved almost complete surprise. The Japs were expecting us at the wide beaches in front of Tinian town, at the other end of the island, where they had concentrated their main defenses. This northern landing was, to me, a masterstroke because it saved many American lives. Another advantage of the northern landing was that it allowed us to mass our artillery on Saipan across the 2.5-mile channel to give heavy shell fire screen for the assault troops.
Could you see them over there on Saipan?
We certainly could. The artillery was lined up over there, almost hub to hub, for the better part of a mile. We watched the flashes run up and down the shore like strings of giant firecrackers. At the same time, a ring of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers blasted important targets all over the island, and thunderbolts and Mitchell bombers were shuttling back and forth from Saipan in a steady stream. Some of the planes took off, accomplished their missions, and were back at Isley Field loading up again in about a quarter of an hour.
What was the nature of the Jap resistance?
Their first show of real resistance was at dawn of D-Day +1, when about 2,000 Japs put on one of their suicidal banzai attacks. The Marines had so quickly consolidated their lines that the Japs were cut to pieces in short order. Very nearly all of the 2,000 were killed. From then on, with our many tanks operating in wonderful tank country, the Marines simply overran all resistance until the Japs made their final stand on the high ground at the south end. There was some pretty rough fighting toward the end. In this amphibious warfare in the Pacific, taking an island like Tinian may be compared in importance to the taking of one of the great fortress cities in the European conflict.
You've heard John Bishop, war correspondent for the Saturday Evening Post, just back from the battlefront in the Marianas. And thank you, John. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Who's fall, she has it all. Just wait till you see. So you ain't telling me a thing, boy. I'm telling you. Who's wonderful, who's marvelous, it's Ambience.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and I long to be with someone away down yonder, back in Tennessee. Birds in the trees sing love songs, they keep reminding me that I miss a little miss who misses me in sunny Tennessee. Tennessee, breezes are blowing kisses, sending them COD, 'cause I miss a little miss who misses me in sunny Tennessee. I'm hoping someday she'll drop me a line, and maybe she'll say that she's gonna be mine. Oh, Lordy, nothing but dreams and memories keeping me company, 'cause I miss a little miss who misses me in sunny Tennessee.
There is another item from the Pacific today. From Tokyo comes this grim piece of news. All Japanese civilians are soon to be armed to fight in defense of their homeland. The enemy's decision to wage a total war was contained in a cabinet agreement and the decree seems to reflect Japan's fear of an imminent invasion of her home islands. Fears were not lessened by a subsequent American announcement that Lieutenant General Robert Richardson's Army Command of the Pacific Ocean areas has been extended westward to the Japanese mainland and beyond. And now for a glance at the top developments here at home and an interview with an American flyer who has taken part in operations from Italian bases. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
Philadelphia's strike-bound transportation system has begun operations again for the first time since last Tuesday, although it's still not on a full normal schedule. The Army has ordered all the men back to work by midnight tonight. Here in Washington, the Senate will begin debate Tuesday on unemployment compensation measures, a part of the reconversion schedule. One bill, introduced by Senators Truman, Murphy, and Kilgore, provides for payments up to $35 a week. Another, which has the approval of the Finance Committee, headed by Senator George, proposes to leave the whole matter up to the various states with federal aid. A hot fight is expected over that issue. Military officials here are alarmed about the recent lag in war production and are fighting a WPB order to authorize partial civilian production beginning August 15th. Probably the most important air power development since the war began is a long-range fighter plane, the Mustangs, Lightnings, and Thunderbolts that have been escorting big bombers everywhere in Europe. Here's a man who's been flying those long missions, Lieutenant Colonel Alvin C. Gillum, 2nd of Columbus, Georgia. What were you flying, Colonel?
A Mustang, a P-51.
Well, what was the longest flight you ever made?
Well, I've been over the oil fields of Ploesti, Romania 4 times, and I've been to Vienna, Austria, Toulon, France, and Bucharest, Romania.
Oh, where was your base?
At Foggia in southeastern Italy. We moved down there after the beachhead was established at Anzio. We had to cover that first.
Oh, yes. I want to ask some questions about that a little later. But first, how about these long flights? What impressed you most?
And by the time we got back from each flight, the thing that had impressed me the most was the seat. We were off in the air for 6 hours at a time. Otherwise, I guess the most impressive thing was the German flak. Around places like Ploesti and Vienna, it was so thick you could walk on it.
Well, Colonel, just how can you stretch the range of a little fighter like the P-51 so that it will cover so much territory?
Well, we use belly tanks for extra gas and drop them as soon as they're empty.
And you still have enough left for a fight if necessary, huh?
Oh, sure. And incidentally, the P-51's one of the sweetest fighters in the air and one of the toughest. One time over Toulon, I got a burst of flak in my motor. All the way home, I thought it would conk out any minute, but it never did.
Well, Colonel, on an average long-range mission, about how many fighters would you have?
Well, I could hardly tell you that, but I can say that we're flying P-51s. We always felt that we could take on just about any force that Jerry's cared to send up. We had 15 or 20.
Well, did you run into very much fighter opposition?
It was spotty, sometimes very light and sometimes plenty thick. Before we left the base, each of us would put a couple of dollars in a pot to be given to the highest-scoring team when we got back.
Well, we mentioned the Anzio beachhead a while ago. I suppose that was the most exciting job you've ever had, wasn't it?
In some ways. Mostly it was hard work.
Well, Colonel Gillum was in command of the only planes that operated from the beachhead when it was the most heavily bombarded spot in the world. What was your assignment?
We had to be ready all the time to intercept any German planes that came over. We flew right off the beaches within artillery range of the Germans.
Well, that must have been a nice, restful experience.
Well, we didn't get much sleep, but then neither did anyone else. I'm grateful for the experience, though, because it opened my eyes to the hardships the infantry has to put up with and fight through. We usually have it pretty easy at our bases, and we seldom get a chance to see foot soldiers in their foxholes, always wet and dirty and always under fire. Gave us all the respect in the world for the plain GI.
Did you get very much action at Anzio?
Plenty, usually about 3 combat missions a day. We were flying British Spitfires in. The Germans were sending over the best they had. It was our job to keep them away from the beaches where our ships were unloading constantly. It was lively enough, all right. I flew practically 2/3 of my 90 missions while I was there.
And now, after 13 months abroad, I suppose it's pretty good to get back with your wife and daughter for a while.
Wonderful.
Well, I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In Montana, Major General Louis B. Hershey, the National Selective Service Director, has expressed the belief that all eligible high school boys in the nation will eventually be in the armed services, regardless of whether or not the war with Germany is ended. General Hershey told a news conference, "I can't speak for the Navy or War Department, but in my opinion, the high school youth of America who are militarily acceptable will see service in the armed forces after the war in Europe is cleaned up. There are a lot of doughboys and other American soldiers who've been in this thing for 4 years. I think, said Hershey, they'll be waiting to come back home." The general said there is little prospect of a rapid demobilization. It took 30 months at 1,000 men an hour to go from a little over 1 million men to a striking force of 11 million. Demobilization will be slow. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
During the 7 years before Pearl Harbor, Admiral Corporation advanced from 52nd to 4th place in the production of radios for the home. That's a typically American success story with a surprisingly simple formula. Admiral has always given the buying public just what it wanted. When people complained about unsightly aerial and ground wires, Admiral designed a built-in aeroscope. When more convenient tuning was desired, Admiral originated tilt tuning with a soft glow dial, easy to read standing or sitting. When radio phonographs gained popularity, Admiral gave America a dependable, trouble-free, inexpensive automatic record changer. Again, the response was so great that Admiral soon became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. In supporting America's war effort, Admiral has led in research on radio, radar, communications equipment, and television. So, when America's enemies have surrendered, Admiral will give you just what you'll be wanting in your next radio or television receiver. You can always expect the best of everything from Admiral. The fifth war loan is drawn to a successful close, but the need for all of us to buy war bonds, more and more of them, has not ended. Our boys in Italy, Normandy, and the Pacific need your help today just as badly as they did last week or last month. Remember, too, the road to post-war financial security for you is paved with war bonds. So, if for no other reason than its personal advantage to you and your family, buy all the war bonds you possibly can. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezers, Admiral Electric Ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM, Chicago.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
Supreme Allied Headquarters reports that the Americans have begun a general advance on a 30-mile front in France today with terrific support from the Air Command. There was also another heavy bombing of the southern French coast, the kind that in the past has preceded landing operations. On the eastern front, Berlin acknowledges that German troops are withdrawing at certain points from the Carpathians to the Baltic, and there are indications the Russians are about to step up the speed of their offensive once again. In Italy, the city of Empoli, west of Florence, has fallen to the Eighth Army without a fight. The Allies are rushing food and medical supplies to Florence, civilians, despite continual enemy sniping. In the Far East, Chongqing says heavy fighting is going on in the Hunan province in the southern suburbs of the rail city of Hengyang, where the Japs are trying to dislodge stubborn Chinese defenders. And now for news sent direct from overseas, Admiral takes you to London, Richard C. Hotelet reporting.
The Germans are trying to pull their forces out of the Allied trap in western France today. Since yesterday afternoon, German infantry, armor, motor, transport, and horse-drawn equipment have been crowding the few remaining roads that lead out through the Falaise Gap. Something like 100,000 men and several hundred tanks are trying to get out. And all this time, during every hour of daylight, these choked roads have been bombed, machine-gunned, and hit by the rockets of all the medium and fighter bombers we could put into the air. Correspondents at the front have described the bombs cascading down from planes glistening in the sun. And the Germans' only protection has been the dust of their escape. The Germans indicate today that they not only have their 7th Army in this threatened area, but also their 5th. We don't know much about this 5th Army, except that it was raised in the West at the beginning of the war and then disbanded. Meanwhile, the gap through which the Germans are trying to escape is being narrowed down. The American column pushing north from Alençon is still operating behind a security curtain, but the Germans have made several admissions that reveal its progress. For one thing, the enemy says that it's pushed on several miles beyond Alençon toward Falaise. And another enemy reports Alençon is a base for strong concentrations not only of American armor and motorized equipment, but also of our infantry. There are now only about 30 miles of escape gap left for the Germans, and with this American strength in the area, we can be sure that it's in the process of being narrowed down right now. Up on the northern jaw of the trap, the Germans have been fighting desperately to prevent the British and Canadians from advancing on Falaise. So far, they've been successful, but they haven't been able to prevent our allies from cleaning out a German salient between the Orne and Lys rivers. Here, British and Canadian and Polish forces now combined, and with German pockets cleared up, are putting on increasing pressure today. Although things are bad for the Germans, there's no sign yet that their withdrawal is a rout. Correspondents say that massed artillery and some tank formations are fighting determined rearguard actions, and that supplies for these troops continue to go in as the retreating columns seek a way out. Everywhere, the Germans seem to be fighting courageously. At the bottom of the bag, between Ville and Mortain, we have advanced on a wide front, taking the town of Saudeval. This is as much German withdrawal, though, as it is our advance. The Germans are racing against disaster. A message from von Kluge's headquarters says that the decisive battle of the entire invasion campaign may take place in the near future. And this seems to be true no matter what happens between Vire and Falaise. Our command is not losing sight of the possibility that the Germans may rescue some of their forces from the Allied trap. But rescue is hardly the right word, because they'll then be caught this side of the Seine. Already, General Eisenhower is taking steps to make sure that the German 5th and 7th armies are caught and crushed in western France. He's trying to make the line of the Seine impassable both to the retreating Germans and to any reserves they have on the other side. Today, more than 1,250 heavy bombers blasted highways and railroads on both sides of the Seine from Paris down to its estuary. It certainly looks as if the Allied pincer movement is double-barreled. The Germans yesterday held a show of strength in Paris. What's described as a great many troops and full-field equipment paraded through the streets. The purpose, as the Germans explain it, was to show the Parisians who was still in charge. Apparently, the Parisians have been getting more and more exuberant with the approach of the Allies, and florists have been doing big business selling flowers to be thrown at our troops as they march into the capital. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation. Radio has done more to stimulate the appreciation of good music than any other medium. Admiral Corporation is proud of the part it has played in America's musical life. The needs of war now occupy Admiral's full efforts in producing vital radar and electronic equipment. When peace returns, however, you can have a new Admiral radio in your home. Some of these fine new models of Admiral radios and radio phonographs will provide the matchless reception possible only with FM. When the practicability of television has been proved, Admiral television sets will open the door to an entirely new world of enjoyment. Post-war, your choice may be made from a wide range of sizes and styles, from the Admiral Bantam or personal type receiver to the superb models of combinations made in the great modern factories of Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards. Europe's eastern front is showing signs of breaking into movement today, which may quickly sweep the Russians into Warsaw and East Prussia. A German military commentator has admitted that Russian attacks against the Hungarians were only partly repelled as the Soviets renewed their pressure towards Slovakia and Hungary. And east and north of Warsaw, a Russian tank attack forced a German retreat of several miles. The Germans also admitted fresh Russian gains northwest of Bialystok. And now for a summary of the military situation in that part of the world, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
Activities on the Russian front continue to center along the frontiers of East Prussia and in the area southwest of Sandomierz, where the Russians are trying to widen and deepen their bridgehead over the upper Vistula River. Let's take a quick look at this front from north to south. In the extreme north, we find the Russians widening the corridor which cuts off the German army group of General Lindemann in Estonia and Latvia. Early last week, Lindemann made one rather feeble attempt to break out, which failed. On the western flank of this corridor, the Russians are now pushing toward the Baltic coast. evidently with the purpose of taking Libau and Memel and then swinging southward to attack the northern frontier of East Prussia along the river Niemen. On the eastern approaches to East Prussia, very strong German counterattacks have checked the Russian advance opposite the Insterberg Gap between the river Niemen and the Masurian Lake. Round to the southwest, the Russians from the direction of Bialystok are making slow but on the whole steady gains in the direction of the fortress of Auschwitz, which guards the East Prussian frontier in this sector. East of Warsaw, the Russians are working their way northwestward from the general area of the town of Schädelsee and are approaching the strong German positions along the Narew River. They do not appear to have reached the river anywhere on this part of the front. The fight of the Polish underground forces in Warsaw is still going on, but no help appears to be reaching them, and it is doubtful whether they can be given effective support unless the Russians can break down the eastern defenses of the Polish capital within the next few days. Farther south along the Vistula, there is no very great activity until the area of Sandomierz is reached. Southwest of that town, the Russians are making their greatest threat at the moment. They have a deep bridgehead on the western side of the Vistula, and they are extending it toward the road junction city of Kielce and toward the old Polish capital of Krakow. The latter is probably the direction in which the Russians are chiefly interested, as the road to Krakow is also the road to the great industrial district of Silesia, now one of the major pillars of the German war effort. It is therefore not surprising to learn from yesterday's Russian communique that heavy counterattacks by German tanks and infantry are taking place against this Russian bridgehead. Still farther south, along the Carpathian foothills, the Russians have made local advances. The Germans appear to be trying to create the impression that the Russians in this area are intending to force their way across the mountain passes into Slovakia and Hungary. No doubt the Germans think this is good propaganda to make the Slovaks and Hungarians fight harder on the German side, but it seems to be scaring both the Slovaks and the Hungarians out of their senses, or perhaps back into some approach to common sense, as there have been persistent reports all week of separate peace moves and political shake-ups in both countries. The Russians have not officially indicated any mountain crossing intentions so far in this Carpathian area. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
Major George Fielding Elliott has just given you an analysis of the military situation on the Eastern Front. German armies in Italy, their morale bolstered by a proclamation by Adolf Hitler himself telling them that the Nazis will be ready to assume the offensive in 6 weeks, sent many patrols probing into the Allied lines south of the Arno River today. And American heavy bombers from the Mediterranean again attacked the southern French coast. For details and other news from the Italian front, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome, Winston Burdett reporting.
Our air attacks against the French and Italian Rivieras continue. Against gun positions from Genoa to Marseille. Against railway yards and airfields further inland. Liberators today struck at rail bridges across the lower Rhone River, while other heavy bombers went out in force to raid coastal targets. Here in Rome, there has been no official hint as to the purpose of Prime Minister Churchill's visit to Italy. But the Italian papers are full of speculation and comment. Many of them take this occasion to lay the grievances of occupied Italy before the Prime Minister. Two papers address open appeals to Mr. Churchill. One of them suggests that Mr. Churchill take a motor trip from Rome to Naples to see, it says, whether we, the Italians, have suffered enough, and to decide whether we are still to be considered a conquered people. The Party of Action paper, in an open letter to Mr. Churchill, says, I quote, we should be lying both to ourselves and to you, our allies, if we said that all has gone well on the way to reconstruction of the country. We are still technically considered enemies of the United Nations, our liberators. The Socialist paper today says that relations between the Allies and Italy are getting more and more strained. There are many signs, the paper says, that the policy of the Versailles Treaty is being applied in Italy today. In denouncing these signs, which may have fatal results, we socialists feel that we are doing our duty as Italians, as Democrats, as Europeans. As you see, political comment in the papers here is very candid. often very bitter. Nearly every day we read statements just as strong as these. The anti-fascist Italians who are thinking seriously about Italy's future are profoundly discouraged by our policy. Their leaders have a genuine desire to restore democracy in Italy. But after 20 years of fascism, they sometimes lack confidence in their ability to do the job. But this is not the only reason for their sense of frustration. The present Italian government has no real power. It must turn to the Allies for approval of every slightest thing it wants to do. It must get our permission to name a new prefect or department head or any senior civil or military officer. On the central issue of the monarchy versus the republic, we have asked the Italian government to wait until after the war. But events do not wait. Blocks form and forces begin to roll, and already Republican parties on the one hand and royalist groups on the other are beginning to close ranks and prepare for what seems today must be an inevitable conflict. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to CBS in New York.
For a summary of the situation in the Pacific and an interview with a Marine from Hoboken, New Jersey, who had quite an experience on Guam, Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Here's a Marine corporal who found himself in a tight spot after killing several Japs on Guam, played dead for 6 hours. He's here with me now, his arm and shoulder harnessed up, but otherwise looking like the pride of Hoboken, New Jersey, his home city. Marine Corporal Fred Hoffman, Jr. Corporal, the story starts when you were sent out on a forward post during the advance at Guam. Is that right?
That's right. They told us to dig in the best we could, and in case the nips tried to come through, we were supposed to stop them. The four of us scooped out a shore hole and found some lumber and corrugated iron from the roof, and then we crawled in and got set for the night. I had the second watch. It must have been an hour later when I looked up and saw Nip staring me right in the face. Having a 45 in my hand, I stuck it out right at him. Muzzle must have been only a foot from his face. He just kept staring at the pistol and at me.
How do you figure he didn't do anything to stare at you?
Crazy, I guess. Anyway, I let 5 shots go right in his kisser and he dropped. Then I turned around and yelled to the guys, but everybody was already awake. No sooner had I turned back around than there was another Nip right alongside the first one. I shot him with a carbine. Then we heard a little commotion out in front. We looked out and saw about 15 Nips, maybe more, there in the moonlight. We didn't shoot because they'd see our fire, and anyway, we figured to wait for them to come up and we could pick them off one at a time.
They start coming at you?
Everything was quiet for a while, and then they tossed a grenade and it hit the front protection and didn't do any damage. Nicky calls me out the section, either handed me a grenade and says, heave it out. I heaved it, and we heard a lot of moans, so I must have got quite a few of them. Then they threw another one at us, but it hit outside again. Then they all came charging at a hole, yelling like hell. They came right up and then kept running around like a bunch of kids, yelling all the time. Then one of them rolled a grenade in, and Mickey hollered, "Grenade in the hole."
What'd you do then?
I rolled quick on my side to protect my face and went off onto my right shoulder. Tripped me up, and then I felt the blood oozing out.
Did it surprise you that you could take a grenade without being killed?
Oh, I thought it was fun. I whispered down to Mickey, and I said, I think I'll be gone in about 5 minutes. Mickey said, stay in there, Fred. Then I thought that if I lay in such a way to keep from losing blood, I might live, so I didn't move. The Nip threw another grenade, and this one took off the corrugated iron roof. Then they came up and jumped up and down on the 2x4s and yelled, but they didn't come in. They must have thought we were all 4 dead. Anyway, I had the idea of playing dead, and when one Nip reached down and jabbed me with the butt of his rifle, I stood with my eyes open and didn't move. He jabbed the bayonet into the legs of the runner, Ziak, and I think he was stunned from the grenade. Anyway, he didn't move either. Then the Nips took off.
Will you take off for good?
Not all of them. They tossed another grenade, but it landed outside, and 2 of them stayed. We could hear them talking, so we kept on playing dead. We could signal back and forth by squeezing. About 4:30, the Japs started retreating back through. When they glanced in, I kept staring, and they passed on by.
You didn't dare use the phone, I guess.
Right. We figured they'd hear us talking, and also it would be suicide for anybody to come up for us right then. About 5:30, we decided the Japs had retreated, and we phoned. In half an hour, medical corpsmen and stretcher boys were up with plasma in a jeep.
Were you glad to see them?
Are you kidding? We near burst out crying. We were so glad.
Well, Fred, your folks and your girl back there in Hoboken, New Jersey, will be glad to know that you're in fine condition. You've heard the story of Marine Corporal Fred Hoffman, Jr., wounded at Guam. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
For Homefront News and an interview with the skipper of a Navy Night Patrol Bomber Squadron, Admiral takes you now to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
The War Production Board's fourth reconversion order is expected to be issued tomorrow, permitting limited and very limited production of civilian goods. Plans for the Russian-British-American Conference on a World Peace Organization are almost complete. The British delegation arrived here last night. The conference will open next Monday. On Capitol Hill, the House is expected to pass legislation this week to govern the disposal of surplus war property. And next week it will take up the controversial George Bill for demobilization and unemployment compensation. Just as a reminder that there's still a war in the South and Southwest Pacific, here is Lieutenant Commander Eugene P. Rankin, USN, of Sapulpa, Oklahoma, the skipper of Rankin's Raiders, a famous Black Cat squadron of Navy patrol bombers. He and his men have just come back after 7 months of hard flying with one of the finest records in the Navy. Commander Rankin, how many hours of flying did you say your squadron did out there?
About 7,500, and 4,500 of those were at night. Of course, flying at night is the principal job of the Black Cats.
And just what is a Black Cat?
It's a Catalina flying boat painted jet black. The Black Cat was originated at Guadalcanal to fly night search missions looking for the Tokyo Express, to keep the Japs on Monday and other islands awake by dropping bombs, empty beer bottles, pieces of junk, and anything else that was handy. My squadron was the third Black Cat outfit to go out. By that time, the job had changed quite a lot.
Well, how do you mean it had changed?
By that time, the Tokyo Express had been pretty badly mauled. So our principal job was to find Jap barges and knock them out along the coast of Bougainville, and finally all the way up through New Ireland and Caribbean. We also spotted for bombardments, flew cover for convoys and task forces, and in general kept the Japs stirred up as much as possible.
Was all of your combat flying at night?
Oh, no. During the last 2 months of 1943, we flew mostly search missions both day and night. Our real Black Cat operation started in January when we perfected a system of teamwork with the PT boats and destroyers.
Well, how did that work?
Well, I'll give you an example. One dark night, Lieutenant S.L. Lanier of Bessemer, Alabama, ran into 4 Jap barges and a gunboat off the coast of Bougainville. He called the PTs, which were patrolling off the shore, and they answered, "Roger, be right over there in about 2 minutes." Meanwhile, the Black Cat strafed the barges, trying to slow them down. When the PTs got there, they joined in the fight. But the Black Cat's port engine was shot out by the gunboat, and 2 of the PTs were pretty badly damaged. Between them, they sank 3 of the barges, and they couldn't finish the job. Lanier had to fly 75 miles back home on 1 engine, but meanwhile, he called in the destroyers, and the next day they polished off the gunboat.
Well, that's real teamwork. Commander, is that kind of thing still going on in the Solomons?
Oh, yes. There are still 30 or 35,000 Japs around there, you know. Of course, they're getting a little punch-drunk by now, I guess. Toward the end, we were flying all the way up to New Britain, New Ireland, and Caribbean. We covered the landings at Emerald.
With Catalinas?
Yes, all the way from Emerald. That's a long way. We kept that up for 5 weeks, covering the task forces, the landings, and the convoys. We would take off at 3 in the afternoon and get back at noon the next day.
And Commander Rankin says that the only stops they made on that trip was one at Green Island to refuel. For all that, and despite 100 other close shaves and adventures that we haven't time now to tell, Lieutenant Commander Rankin and his Rankin's Raiders never lost a single plane or a single man in 7 months of flying. That's a record to be proud of. I return you to Admiral in New York.
From Portland, Oregon, comes word that after escaping capture on Jap-held Guam for 31 months, Chief Radio Man George Ray Tweed was nearly killed by a Jap sniper on Saipan after his rescue by an American battleship. Tweed and a Marine captain were riding along a dusty road when machine gun bullets whizzed past Tweed's ear, so close that he had to feel to make sure it was still there. They scampered to cover by the roadside, where 2 embarrassed Marines were very happy to see them. Marines asked, "Would you mind sticking around for a while and maybe taking a crack at the bushes where the sniper is?" Tweed, a crack shot, was delighted. He hates Japs with a vehemence startling when one knows his natural modesty and quiet good humor. He said, "I got a good bead on the bushes and was just waiting for a movement when some men who had circled around behind him blew his head off.
then he was a good chap. Tweed says if the Navy assigns him back to sea duty, he'll ask for the Central Pacific again. One more item. In China, fighting in Hunan province has raged with undiminished fury today, with the Japanese in possession of the vital rail city of Hanyang. Heavy fighting is reported in and around the perimeter of province towns on the north and south of the city, where the Chinese hope to forestall Japanese conquest of the Canton to Hankow Railway. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
We've been talking for some months about the Admiral two-temperature refrigerator to be presented to America after victory has been won. But the other day, someone asked, what do you mean, a two-temperature refrigerator? Well, we thought it was self-explanatory. Two-temperature means simply that there will be two completely different temperatures in the two separate compartments of the Admiral refrigerator, a temperate, moist cold in the spacious, regular compartment, and a dry, Arctic cold in the home freezer compartment. The first compartment, with its purified, moist cold, is for the storage of foods that require above-freezing temperatures. This compartment will have no space-stealing, frost-collecting coils to rob the moisture from foods, and it will need no defrosting ever. And foods will stay fresh and appetizing without covered dishes. The second compartment is a built-in home freezer for quick freezing your own foods or for storing commercially frozen products. This is what we mean when we say the Admiral two-temperature refrigerator is the first major advancement in home refrigeration in many years. And behind it is all the know-how, all the prestige, and the precision production methods of the makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. If America is to prepare enough nurses to maintain essential civilian nursing services and meet the future needs of the armed forces, the U.S. Public Health Service must enroll 60,000 cadet nurses this year. You may write to U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps, Box 88, New York City, for full information. Answer your country's call. Be a cadet nurse.
stars are peeping, moon above is slowly creeping. You, a call to you under your window tonight. Breezes sigh, it's phony weather. By and by, we'll get together. Look for me, I'll surely be under your window tonight. You know where we're going, where there'll be hours of bliss, where our love keeps growing with every little kiss. You'll know, dear, it's time for meeting when you hear my little greeting. You, a call to you under your window tonight.
Hold on. Say, fellas, we're here this afternoon for one specific reason, being making movies. That's got it. Let's go. Virginia State, it seems of late, you're always in my dreams. I miss your pale moonbeam. I miss your Blue Ridge Trail. Virginia, you keep calling through over the hill and dale. Now I've been lonesome night and day since I wandered away. There's a Blue Ridge round my heart, Virginia. I'm as lonesome as a lonesome pine. Say I would give my soul if I could but stroll where the flowers nod to you and the birds sing howdy-do in that Blue Ridge round my heart, Virginia. Rings a song, and all day long I pine to see the time when your sunshine fills the sky. All my cares will say goodbye. There's a Blue Ridge round my heart, Virginia mine. Round my heart, Virginia, I'm as lonesome as a lonesome pine. Say I would give my soul if I could but stroll where the flowers nod to you and the birds sing howdy-do in that Blue Ridge round my heart, Virginia. Rings a song, and all day long I pine to see the time when your sunshine fills the sky. All my cares will say goodbye, for there's a Blue Ridge round my heart, Virginia mine. That is making hoopy.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
Allied headquarters announced today that elements of 14 German divisions and parts of 4 others have been caught in the Normandy pockets and are being blasted to pieces by artillery fire. The Germans say American forces have crossed the Seine northwest of Paris. In the south, the 7th Army has sealed the doom of Toulon and Marseille by a 20-mile advance toward the Rhone Valley. On the eastern front, the Red Army is hammering at 4 salients as the Germans report a new attack in the south. Here at home, Russian Ambassador Gromyko has arrived in Washington for the world security talks. And the War Department announces another raid by the B-29 super planes on industrial areas in the vicinity of Yawata on Kyushu Island on the Japanese homeland. And now for our first news direct from overseas, Admiral takes you to London. Richard C. Hottelet reporting.
The Germans this evening report that American tanks are across the Seine River after airborne and parachute troops had established a bridgehead somewhere between Vernon and Mantes. The enemy says that heavy fighting is in progress at this point. There is no confirmation in London, and there isn't likely to be under the present policy of secrecy, but a delayed report from this part of the front this evening makes the German story sound logical. A Reuters correspondent said that American forces were stretched out along the west bank of the river for miles north of Nantes. Standing on a bit of high ground, he said he could see the river's great loop bend and our air forces harassing the fleeing enemy on the roads leading to the river, on barges as he tried to get across, and on the roads on the other side. This part of the Seine is a logical place for a crossing because of the great loop that juts eastward deep into enemy territory. But we'll have to wait for official confirmation before we base too many hopes on the German report. The Reuters correspondent goes on to say that General Patton's forces had reached the Seine here to cut the escape route of the Germans fleeing eastward toward the river from the Falaise trap. And it looks more as if General Eisenhower's immediate intention is to complete the destruction of von Kluge's 7th Army. Already, the Falaise trap is being liquidated. It was revealed in London this evening that the pocket contains the bulk of the combat elements of 14 divisions and parts of 4 other divisions. There's no more German resistance anywhere west of the town of Courtrai, and Allied forces are meeting up and down the line. British troops joined the Americans in Argentan today. But the Germans are still fighting in a smaller pocket between Courtrai and Chambois. There's no sign of mass surrender, and although the British took something like 1,000 prisoners today, the Germans still seem to have some striking power left. They're still trying to fight their way out of the encirclement to safety. They withdrew as much as they possibly could from the western part of the pocket and grouped it eastward into a striking force. With this, they've been fighting their way northeastward between Troyes and Chambois. Tonight, it was stated in London that they had made slight progress. But German losses have been heavy. Guns, tanks, and transport have been abandoned in bulk. One group of 1,000 vehicles jammed together was found in the Gouffern forest north of Argentan. Still, it appears that some enemy troops are already getting away. They're reported to be crossing the Seine in fairly considerable numbers at between 12 and 20 organized crossing points downstream from Vernon. They're using barges, pontoons, and anything they can lay their hands on. At one point, they're said to be swimming the river. Luckily for them, the weather hasn't been very good again today, but even so, our low-flying fighters and fighter bombers have been harassing the enemy. Up on the northern flank of the Normandy front, Canadian forces have been pushing along the coastline. But they've also been sending an arm out toward Lisieux to help cut off the German retreat. They're within 7.5 miles of the town and have captured the hamlet of Livarot. There's no more word from the eastern flank of the French front, the one that runs north from Orléans. The Germans report us at various places in relation to Paris and have even floated a trial balloon through neutral correspondents in Berlin to the effect that American columns have entered the French capital. This is probably as much to whip up false hopes on our part as it is to get some information as to where we really are. As far as we can judge from London, it looks more as if we were out to wipe out the rest of the German forces within reach rather than rush into Paris. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for a summary of the fighting in southern France and an interview with 2 American lieutenants from Chicago. Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdette reporting.
Our troops in southern France today are circling far inland into the fastnesses of the Maritime Alps to the northeast, around Toulon and on toward Marseille to the west. A spectacular advance has carried them onto the heights above the Durance River, a main tributary of the Rhone. Before them, the highways of southern France branch out to Aix, to Marseille, to Avignon. And still, there is no first-class enemy opposition in sight. What resistance there is on the coast around Toulon, we are merely sidestepping, and already our flying columns are well to the north of Marseille. At the other end of the invasion front, we are now well into the Maritime Alps, and at last report we're still moving fast. There are probably very few Germans up in that bare mountainous country, which in peacetime was familiar to painters and seers, but which today belongs to the French partisans. Whether the 7th Army is going to head straight for Marseille, we don't know. We are streaming now from the beachhead in many directions, and there is no hint of where the main drive will aim. It may take a surprising turn. Our bombers are going out ahead of us every day to turn bridges and roads and viaducts up and down the Rhone Valley. Their most spectacular raid last week was the one on Friday on the former French warships in Toulon Harbor. Spectacular because the flak was the heaviest our raiders have encountered in many weeks. And because, despite that, bomb photo interpreters gave it a rating of 100% for accuracy. Here in the studio is the pilot of the lead ship of one of the B-25 missile formations that hit Toulon, and his bombardier. The pilot is Lieutenant Frank M. Fury, a bombardier, Lieutenant Robert W. Joyce. They both hail from Chicago, Illinois. I hear you had quite a rough ride, Frank. We certainly did. The sky over Toulon was black with flak. Big dancing circles. I happened to look up twice during the bomb run, and there were clouds of black smoke ahead of us. We rode right through them. Another time, just 20 seconds before the bombs were away, a shell exploded under us and jolted the plane off to the right. But I kicked the controls back, and we got back onto our course on time. And I understand you hit those hits. Yes, but Bob here had as much to do with that as I did. How was the bombing, Bob? Well, it had to be good, because our formation fell with its bombs off the lead ship, and our ship was leading. The target, as you know, was a French warship that the Jerry's had been using to shell our troops coming over from the beachhead. The four of them, a battleship, a cruiser, a destroyer, and a submarine, were lined up the entrance of the inner port. Our bombs went right down the middle and hit all four. Frank here was hit by flak while flying the bomb run. Badly hit, Frank? Just a scratch. Bob was hit, too. As a matter of fact, four of us were. Our navigator got a piece of flak in his shoulder, and my co-pilot, the commander of our group, was also hit by a piece that came flying through the cockpit and just missed my head. It was really a miracle that we got out of it so well. The Jerry's had our course and had our altitude. They put 23 holes in the nose of our plane, another 25 in the wings and fuselage. They put holes in 3/4 of the B-25 missiles that took part in that raid, but they didn't bring a single one of us down. Could you see your bombs strike, Bob? No, I couldn't. As soon as our bombs were away, I had to go back to give first aid to our group commander. He was rather badly hurt in the arm. But during the run, I could see the guns starting from the French battleship, a blanket of flak bursting below. It dragged us all the way in, followed us all the way out again to sea. But I'm told we did the job. We completely wrecked at least one big turret with dual guns, 14 inches, on that battleship. Thanks a lot, Bob, and Frank. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
When you're entertaining, do you ever have enough ice cubes to last out the evening? No doubt friend husband has often had to make a special trip to the corner or over to the ice plant to get those extra ice cubes that you must have. Well, when victory has been won and you own an Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator, your ice cube worries will be over. Where you can freeze a whole bushel of them, 400 ice cubes at almost unbelievable speed. And you can store them in the built-in home freezer so they'll be always available. And the dry cold prevents them from sticking together, so that you can get just the number you want without having to break them apart. Of course, the primary purpose of the built-in home freezer in the Admiral 2-temperature is the quick freezing and storing of frozen foods. Its ample capacity permits the storage of 2 bushels of frozen foods, and it's easy to see how it will simplify your meal planning problems with a variety of frozen food always at hand. Add to this the features of Sterilamp for killing bacteria and retarding mold, no defrosting, no covered dishes, and you can understand why the Admiral 2-temperature will be just as popular as its famous companion product, Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
Columbia's shortwave listening station here in New York heard a British broadcast report that General de Gaulle, accompanied by General Alphonse Juin, has arrived in Cherbourg. There have been reports during the week that de Gaulle would join the first American forces to enter Paris. The Russians were driving hard today to outflank Warsaw from the north, and bitter fighting is going on near Praga, only 7 miles northeast of the Polish capital, where the Red Army now has the initiative. Premier Stalin, in a special order of the day honoring the Soviet Air Force, has announced that Russian airmen now have complete domination in the air over Germany. He said Russian flyers have destroyed 50,000 enemy planes since the war began. And now here in our New York studio to discuss with you the situation on the Eastern Front is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The Germans appear to be stiffening their defense all along the Russian front from the Gulf of Riga down to the middle Vistula. A powerful German counterattack has been launched against the railway junction of Cholye, with the probable intention of checking the Russian encircling movement swinging down toward the Niemen River and the northeastern frontier of East Prussia. This attack also tends to draw off some of the reserves of General Chernyakhovsky's army group from the direct attack on East Prussia from the eastward, where the Russians have reached, but not so far as has been reported, crossed the German frontier. There seems no doubt that the Germans are prepared to make a desperate defense of East Prussia and are almost fanatically resolved, come what may, to prevent, if they can, an actual invasion of what they call Holy German soil. In the vicinity of Warsaw, repeated German counterattacks have so far checked Russian attempts to fight their way into Praga, the east bank suburb of the Polish capital. While within Warsaw itself, the Polish underground forces are still maintaining some of their positions against heavy German assaults, aided to some extent by supplies dropped by British airmen. Farther south, the Russians are making their only real gains of the moment. They have taken the historic town of Sandomierz, perched high on the western bank of the Vistula at the junction of the river San. This has enabled them to widen considerably the shoulders of their penetration beyond the Vistula and to encircle a group of 3 German divisions which was engaged in counterattack against this Russian bridgehead. The Russians are now resuming their efforts in the direction of the important road center of Kielce. If Kielce falls, the threat to the German positions around Warsaw will be considerable, as the German forces in the vicinity of the capital will be in danger of being outflanked from the south. Perhaps the most notable feature of the fighting on the Eastern Front during the past month has been the stiffening of the German resistance all along the line after the tremendous Russian victory in White Russia during the last week of June and the steady Russian advances during most of July, advances which toppled stronghold after stronghold, cut off a whole German army group in the Baltic states, and brought the Russians to the borders of East Prussia, to the gates of Warsaw, and to the line of the Vistula River, south of Warsaw. Along this line, the Germans managed to stabilize the front, and there it has remained more or less stabilized ever since. The Russians have, however, now had time to reorganize their supply system and to regroup their forces, and it seems altogether likely that the last days of August and the month of September will see decisive battles on a grand scale all along this long eastern front. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
All Spain is watching the progress of the Allied drives in northern and southern France. For a direct report on news from occupied Europe and the battlefronts reaching Spain, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
radio, in cabarets and at the plays, they bo do 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 do. I hate it. That darn refrain is driving me insane. Stop, please help me lose those bo do do deals. Thanks for all the lovely delight I found in your embrace. I'm thankful though I know it's ending all too soon. And thanks for unforgettable nights I never can replace. And memories that linger like a haunting tune. It is better to have loved you, dear, and lost than never to have loved at all. It is better, for no matter what the cost, I held the world in sway, an emperor for a day. And thanks again for taking me on the road to paradise. We lost our way, but still I must convey my thanks.
Just a little more than 4 years ago, on June 14, 1940, Paris was a beaten, lifeless, and lightless city. I was one of the few American correspondents there that fateful day. And now that our own troops are virtually at its gates, it seems appropriate to recall scenes of the Wehrmacht entrance. And then the Nazi victory trumpets glistened in the hot sunshine. Now, rusty, battered, and long unused, they're being dragged back toward a crumbling fatherland. The afternoon of June 13th was a fitting prelude to the morrow. A flaming oil depot, apparently in the same locality as the one burning just outside of Paris this afternoon, poured forth immense clouds of smoke. Rain fell through it, speckling black everything it touched. Beneath this sinister omen, refugees struggled southward. The impression was one of unreality, like a nightmare in which it's impossible to flee from a horrible monster. Later, the sun came out, and the red panorama it created in the sky blended with the spikes from hundreds of German guns not far away. There was one enormous explosion that shook all of Paris. That was the last bridge the French blew up. Inside the city, which that morning had been declared an open city, there was no destruction whatsoever. At midnight, the shooting had ceased. The Champs-Élysées was deserted. The sound of footsteps echoed as if in a tomb. Every one of the less than a million who remained knew that Hitler's mechanized giants would swim in within a few hours. Some believed Reagan could check the Germans to the south. But within a week, Hitler was spreading around Marshal Foch's railway coach in Compiègne Forest, dictating armistice terms. At dawn, the Germans entered. Swastikas were hoisted over Napoleon's Arc de Triomphe and over the Eiffel Tower. Hundreds of tricolors were torn down and left crumpled in the dirt. Soon General von Studenitz arrived and established headquarters in the Crillon Hotel just across from the American embassy. He had won a bet that he'd be the first German general in Paris. Most of the French remained indoors, but those who did venture out stood around in apathetic little groups. They were stunned, bewildered, and helpless. Yes, and hopeless. What had happened to the French army that everyone thought was the best in the world? Another correspondent and I rode bicycles over the French Bridge, which was heavily guarded with anti-tank guns. We passed the German embassy on Rue de Lille just in time to see its doors creak open. The air was filled with the odor of mothballs. A few days later, Otto Abetz, the Nazi who earlier had been expelled from France, arrived to take over as ambassador. Today, this very same Otto Abetz has skipped out of Paris to avoid capture by Allied forces. Also reported as having left is Vichy French Premier Laval, the man Abetz often described as the only Frenchman who can guarantee collaboration with Hitler. All that day, the conquering German armies rolled in, converging at Place de la Concorde. Bands blared out Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, and goose-stepping soldiers shouted themselves hoarse with speed high, hail victory. The following day, a sickening sound mingled with the triumphant noise of the Wehrmacht. It was the sound of French soldiers, dirty, hollow-eyed, and utterly defeated. They were on their way to long years in Nazi prison. But today, August the 20th, 1944, their fearful, dark vigil is about finished, for the armies of liberation are on the march to Berlin. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral in New York.
Admiral takes you now to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
I want you to meet Lieutenant Commander C.R. Conger, USNR, a man who probably knows as much as anybody about amphibious warfare. He trained the naval beach parties for North Africa, Sicily, Italy, Normandy, and the Pacific. And he's just come back from a flying trip to Guam, where he went in with the invasion force. First of all, Pete, what is a beach party and what does it do?
It's a small unit of officers and men, all of them specially picked for their drive and initiative. They're the connecting link between the Navy afloat and the Army and Marines ashore. They live in organized confusion, and they have to be the bosses of it, because there can't be any red tape on a beachhead. Things just have to get done.
Well, but just what do they do? Are they traffic cops, more or less?
Yes, and a lot more. One of the officers is a doctor, and he has 8 medical corpsmen with him. He goes in with one of the early waves just as soon as he can get ashore and sets up a first aid and evacuation station. It's usually in a foxhole or dugout covered with a tent or palmetto leaves. In most landings, the flood of wounded starts almost immediately, as soon as the corpsmen round them up and bring them in. And the doctor, usually a young guy, works day or night to get the job done. So do the corpsmen. Some of these men have been through as many as 5 different landings.
Well, what about the rest of the outfit?
Well, there's a hydrographic and a boat repair section. They reconnoiter the beach, clear away any obstacles they can, set up identification markers for landing craft, salvage and repair boats, and check casualties and generally work like fools. Then there's a communication unit. Their job is to establish communication between the beaches and the ships offshore. Actually, that's just the beginning. On any landing beach, you'll find the beach party men doing 1,000 different jobs. They direct traffic, help unload ships, help with the wounded, fight off counterattacks, and use every means short of mayhem to keep things moving. They're the expediters of the beachhead.
Well, where do you get men like that?
That's hard to answer. You've seen men like them on construction jobs. Men who believe in what they're doing and believe in themselves so thoroughly that nothing can stop them. They get the job done regardless of who or what gets in their way. They're not always big men or fine physical specimens. In fact, you'll find tiny little men wading in through the surf towards the enemy beach with tremendous load on his back. That'll be a beach party man.
Well, they must be pretty well trained, Pete.
Yes, they are. If you hike 5 or 10 miles every day for a while with a full pack on your back, work for hours and water up to your waist, and in the meantime sleep in the open and eat cold food, you're bound to get tough if you can take it. These men are the ones who could take it. Most of them are young, but youth isn't necessary. We have a man out there, a commander, who's a group beach master, who's a good example. They call him Squeaky Anderson. Before the war, he was a big salmon fisherman in Alaska. He's about 56 years old, but he has more stamina, drive, and determination than almost any other two men. He's a real character. You'll find him out there running around in old Sherlock Holmes' hat with a pair of green shorts, working like a fool day and night, and getting everybody else to work the same way.
Well, it's men like that, I guess, who make this country what it is. And I guess it's men like that whose country this ought to be. The latest news here in Washington is that Soviet Ambassador Gromyko, who's chairman of Russia's delegation to the Four-Power World Peace Organization conference, which opens tomorrow, arrived from Moscow a couple of hours ago in a big Soviet transport plane. That completes the roster for the opening talks between Russia, Britain, and the United States. China will be brought in later, when conferences with Russia have been completed. Donald Nelson, War Production Chief, and Major General Patrick Hurley are being sent to China by President Roosevelt, supposedly to lay the economic groundwork for intensification of the war against Japan. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In the Southwest Pacific, the bombing of a 1,500-ton Japanese freighter transport, which was left sinking off Davao, the second-largest city in the Philippines, was announced in a headquarters communique today, which also revealed that Allied patrol planes now have the island of Mindanao, the largest of the Philippines, under constant surveillance. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
We know that many of our listeners plan to build a new home or remodel their present ones when the war is won. In most cases, this will include new furniture. Well, there'll be an Admiral radio in a superbly styled cabinet to complement the decorative plan you have in mind. Admiral will keep up its tradition of fine cabinets to add grace and charm to any surroundings. If it's period designs you want, Admiral will have them. If your choice runs to the more modern, there'll be an Admiral to suit your taste. And you can be assured of getting enduring construction as well as matchless beauty. With a cabinet that is an exquisite piece of furniture, plus the fine reception of Admiral radio, plus the complete dependability and simplicity of the Admiral automatic record changer, you can't do better than Admiral. And they are built for the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. If the farmers of America are to meet the huge production goals for this year, they must have part-time help from millions of people who haven't previously done farm work. All types of laborers are wanted, men and women, boys and girls, no matter where you live. Prevailing wages will be paid. Whether it's for a few days or a few weeks, be part of the U.S. Crop Corps. America needs your help. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM Chicago. Keep up with what...
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The Allies are giving the Germans a steady drubbing as the enemy retreats toward the Reich. General Patton's armored columns have made new advances between the Marne and Seine rivers. In southern France, Toulon is now completely ours, and the Allied bag of German prisoners has passed the 23,000 mark. Paris is swinging back to normalcy, despite some enemy sniping and a bombing attack by the Luftwaffe. General de Gaulle narrowly escaped death or injury yesterday when thousands of Parisians were thrown into panic by wild flurries of gunfire during a parade. On Europe's eastern front, Soviet troops are moving deeper into Romania. The Hungarian underground radio has called for revolt in Hungary. In Italy, the Germans are falling back toward the Gothic line, and Polish troops have driven a strong bridgehead across the Metaura River near the Adriatic. And in the Pacific, Allied naval air forces have carried out a heavy attack on Sumatra. Admiral Mountbatten's headquarters announces that Allied carrier-borne planes carried out a heavy attack on Jap installations on the western coast of Sumatra last Thursday. They hit a cement plant, 2 vessels, wharves, warehouses, and a railway yard. The Japs didn't try to intercept the Allied surface units either during or after the attack. 1 plane was lost. The official German news agency D&B says the Japanese are evacuating Manila. A broadcast recorded in London by the Associated Press said the town of Manila is being evacuated, and a number of restrictions on passenger traffic have been issued by President Jose Laurel, head of the Japanese puppet government in the Philippines. And now Admiral takes you direct to Paris.
Allied troops continue to pour over the Seine above and below Paris. Only at scattered points are the Germans fighting rearguard actions to hold us up. The main movement of the is northward and eastward toward Germany. West of Paris, we now have 3 bridgeheads across the Seine. There's the American one at Mont-Gassicourt, which is being expanded in the face of not much more than sporadic artillery fire. There's the British one at Vernon, already 3 miles deep, and the Canadian bridgehead at Pont de l'Arche, 10 miles south of Rouen. These bridgeheads are the possible starting points for still another German pocket. At least Berlin seems to think that the Allies' next move is to drive to the sea and cut off everything north of Rouen and Le Havre. Even if this doesn't happen right away, the Germans fleeing over the Seine and out of that area will find we're running right alongside of them, nudging them with high explosives. Already, bombers and fighter bombers are ranging over the whole area by day, bombing columns and the fuel dumps they need to move. And fast mosquitoes are scourging them by night. Back on the left bank of the Seine, the Germans are still trying to fight their way across the river. They've only got a small pocket left, only a few square miles, completely surrounded by the Canadians who are hacking away at their rear guards. Most of the Germans are trying to get away up the narrow Seine loop to Rouen. Here, the river flowing around them makes them a perfect target. And in today's beautiful weather, our medium and fighter bombers have been sending their bombs down into closely packed German transport. The Germans are getting men back over the Seine, but they'll have to be completely reformed and re-equipped if they're to stand again and fight. There's no indication that they can do this much before the German border. On toward Paris, the left bank of the Seine is almost completely cleared of the enemy. And above the capital to the south, American troops are spilling over 4 more bridgeheads. Strong forces are pushing deep into the area between the Seine and the Marne. The ones shoving east from Melun have gone 23 miles to Passy without meeting opposition. Farther east at Nogent, we're mopping up. And it's only where we've pushed on from Troyes that we're meeting considerable opposition now. It's there that we've come closest to Germany so far. The Saar is only 145 miles away. There's still plenty of excitement inside Paris. Yesterday afternoon, shots rang out in the Cathedral of Notre Dame as General de Gaulle attended a Thanksgiving Mass. And there continues to be sporadic shooting in various parts of the city. The Germans seem to have fairly strong groups of snipers in the northern and northeastern suburbs. Today, General Eisenhower arrived in Paris, and his first words were to praise the spirit of French resistance. Inside the city, the authorities are trying to hasten things back to normal. 3,000 tons of American food are promised daily for the next 6 weeks. Cans of meat, flour, fats, condensed milk, but it's still only a fraction of the need. The meat ration is a half a pound a week. But normality isn't far off. Already, the first bicycle race has been arranged for the Vincennes Velodrome tomorrow.
While France is striving to return to normal, Germany is moving more rapidly toward crisis. Goebbels is trying to keep his people at work in the face of the catastrophic news coming in from all fronts. But this afternoon, the military catastrophe was brought much closer to home. For the first time, RAF heavy bombers have bombed Germany by daylight in strength. Between 250 and 500 Halifaxes went into the Ruhr this afternoon, into the happy valley that blossoms with flak, to bomb another synthetic oil plant. The Luftwaffe couldn't keep them away. This combined bombing by day has been the prelude to great events ever since June 6th. It may well be that the RAF and the American Air Forces will now combine their tremendous strength to play the overture to Germany's last act. We return you now to Admiral in New York.
That was Richard C. Hottelet in London. We had hoped to bring you a broadcast direct from Paris, and we regret that we were unable to do so. And now for a summary of the situation in Italy and southern France, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. George Morad reporting.
The battle for southern France, in a geographical sense, is almost over. In 12 whirlwind days, French and Allied troops have seized Tours and Trent, all the territory east of the Rhone flush to the Italian border. Inland, our troops are consistently 100 miles deep, and probably a lot more if our communiques kept up with the Army. The German 19th Army has been smashed and scattered. 23,000 of them are prisoners. The main Allied elements are now pouring down the Rhone Valley, and the next big story to express is the junction with Eisenhower's men. But it must be admitted that the Nazi rear guards accomplished their mission, the smashing of Toulon and Marseille, keeping us out of their superb harbors when their whole southern front was in stern precipitous flight. They've held these port areas for nearly a week now, fighting like cornered rats, and meanwhile blasting every facility which we so badly need. Today, the Nazis are about finished. In Toulon, a few are holding out on Saint-Mandrier, and in Marseille, several thousand are encircled on some high ground north of the canal. They're dying the hard way, but they did their job. The military achievement is plain. We've slammed home another broad segment in the steel circle that's forming and contracting around the right. But that contraction goes beyond the progress of armored columns. Kesselring, fighting skillfully in northern Italy, is beginning to look over his shoulder. He seizes at Briançon, only 55 miles from Turin, and to his left he sees the escape routes into Austria closing. Possibly for this reason he's made a small but general retreat. Troops of the 8th Army have crossed the Mataro River, opening a bridgehead within 9 miles of the Adriatic port at Pesaro. While the Allied victory has been dramatic enough, all this has really been overshadowed by the fierce spiritual resurgence of France. As village after village falls, and the mosques spring out of every town and piece of forest, a wild thrill of hope must have raced across all Europe. Certainly it did in Italy. Italy, where 4 years ago people were chanting Corsica, Tunis, Djibouti. All that's disappeared now in a grand burst of admiration for their Latin neighbor, for a France that is going back to the French. Winston Burdett says that with all the hatred and desire for revenge, the French are determined this won't ball up their plans for a strong and independent France. Along with the fighting Maquis in each town, we invariably find the Vichy'ites are out, and the local committee of liberation is ruling with a stern hand. General de Gaulle has evidently had delegates and organizers touring the country for many weeks, long before the invasion. There is no AMG, and they do accept our civil affairs officers in a purely advisory sense. But they say we represent France until the French people go to the polls again. Unlike Italy, where indiscriminate settling of old scores brought such hardship on genuine patriots, the French are taking no chance on Allied interference. First, the Vichy local governments are automatically dissolved. Next, those guilty of espionage are handed over to the Allies. But the great bulk remaining, collaborators and traitors, are handed over to hard French justice. As for those Frenchmen who are lukewarm and timid when the heat was on, they'll be told now to moderate this last-hour enthusiasm and not to interfere with the liberation government or foment criticism behind a mask of false patriotism. France apparently knows where she's going, and that's something new and very important on the deeply troubled European scene. This is George Morant in Rome. We're sending you now to Admiral Radio in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Do you like good music? Would you like to be able to enjoy a full symphony or concert without interruption? Then you'll want an Admiral radio phonograph with an automatic record changer when the war is won. For with the Admiral automatic record changer, you can load it with up to 12 records and sit back and enjoy your favorite music without bother. Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers, which is proof in itself of their excellence. And only Admiral has Slide Away. With Slide Away, there is no lid to lift. You simply open the cabinet doors, and out comes the complete phonograph turntable and automatic record changer, easy to reach, convenient to load and unload. Slide Away, an exclusive Admiral feature, is one of the important reasons why Admiral has gained its leadership in this highly competitive field. So when victory has been won, plan to own an Admiral radio phonograph with Slide Away and the Admiral automatic record changer. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
In Eastern Europe, the Russians are pushing deeper into Romania, and the Moscow radio reported a few hours ago that fighting is now going on at Foxani, just 77 miles northeast of Ploiești. And now, to discuss with us the military significance of developments on the Russian Balkan front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A crushing disaster has overtaken yet another German army fighting on a distant front without adequate support and at the end of a long and precarious line of communications. This is becoming a tale whose weary repetition in Berlin does not yet seem to suggest to the military genius of Adolf Hitler that there is perhaps some fundamental error in the strategy of trying to hold about 3 times the territory which he has troops enough to defend. Stalingrad and Tunisia were warnings enough for ordinary common sense, but not for the Hitlerian intuition. The loss of the 4th Army in White Russia, the smashing of the 10th and 14th Armies in Italy and their reduction to half their former strength, the cutting off of the 16th and 18th Armies in the Baltic states, the destruction of the 7th Army in Normandy, and the present precarious condition of the 19th Army in southern France and of the 15th Army on the Pas-de-Calais coast have followed in grim succession. Now the 6th and 8th Armies have been broken in Romania. Hitler is still trying to hold distant positions, which he is no longer strong enough to defend. Apparently, the 6th and 8th Armies in Romania, forming an army group under the command of Colonel General Schorner, originally had a strength of 34 divisions of all types, that is, German divisions. Of these, 12 divisions have been shifted north into Poland under the necessities of the moment. That leaves 22 German divisions in Romania, of which 2 are armored divisions. Most of these troops were holding a line from Bender on the Dniester River across the Prut Valley through Kishinev and Yasi to the Siret River and the Carpathian Mountains. This line has now been broken through by a Russian drive southward between the Prut and the Siret, and it has also been outflanked by a Russian thrust over the Dniester below Bender. The result is that the German troops on the left wing have been driven back to the Foxani-Galatz Gap between the mountains and the delta of the Danube, while those on the right wing, some 12 out of the 22 German divisions, have been cut off and surrounded. The extent of the German disaster is pointed up by the fact that in just one day, yesterday, the Russians report the capture of 31,000 German prisoners. The Romanians were so impressed by the Russian blows that they have changed sides and appear to be joining the Russians against the Germans. Bucharest is said to be cleared of German forces, which means that the rail communications of the German troops holding the Foxani-Galatz Gap are virtually severed, and Russian troops are reported fighting inside Foxani itself. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
The French report that all organized German resistance has ended in southwestern France. And now for a report from Spain, Admiral takes you to San Sebastian. Glenn Stadler reporting.
The French-Spanish frontier is now clear of German troops. French officials here in San Sebastian received the news which was a dramatic climax to the 2-year occupation of the rugged Pyrenees border. The scene of this final disengaging movement was about 80 miles east of here and 30 miles south of the famous Shrine of Lourdes. 3 companies of Wehrmacht officers and soldiers commandeered automobiles and at the point of Tommy guns forced French chasers to drive them over the frontier, where they surrendered to Spanish authorities and were interned. The 400 newly arrived deserters brought the estimated total of imprisoned German soldiers in this area to 1,500. Most of them are being held at Mirando del Ebro, 90 miles southwest of San Sebastian. This concentration camp, which has a capacity of 4,000, now is reserved entirely for Germans. In the past 4 years, tens of thousands of refugees fleeing from the Nazis have passed through Miranda. The last French internees were removed from the camp 3 days ago to make room for Germans. 80 Frenchmen were leaving just as the first groups of Germans arrived. It was a red-letter day for the French, even though they still had days of internment yet before their release could be arranged. 80 voices raised the stirring pitch and the Marseillaise burst forth over the encampment. It drowned out the noise of weary German soldiers dragging their equipment toward the bunkhouses. This afternoon, reports from across the frontier say that all is calm. Yesterday at the International Bridge, however, a Vichyite was treated by a Spanish doctor for a bullet wound in the leg. He had tried to escape. In the areas around Andaille, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and Biarritz, food is plentiful. The liberated French are dining on food abandoned by the disengaged Germans. Thousands of tins have been piling up in Andaille warehouses for weeks. They were destined for Nazi consumption, but it seems that trains just wouldn't run. French crews always had found something wrong. Broken axles, missing nuts and bolts. And anyway, if they did manage, at strong Nazi insistence, to get a locomotive stoked up, the tracks were impassable because of Maquis sabotage. German authorities became more and more exasperated, but the French just shrugged their shoulders and laughed up their sleeves. Then, the day after the German withdrawal, broken axles seemed to mend themselves. Lost nuts and bolts were easily found, and railroad tracks miraculously became serviceable again, just as if sucked into place by some great unseen giant. In reality, of course, that giant was the French underground, now working in the free open air after 4 bitter, repressive years of Nazi occupation. Now, here's a report from the International Bridge. The American ambassador, Mr. Hayes, crossed into France this afternoon to pay his respects to the FFI commander in Andaille. He then returned to San Sebastian. And this is Glenn Stadler in San Sebastian, returning you to Admiral in New York.
For news on the home front and an interview with the officer commanding the training of our assault landing troops, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Joe McCaffrey reporting.
I would like you to meet an Army officer who took a page out of the training books of the Nazis, then tossed in a generous share of American organizing genius and fired it back at the Germans themselves. This is Colonel Paul W. Thompson of the Corps of Engineers, who has been brought back to the States in accordance with the policy of having officers with combat experience on duty in the Chief of Staff's Operations Division. Colonel Thompson was commanding officer of the U.S. Assault Training Center in England, where the assault forces which took part in the Normandy landings on D-Day were trained. Colonel, suppose you tell us where you picked up some of your best background on assault work.
I served in Germany with our military attaché during the time the Nazis were building up their army. There I observed the German methods of assault against permanent land fortifications. Later, our own engineers at Fort Belvoir took these German methods, improved on them, and adapted them to American equipment and armament. In England, we took the final step by adapting our assault technique to the special problems of an amphibious assault against the coastal fortifications of western France.
Tell us something about the training of our assault forces in England, Colonel.
Well, the initial step was to establish the U.S. Assault Training Center. That was in February of 1943, 16 months before D-Day. The Assault Training Center was located on the western coast of England, where the beaches and tides are very similar to those of Normandy. Establishing the center was quite a job, because we had to reproduce the fortifications and obstacles which we knew existed or would exist across the channel. Then we took standard American combat teams, infantry, artillery, engineers, and all, and we trained them in the details of the landing assault action ahead. For example, we had to alter the normal infantry platoon formation because the standard naval assault landing craft the LCVP, holds only 30 soldiers. The basis of our training was this 30-man assault section.
How long did it take to train, say, a regiment, Colonel?
About 3 weeks. I should add that the units which came to us already had been through either actual combat or the amphibious training centers in this country. The units were good when we got them.
Were the units completely trained and ready for D-Day when they left your assault training center?
No. After leaving us, the units went into further months of intensive training, including large-scale rehearsals under their own tactical commanders. At the Assault Training Center, we showed them how, and then they went ahead and practiced.
What would you say were the reasons for the success of the Normandy landings, Colonel?
I think it was a combination of sound technique, fine weapons and equipment, and superlative soldiers. Everything depends on the soldier. On the soldier and his immediate leaders, the non-coms and the junior officers. That is true in every military action, and it's especially true in landing assaults against heavily fortified coasts.
Colonel, I understand that you took part in the landing as commander of an engineering brigade. I know that your brigade landed at a spot where the going was toughest and that you were wounded while leading your troops against enemy fortifications. We are glad to see you are fully recovered and now wear the Distinguished Service Cross as well as the Purple Heart. I return you to Admiral in New York.
Big Marianas-based 7th Air Force liberators hit Iwo Jima in the Volcano Islands for the second time in less than 24 hours toward the weekend, while other Army and Navy warplanes pounded Yap, Nauru, and other Japanese positions in the Carolines and the Marshalls. The B-24s dropped 47 tons of bombs on Iwo Jima in a daylight bombing following a night attack. While the night raid was made without interception and against meager anti-aircraft fire, the daylight raid stirred up moderate to intense flak and approximately 10 interceptors. 3 Jap fighters were destroyed, 1 was damaged. 2 liberators were hit. Army and Navy planes gave Nauru a good working over in their 3rd and 4th attacks in 3 days, and Admiral Nimitz says Ventura search planes returned to the Phosphate Island for the second time on Wednesday, and on Thursday, Ventura's and 7th Air Force Mitchell's again heavily bombed runways, gun positions, and the town. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Probably no feature of the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator is more important to your family's health than Sterilamp.
Just a minute, Mr. Sweeney. I've heard you mention Sterilamp on this program several times. Just exactly what is Sterilamp?
Sterilamp is an amazing scientific protection for foods that gives off a special kind of ultraviolet rays. These rays are harmless to food, but as they are reflected throughout the regular storage compartment of the Admiral refrigerator, they actually kill bacteria and mold on exposed food surfaces. As you can readily see, Sterilamp reduces food waste. But in addition to guarding your food and the health of your family, Sterilamp eliminates icebox odors.
Thank you. Now I know about Sterilamp. Are these other features as interesting as Sterilamp?
Well, lady, you never have to defrost the regular storage compartment, and there's more food storage room because the space-stealing coils are gone. You never have to use covered dishes to prevent food from drying out. And the built-in home freezer holds 2 bushels of frozen foods. In short, there will be just as many advantages in the Admiral refrigerator as there have been in Admiral Radio, which have made it America's smart set. Your money invested in war bonds now helps to ensure a healthy, prosperous America, the kind we all want for our families. Money invested today in war bonds and kept there helps safeguard your own post-war financial security. So invest in the safest thing in the world. Buy more war bonds than before. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezers, Admiral Electric Ranges. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
An Associated Press dispatch from Supreme Allied Headquarters reports today that American troops have reached Namur, 35 miles inside the Belgian border. Other American forces are said to have captured Metz and Nancy in eastern France on the approaches to Germany.
To the south, the Germans say they've evacuated Lyon, France's third largest city. Hundreds of American flying forts went deep into Germany today and bombed the Ludwigshafen area. In southeastern Europe, the Russians and Romanians reported attacking heavily in the passes of the Carpathians. On the Italian front, the 8th Army has widened the breach in the Gothic line, and the 5th Army is driving on beyond Pisa. And now, Admiral takes you to London. Ned Calmer reporting.
For Britain, this 5th anniversary of the declaration of war has been a day of national prayer. And to a country that's been through what this one has, national prayer is no mere official phrase. From everybody on the British home front today went out a prayer of real gratitude that the war at last seems coming to an early end. And as the center of an empire that has suffered 926,000 casualties in this war, nearly 250,000 killed, London is watching its greatest dream come true. News that the Allies are rolling toward Brussels from Tournai. News that the Allies are beyond Nancy on their way to the border of Germany itself. News that the Germans have pulled out of Lyon and may be pulling out of the Gothic line and have abandoned all hope of standing on the Maginot line and perhaps the Siegfried line as well. Just how soon the end will come, the British don't yet know. But a people who've waited for 5 years can wait a little longer. The qualified observers among them, however, don't believe the Germans can keep on taking it once they've retreated to their own frontiers and the great mass of Allied air power previously directed against targets outside Germany is concentrated on German soil. Hitler and Goebbels may talk every day about fighting to the last, one of these observers says, but no nation can fight when its weapons are knocked out of its hand. The house that Hitler built beyond his frontiers is already tumbling into ruin. Finland and Bulgaria, for all practical purposes, are just about out of the war. Slovakia and Croatia are in full revolt. Hungary is not expected to stay in much longer, with the Russian army standing at her frontier. If the German High Command originally planned to hold the line of the Carpathians and the Galati Gap, that plan has had to be scrapped. But as military men in London see it, granting that the Germans can hold their present line down through Poland to Transylvania, and from there around to the Brenner Pass, and from there around to the Rhine, the enemy will still have some 1,600 miles of defenses to hold against the Allies. And that, in the general British view, is far too much for the remaining German manpower. With her Romanian oil gone, with her Lorraine iron no longer available, and cut off from all her raw material resources, Germany is not expected here to be able to fight on into the winter. Tonight, American, Canadian, and British troops in France and Belgium are making that prediction come true. In all likelihood, their movements in most sectors are far ahead of the actual official report from Allied Supreme Headquarters here in London. And the main reason for that is that SHAEF never makes an official announcement of a town's capture until after the infantry have moved into that town and secured it beyond a question of a doubt of its being retaken. But our armored columns may have passed through the town as much as 2 days earlier, and then driven on or past the objective toward new objectives farther afield. This accounts for the time lag, which often results in confusion for the listening or reading public, but actually is due to a commendable caution on the part of SHAEF, which sees to it that when you finally get the news officially, it's news that will stick. I return you now to Admiral.
We'll have more news in just a moment, but first, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
The new, finer Admiral automatic record changer is the product of years of painstaking research and is a triumph of modern engineering skill. Because the Admiral changer has always been simple and trouble-free in operation, it can be easily understood why Admiral has become the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. The new Admiral changer will change records far more quickly than was heretofore thought possible. An entirely new electronic tone arm will exert so little pressure and wear on your favorite records that they will last almost indefinitely. There'll be a new depth and beauty of tone, too. Your records will be safe in the new Admiral changer with little chance of chipping or breaking them. When the war has been won, it will be a thrilling experience for you to load your new Admiral with 10 or 12 records
and then just relax and hear them flawlessly played without going near the instrument. Yes, after the war, the radio phonograph with the best of everything will be Admiral. Now, here is Douglas Edwards.
Correspondents in the Brest area say a stubborn suicide army of 15,000 German soldiers, sailors, and Marines has turned the siege of the great French port by the Americans into a forgotten battle hundreds of miles behind the front. The price is high in human life for American troops storming Nazi defenses and may be as costly as any piece of territory in France. Major General Hermann Ramke, the fanatic commander of the crack German 2nd Paratroop Division, is directing the defense with a raggle-taggle army, including trapped U-boat crews whose submarines float harmlessly in their pens. German anti-aircraft gunners have been thrown into the line with Marines and infantry sprinkled with Ramke's paratroopers along a wide arc, completely sealing off the port city. And now for a summary of the battle in southern France and Italy, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
German rear guards are fighting now to keep open the last escape route northward from Lyon. The enemy's garrison troops in the city, along with remnants of the 19th Army, are clearing out with whatever transport they can lay their hands on. Beyond Lyon, to the northeast, American forces crossed the Rhone 3 days ago. 2 days ago, they clashed with German armor 20 miles above the city. It's a safe guess that our spearheads are a good deal further north by now. The fact is that American forces have been operating around Lyon for a week. Last Wednesday, I visited this sector. In the back room of a hotel in a little town which the Maquis had liberated, we found the headquarters of the French Patriot forces that were operating in the hills ahead of us. The Maquis had captured this town a week before. When our troops arrived last Sunday, the French partisan commander was able to give them a complete report on how many Germans there were in Lyon, how many Germans were passing through the city, where the enemy's batteries were, where the German commander had his headquarters. On all the main highways out of Lyon, the French had established roadblocks, very primitive affairs, consisting of overturned tractors and farmers' carts covered by 1 or 2 machine guns. The French partisan commander said he thought the Maquis could seize Lyon, but would never be able to hold it, because the Germans had plenty of tanks, and the partisans' only answer to a tank is a grenade or sometimes a bazooka. Every day, the French commander sent his agents into Lyon to get information about the Germans. As we talked, one of his most valued agents came in. She was a 19-year-old girl. She had just returned from one of her daily missions by bicycle inside the city. At the Maquis headquarters, we talked of German war criminals. The French officers wanted to know what would become of the men who ordered French villages burned to the ground, who ordered French civilians shot, beaten, and tortured to death. The French have not forgotten those crimes. They are afraid that the criminals are safe from punishment now as prisoners of war in American hands. The Maquis has agreed to hand over its prisoners to us, and it has done so regularly. Of course, there have been exceptions. In notorious cases, the partisans have dealt with the Germans themselves because they do not trust us to do so. They know that the worst criminals, the German officers of highest rank, are the ones who receive the most respectful treatment. Captured generals leave France by plane, and whenever possible, they take their personal staff along with them. The partisan chief of staff said to me, the punishment of war criminals is something that sounds good in the speeches of Roosevelt and Churchill, but it will never be done. The French are bitter about this. It's impossible to expect them to be otherwise, if being a prisoner in Allied hands is the meanest in punishment. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And here in our New York studio to discuss with you the situation in southeastern Europe is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
On the greater part of the Russian front, there hasn't been much movement for several days. The Germans appear still to be holding open a narrow corridor along the shores of the Gulf of Riga, and they're defending the frontiers of East Prussia successfully, for the time being at least. They're also containing the Soviet bridgeheads on the western bank of the Vistula River. Only northeast of Warsaw do the Russians claim any considerable gains, And there they are retaking ground which was lost to the German counterattacks that took place during August. Of course, all this will change. It won't last because as soon as the Russians get set, overcome their supply difficulties, and regroup their forces, we shall unquestionably see, and probably very soon, a crushing series of Russian offensives along this front. Meanwhile, in Romania, the Russians are pushing rapidly ahead. And it is to this theater that the greatest immediate interest attaches because of the threat thus presented to the whole German fabric of domination in the Balkan Peninsula. The Russians are now engaged in overrunning the wide plains between the Carpathian Mountains and the river Danube, the plains of the ancient Principality of Wallachia. They are already deployed along several hundred miles of the Bulgarian frontier, though reports that the frontier has actually been crossed by Russian troops remain unconfirmed. There are also reports, likewise unconfirmed, that Russian and Romanian troops have crossed the mountains into Transylvania, thus threatening the whole central plain of Hungary, and that the Germans are evacuating Yugoslavia and Greece. But while these rumors are flying about, there is a sort of central support for them, because the Russian invasion of the Danubian area does threaten, to the north, the Germans in Hungary, to the west, the Germans in Yugoslavia and the communications of the German forces in Greece, and to the south, what is left of German power in Bulgaria. The Bulgarians are reported anxious to get out of the war. The Yugoslav patriot armies have been called upon for renewed exertions, and the Hungarian political pot is boiling. Moreover, with the tide of Allied power rolling thunderously into Belgium, and with the Red armies in the east gathering their strength for a new series of mighty blows, the Germans have need of every German soldier they can muster for a last-ditch stand in the defense of German soil. Hence, it is by no means improbable that they will withdraw their troops from other theaters, as indeed high Allied authority has already predicted. And one of those theaters may well be the Balkan Peninsula, where there are some 20 to 25 German divisions which certainly could be used elsewhere to better effect. It's quite probable that the British will not desire to see the liberation of Greece and Yugoslavia entirely accomplished by the Russians, as relations between London and these two nations have historically and traditionally been very close. Hence, there's the additional possibility that the German departure from the Balkans may be hastened by an Allied effort from the Mediterranean side. What is clear in all this rather confused picture of Balkan turmoil is just this one point. The days of German domination in that trouble-torn peninsula are over. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
Here's a bulletin from Supreme Headquarters. General Eisenhower today sent 3 messages to the Low Countries. One to the Belgians telling them their hour had struck, one to the Germans in Belgium warning against atrocities, and the third to the Dutch telling them not yet to attempt any mass uprising. This summer, the Civil Air Patrol, working in cooperation with the Army Air Forces, has given 9,000 young Americans a taste of pre-flight training. 3 of these youngsters are winding up their course, flying in a Liberator bomber somewhere over Long Island with a CBS reporter. Admiral takes you now some 4,000 feet above Long Island. Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
3 bug-eyed young Americans, none of them yet 18, have just succeeded in elbowing Captain Emile Duplank and me into a corner of this B-24's flight deck, so that their view of the miracles occurring just below us is uninterrupted. These miracles, and I suppose the kids are right, they are a little miraculous, are the manipulations of the pilot and co-pilot who are making this 4-motored monster purr through the air at about 200 miles per hour, some 4,000 feet up. These youngsters have just finished a week of pre-flight training under the Air Force's very wise program, which enables air-minded boys to find out just what it's all about before attempting to become flying cadets. The Civil Air Patrol has voluntarily taken over the ground training end of the job, and the Army has furnished the gear. I will probably get slugged now, but I'm going to take the chance and ask one of the intense young men a question. Bill Davis, have you ever flown before?
Yes.
Talkative boy, isn't he? Ever been in anything this big?
No, sir. Just small CAP planes. Boy, this Liberator is really an airplane.
Yes, these 4 motors will carry a lot of bombs a long way.
Aircraft power plants are engines, sir. You'd never call them motors.
Oh, thank you, my boy. Thanks very much. Captain DePlank, a Mitchell Field pilot, is along with us to answer questions. And it might be a good idea if I let him talk to this trio of junior birdmen. Captain?
Say, Rashid, take a quick look at that instrument panel and tell me our altitude, airspeed, and force.
We're just over 4,000 feet, sir. Our indicated speed is 190 miles an hour, and the heading is 240 degrees, although actually we are circling Mitchell Field.
That's right.
Captain DePlank, sir, if two engines cut out, could this big plane stay up?
Well, that always depends on the load, but with this light load, I'm sure it could.
Captain, if the hydraulic system controlling the heavy landing gear went bad, could you crank the wheels down like on lighter planes?
Yes, but it's a long, tiresome job. So always check your landing gear before calling the tower for landing instructions.
Yes, sir.
Our young men are again intent upon the pilots below. So I'd like to ask you a question, Captain. Do these kids like to fly?
Do they? They love it. And they'll be good pilots someday. I've flown dozens of them, and I think every boy had read 4 more books on flying than I had. They have some very embarrassing questions at times, though.
Yes, I noticed that. Say, Louis Sickle, why did you volunteer for this week of very little flying and a lot of hard work?
Because I want to be a pilot. If the war is still on when my time comes, I want to get into the Air Forces. If it's over then, I want to get into commercial aviation. I figure with this training, I'll have a slight edge over other kids.
I wish you could see these youngsters sitting here some 4,000 feet in the sky. I used to see kids look at Babe Ruth the way these boys look at DePlank and Colonel Loren Briggs, our pilot. This next generation is a generation of airmen, and I guess there's nothing for us old gaffers to do but stand on the sidelines and hope for a chance to yell, "Hey there, son, why don't you get yourself an automobile?" I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for news of the home front and an interview with a Coast Guardsman who has helped in rescue work in the English Channel. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
The latest word on Capitol Hill is that congressional leaders are planning now to adjourn by September 15th. And they might make it because an agreement is in sight on reconversion legislation. Donald Nelson, incidentally, is the current betting favorite here for the job of directing demobilization. But that's not yet definite. That's the news today in Washington. To military men, the most amazing thing about our successes in the invasion of Europe is not the swift advance of our armies. It's the fact that almost all of the men and materials for such a drive have been supplied across an open beach. It's taken a constant flow of ships back and forth across the English Channel, almost literally a bridge of ships. And overhead, of course, a bridge of wings in the air. Inevitably, in such an operation, there are lots of accidents. Boats overturn. Planes sometimes fail to get back, and their crews land in the sea. But most of them are rescued, because all that was planned for in advance. To tell you that story, here's Chief Bosun's mate, Glenn R. Bleet of Baltimore. Go ahead, Glenn. Start at the beginning.
Well, I was with a flotilla of sub-busters in the Coast Guard who'd been patrolling for some time down in the Caribbean.
That was a very famous flotilla, incidentally, and they had a lot to do with cutting down Hitler's U-boat fleet. But that's another story. What happened then?
All of a sudden, they loaded all of our boats on the ships and took us over to England. And since the invasion, we've been doing rescue work in the Channel.
Incidentally, how big is a sub-buster?
83 feet. It's just a little boat with 1 officer and 13 men, but it can do a lot of work.
Well, apparently so. Just what did you do?
Well, as you said, our principal job was rescue, but we did convoy work, too, and lots of other odd jobs.
How many men did your flotilla rescue?
Oh, I don't know. About 1,100 up to the time I left.
Mostly soldiers?
Yes, most of them young guys.
Well, they must have been pretty glad to see you, weren't they?
They never said much. They were glad to get out of the water, of course, but they were pretty mad about getting dunked before they had a chance at the beachhead. And they were all anxious to get back in.
Were many of them badly wounded?
Only a few. We sent those back to England. The rest of them went right on into Normandy.
Incidentally, did you ever get to the beachhead?
With crutches.
Oh, yes, I forgot to mention that. Glenn just got out of the hospital. In fact, if he hadn't been wounded, we wouldn't even have him here today. He'd be over there still pulling men out of the ocean. Tell us what happened, Glenn.
I don't know what happened. I'm the guy who doesn't know what hit him.
But you do know what it did to you. How did it happen?
Well, a British landing craft had been knocked around a bit and abandoned by the crew. We were supposed to pick it up and tow it into the beach. There was a bad storm at the time. We came alongside, and I put a man aboard to make a line fast to the Samson post. When all of a sudden something hit me in the knee.
You don't know what?
No, probably shrapnel, I guess. There was some firing in along the shore, whatever it was. It spun me around like a top and knocked me down.
And then what?
That was that. The gunner's mate gave me first aid, and I lay in my bunk for the next 2 days while we rode out the storm. My knee was laid wide open. Then they transferred me to an LCI where a young Navy doctor stretched me out on the mess table and sewed me up. From there I'd moved to an LST, then to an evacuation station on the beachhead, and finally back to England on another LST.
And eventually back home. Would you like to go back, Glenn?
Gosh, yes. I had a letter the other day from one of my buddies written from Cherbourg. From what he says, I'd like to go ashore in France, standing up.
Well, you've made it possible for a lot of other guys to do that, and I hope you can. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
In the Pacific, American liberators have loosed another 110 bomb raid on Davao in the southern Philippines, and they destroyed 38 Japanese planes in the process. It was the heaviest American raid so far on any Philippine target. So suddenly did the Americans strike that the Japanese were able to mount only 9 fighter interceptors. One of these was shot down. The other 37 planes were caught on the ground. 2 American planes were lost to Japanese ack-ack. Installations and the excellent airfield at Davao were the principal targets of the bombers. General MacArthur, in announcing the Davao strike, revealed that an even heavier raid, a 137-ton attack, was staged at the same time on Palau Island, which lies along the sea route his forces may use when they invade the Philippines. Previously, the Tokyo radio had announced the Davao raid. It claimed that there were 40 liberators over the important port city, which was populated largely by Japanese before the war. The Japanese radio also said that a Pacific Fleet task force shelled the Bonins. The enemy said they were bombed heavily on Thursday and Friday. There's been no Allied confirmation of these reports. In Burma, Allied forces driving the Japanese southward now control more than 20,000 square miles, nearly a tenth of the country's total area. They've all but completed potentially useful lines of communication cutting across great barriers of the terrain from India to the China frontier. Americans, British, Imperials, and Chinese have an east-to-west line now, looking southward down all the Burma valleys which form the neutral lines of communication. They've gone a long way toward solution of what Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten, the Supreme Commander in Asia, recently called a logistical nightmare. And now, once again, here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
Have you ever prepared a fresh vegetable plate? And I mean fresh. With vegetables picked months ago and frozen hard as great billiard balls? Or eaten meat months old, but as fresh and even more tender than the day it was bought? These things will be common to your daily life when you can own a new peacetime Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator. The Admiral built-in home freezer will make possible many practical and economical ideas for more gracious living than you have ever dreamed of. There will be many other exclusive Admiral features, too. Purified moist cold will prevent foods from wilting or drying without the use of covered dishes. Sterilamp will utilize ultraviolet rays to kill bacteria, retard the growth of mold, and to eliminate offensive icebox odors. And last, but certainly not least, the space-stealing coils will be gone, doing away with the regular, messy job of defrosting. Yes, the ready acceptance that America has given Admiral Radio, America's smart set, will be duplicated for the Admiral 2-temperature electric refrigerator. Military and essential business travel is now at a new all-time high. Troop movements, furlough and casualty travel, and war production activity must still have first call on our nation's transportation systems. So please don't travel unless it is absolutely necessary. Pleasure travel must wait for victory. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WBBM, Chicago. Good books provide much consolation for wounded servicemen confined to hospitals and rest camps overseas. Help them by sharing with them some of the books you've enjoyed reading. Send books to the British War Relief Society, 30 North Michigan, Chicago 2, Illinois. You are listening to the WBBM Air Theater, Blakely Building, Chicago. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers of our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The Americans have driven into Luxembourg at 2 points today, and Allied gains are reported from other sectors of the western battlefront. More than 1,000 American warplanes were out this morning, smashing a German transport behind the Siegfried Line. In the Mediterranean, the British Eighth Army is fighting a tough battle with the Germans on the Adriatic side of the Italian front. But the Americans have pushed into the outskirts of the Gothic Line. Marshal Tito's headquarters comes up with a rather contradictory bit of news that Allied land forces are not operating in Yugoslavia, as reported earlier in the week. And now for a first-hand account of the fighting in Western Europe, Admiral takes you to CBS Paris, Charles Collingwood reporting.
The Allied armies in Western Europe are fighting their way toward Germany through 3 countries, France, Belgium, and Luxembourg. We have really entered Luxembourg after days of premature reports, and Holland seems likely to be added to the list as our troops approach its boundary. All along the line, the Germans are putting up a stubborn resistance as they try to hold us off from Germany. But we continue to move forward closer and closer to the right. The closest point so far is the town of Tours in Belgium, 10 miles southeast of Liège and less than 20 miles from the German border. In the Ardennes forest, we continue to make progress. In the Moselle Valley, we're fighting in Liverdun above Toul and trying to expand our hard-won bridgeheads across the Moselle. As a whole, the picture today is that the German army is trying to pull itself together for the defense of the fatherland and fighting savagely while our armies are getting into position and carefully preparing an attack against Germany and the Siegfried Line. In Paris, the political news is the reconstruction of General de Gaulle's government. The great political fact here is the resistance, which is not a party, but a state of mind. And most of the new men in the government represent the militant groups who fought for France from within. These are the men whom France looks to as her future leaders. And even if we aren't familiar with their names, the French are Diderot, Paradis, Titian, Lacoste. And the French, who are an historically minded people, have a respect for... So in the new government, there is old Jules Genesi, an elder statesman, president of the Senate, the Commons, and he stands for the continuity of the French democratic tradition. The new French government will have its trials and difficulties, but it is soundly based on the spirit and experience of the French people. This is Charles Collingwood in Paris, returning you to Admiral in New York.
We're sorry that the signal from Paris was not as clear as it might have been. But now for other developments in the West, Admiral takes you to London, Ned Calmer reporting.
The temper of the war reports is turning cautious again. From every main sector of the Western Front, from the Albert Canal operations in Belgium down to the Lorraine Gap, correspondents are filing dispatches describing major German resistance. It looks as if we may be entering a period similar to the fighting in Normandy, before the German retreat began. Or as one correspondent up at the front puts it today, the war has now changed completely in type since last week, and the possibility of an autumn campaign cannot be ruled out. The prospect of a month or more of the toughest kind of fighting has not dimmed the revival of hope for an early peace among the British people. If you could have seen London today, you would have felt the rising tide of human relief and gratitude that at last, after 5 years, the struggle will soon be over. Only people who have lived that long amid total blackness at night and the terrible melancholy of the air raid sirens can realize how much it means to have the blackout partially lifted, as it will be in a few days. Only people who have lived so long under the irksome duties of wardens and fire watchers and home guards can know what it means to be relieved of these duties soon. There are many signs of this relief. Mothers and their small children are coming back to London after months in places of safety, believing that the German enemy, whom they call simply him, will never be able to launch his threatened rocket bomb in earnest. The theaters are beginning to fill up again, and a theatrical season that will include Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne is beginning to boom. But London is remembering the days of its trials. It's suggested that a medal be given to be known as the Order of the Weary Heart to all civilian veterans of these 5 years. It's also suggested that a special award be given to the people who have managed to eat certain kinds of meat during that period, and to all those who at the worst moments of the Blitz had the courage to stay in bed. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
You've heard from Ned Chalmer in London and Charles Collingwood in Paris. More news in just a moment, but first here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Consequently, when we tell you that the post-war Admiral record changer will be far superior to any offered before Pearl Harbor, you can believe it.
May I ask a question, Mr. Announcer? I've got an automatic record changer that's given me a lot of pleasure in the years I've owned it. What's the Admiral got that's so different?
Well, sir, to boil it down, the Admiral's superiority lies in its simplicity. Admiral has taken what was formerly a highly complicated mechanism and made it so simple in its operation that there's practically nothing to go wrong.
Well, that's very interesting. But I'm rather proud of my collection of records. Will it protect them?
Yes, there's far less chance for chipping or breaking your precious records in an Admiral. And the new Admiral changer will greatly reduce the changing time between records. Yes, sir, if you're looking for a radio phonograph with the best of everything, you'll certainly find it in Admiral. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
Allied troops in southern France continue to make good progress. For a summary of the news in that area and on the Italian front, Admiral takes you now to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
The Germans in central France are putting up a stubborn fight on the approaches to Belfort Pass. They have considerable forces lined up on the north side of the Doubs River, covering their roads of withdrawal eastward toward the historic gateway to Germany. On the south side of the river, we have been closing in steadily toward the pass. American troops have pushed 24 miles up the valley from Besançon. Further east, French forces at one point are only 18 miles from Belfort, at the entrance to the gap where we will see the opening phase of the battle for Germany itself. Writing from Besançon today, CBS reporter Eric Severide describes our crossing of the old German occupation line which divided France until November 1942. It's immediately apparent, he says, that French life north of the line where the Germans had been for 4 years had been much harder than in the south. And Severide says, I quote, "For one thing, the FFI, the French resistance forces, are not so well organized on the north side. The long German occupation meant that many more young men were shipped off to Germany. The Germans here have been executing Frenchmen for the slightest offenses, such as breaking the curfew. Food is a far more serious problem here. And when the French in Algiers talked about the great loss of weight among French people, they meant those here in the north, where it is actually true." End of quotation. The German army here in Italy is still fighting its own hard, separate battle. It's as though there were another war on this peninsula, unaffected by the collapse of German arms elsewhere. A few days ago, it was triumphantly announced in official bulletins here that the Eighth Army had completely broken through the German defenses over by the Adriatic Sea. This was described as a decisive victory. It was expected that the Eighth would smash right through to the plain and roll up the entire German line. It was not expected that the Germans would be able to improvise defenses on the few ridges ahead of us and there, behind the so-called Gothic line, stop our offensive dead. But that is what has happened. Once again, the battle in Italy has not gone according to plan. In the narrow gap by the Adriatic, the Germans have moved in many guns, many tanks, all of their frontline mobile reserves, the elements of 7 divisions, including 2 Panzer divisions. To the Fifth Army further west will fall the difficult task of trying to breach the German defenses by frontal attack over the mountains. Whatever is happening on other fronts, German resistance is not breaking here. They are still making us fight a battle for nearly every ridge and pay for every mile of our advance in Italy. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
The Moscow radio reported today that in August, 1,800 enemy aircraft were shot down on the Soviet-German front, the highest number during the summer offensive. The CBS shortwave listening station recorded the broadcast, which said that in the past few weeks, the war in the air has been focused in 3 areas: in the Baltic, Romania, and the Black Sea, and in the Warsaw sector. The Luftwaffe has concentrated big formations in the Baltics and the districts bordering East Prussia. Focke-Wulf's 190 used as fighter bombers are being sent over in groups of 100 and 150. And now here in our New York studio to discuss with us military events in the Balkans and Russia is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
Certainly the most important Russian accomplishment of the past week has been knocking Bulgaria not only out of the war as a German ally, but back into the war again as a belligerent on the Allied side. Thus, the Balkan situation has now changed from one of complete German domination of the entire peninsula, except Turkey's little corner, to one in which Romania and Bulgaria are active allies of Russia, leaving to the Germans only their rather precarious hold on Yugoslavia and Greece. Naturally, these events have been of vast encouragement to the Patriot forces in both Yugoslavia and Greece. These forces are reported busily engaged in attacking German garrisons and particularly in cutting German lines of communication. The German hold on Greece especially is dependent on keeping open the Belgrade-Salonika-Athens railway, which has been cut in many places and which the Patriot forces now say they can keep permanently interrupted. Meanwhile, the Germans must find some means of replacing the Bulgarian troops formerly in occupation as their allies of parts of Yugoslavia and of Greece. They must do more. They must find means of opposing those troops who are now their enemies and are closely backed up by the powerful Russian forces which are pouring into Bulgaria and apparently moving toward the vital railway which runs just west of the Bulgarian-Yugoslav frontier through the historic Vardar-Morava Valley. From Romania, the Russians have penetrated to the vicinity of the Iron Gates, where the Danube River breaks its way through the Carpathian Mountains. This puts the Russians virtually on the Yugoslav frontier in this area also, but there is as yet no official word that they have crossed that frontier. Also from Romania, Russian and Romanian troops are in possession of most of the important passes through the Transylvanian Alps and are reported descending the northern slope of those mountains toward the Hungarian plain. This movement, if continued, would bring them to Budapest and northward toward the Moravian gateway between the Bohemian hills and the Carpathians, a direct threat to the invasion of Germany on the south. While the Germans' hold on the Balkans is thus cracking, and while her last ally, Hungary, is thus directly menaced, there are many indications that the storm of battle is about to break in full force against the German defenses in the east. Already the Germans admit that the Russians are beginning to extend their rather wide bridgehead over the upper Vistula, a bridgehead which menaces both Warsaw from the southwest and Krakow from the east. There seems little question that the Russians are also preparing for an all-out assault against East Prussia, which is now about half encircled by Russian forces. Thus, as the Germans gird themselves to meet the full shock of Allied armies on the Meuse and the Moselle, they must also prepare to feel the weight of a coordinated Russian offensive from the Niemen down along the Vistula and even on the Danube. It is to be doubted whether the diminished resources of Hitler's Reich are equal to these responsibilities. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
Today in Chicago, the Navy will make a unique award, the first award yet given to an entire industry. For the story behind the presentation, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Bill Slocum, Jr. reporting.
Battles are won in many strange and unbelievable ways. Many a ship still sails and fights because some, in fact thousands, of patriotic women were willing to part junior with a neighbor and go off to the wars to the best of their ability. The United States Navy recognizes this as a fact, self-evident or not. So today at Wrigley Field in Chicago, some 50,000 radio and radar workers of the Midwest will sit in on a unique celebration, the awarding by the Navy of the first material certificate of achievement to an industry or a section of an industry. This unprecedented award will be given formally to the Radar Radio Institute of Chicago Incorporated, which consists of 65 various manufacturing groups which have banded together for the duration to share one another's personnel and production achievements. Rear Admiral Claude A. Jones, USN, Deputy Chief of the Office of Procurement and Materials, thinks this is a well-deserved award. and he has accepted our invitation to talk about it today. Admiral Jones.
The radio and radar people of Chicago have done a fine job. They have solved many problems which still plague other industries. When they needed more women workers, the Institute conducted a campaign that can be, a model for other industries.
Admiral, I understand that a woman wasn't safe on the Chicago streets while that employment campaign was underway.
Pretty near. The industry had agents all over town asking women if they'd like to work on this secret and delicate radio equipment. Shoppers were stopped leaving stores, and if the woman claimed she had to get her purchases home, why, the agent would say, "Madam, we'll send your stuff home in a taxi. You just climb in this bus, and we'll have you working in a couple of hours." And they did, too.
This secret radar equipment is obviously very difficult to discuss from coast to coast. Just how valuable in the war effort is this great secret weapon?
First, radar is unquestionably the greatest scientific development of this war. Last year, the British were willing to accept the loss of 41 planes as well worth the eradication of the city of Peenemünde, because there the Germans were engaged in research, development, and construction of radio location equipment. By attacking such an objective, future raids in Germany were deemed safer, and the heavy loss in planes was deemed a small price for the damage inflicted on enemy defenses.
What is your opinion of peacetime radar, Admiral?
For security reasons, I can only say radar will have many uses. It is a very useful invention, and the Navy is proud of the part it had in helping to develop it.
One other thing. Have you anything you'd like to say to the radio and radar workers in Chicago?
Yes. First, well done, and keep it up. Second, we can use all your building now and a little more. In fact, a lot more.
Thank you, Rear Admiral Claude A. Jones, USN. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
And now for a report from Spain, already in progress. Admiral takes you to CBS San Sebastian. Glenn Stadler reporting.
And even though they must know by now that the war is lost, they apparently regard this as only a temporary setback, merely retarding the master race's ultimate domination of the world. These facts appear daily in the Nazi press, which reaches Spain on Lufthansa planes arriving in Barcelona every 2 days. Chief exponent of redoubling the planning of peace for future wars is Das Schwarze official organ of Himmler's SS. The main German virtues, it claims, are the desire to dominate the world by force and the invincible inclination of educating German children to believe in the absolute right of militarism. To make certain that the youth is properly impregnated with this idea, Hitler has been sending out his most trusted fanatics to give such talks. And Major Wolf, speaking to 16-year-olds on their way to the front, told them that the Nazi soldier was the best in the world and never was personally defeated, even though enemy mechanical superiority might kill or capture him. The SS paper asserts it's much better to send boys out to die on the battlefield than abandon them in the streets with only the prospect of growing up to be dishonest businessmen, which it says is the case in New York and London. Our Schwarze states that dishonesty is synonymous with democracy. Thus, Nazi fanaticism prefers death to absorption of thought, not in tune with the Hitler-Jugend song, "Today we own Germany, tomorrow all the world." Our youth must carry on with the conviction, the Hamburger Sonnenblatt says, that Germany must always be militant and aggressive. This is Johnny Chapman and San Sebastian, returning you the Admiral in New York.
Southwest Pacific Headquarters reports continued unopposed air attacks on Japanese positions from the Moluccas to the Philippines, and a new amphibious landing which completed Allied conquest of the Schouten Islands off Dutch New Guinea. Heavy raids on Halmahera Island, southern guardian of the Philippines, and the Japanese shipping and aerial center on Dutch Celebes were included in the reported air attacks. Other targets included Palau, Ceram, and Timor. Under air and naval cover, amphibious Allied units landed Thursday on Sopiori Island, adjacent to American-held Biak in Galevink Bay.
There's no Japanese opposition, and it was considered unlikely that more than a handful of enemy stragglers were on the island. Admiral Nimitz announces heavy blows by American Pacific Fleet cruisers and destroyers and carrier-based planes against the Palaus, the Japanese islands guarding the Philippines on the east. The big guns of the Navy were directed against the Palaus on Wednesday, and it was a follow-up attack to the blow delivered the day before by swarms of carrier fighter planes and 90-ton bomb assaults by Southwest Pacific land-based bombers. Carrier planes also took part in the Wednesday strike, while naval shells were wrecking or damaging buildings and defense installations and starting major fires on Anguar, the southernmost of the group. And now for the news on the home front, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington, Joe McCaffrey reporting.
James Burns' recommendation, blueprinting the nation's reconversion structure, is receiving a mixed reaction on Capitol Hill. The War Mobilization Director's suggestion that Congress appropriate up to $2 billion next year, if necessary, to keep farm prices from slumping heavily has won a favorable reception. Senator Russell declares Congress has made a solemn commitment to the farmers to maintain the price of basic commodities at 90% of parity for 2 years after the war. And, continues Russell, we've got to keep that promise no matter what it costs. The reaction was not so favorable, however, to the proposal for an unemployment compensation schedule of $20 a week for 26 weeks. Lawmakers say there is little chance that Congress, having rejected it once, would reconsider the unemployment plan. Opinions here indicate that Burns' recommendation for repeal of the excess profits tax after Japan is defeated will receive congressional support. Post-war repeal of the excess profits tax on corporations has been advocated a long time in Congress and is backed by some of the most influential men on the tax writing committees. In his broad program for meeting post-war problems, Burns suggested that when Germany is defeated, many of the present economic controls be lifted, and that there be a return to the 40-hour week. Labor has endorsed this hours cutback, but both the CIO and AFL is already on record in many quarters as believing that workers should have a higher base pay. They are beginning a campaign to obtain for workers the same pay for a 40-hour week that they have been receiving for 48 hours. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Southeast Asia Command Headquarters announced today that the 5th Indian Division has gained more ground on the Teetim Road. Fighting along the last 8 miles to the Manipur River in contact with the main body of Japanese retreating in Burma from eastern India has been the main order of business. Hitting Japanese communications, RAF long-range fighters attacked a railway south of Moulmein in lower Burma and shipping in the Gulf of Martaban off Tenasserim. The British news agency Reuters reports from Stockholm today that Allied submarines operating in the Skagerrak, the 80-mile-wide strip of water separating northern Denmark and Norway, are said to be the main reason for the invasion fever which has gripped the Germans in Denmark. A neutral traveler who's just returned to Stockholm from Copenhagen, where he was in touch with members of the German command there, relayed the report. He added that the Germans believe that the Allies are concentrating invasion fleets in Britain and Iceland to seize Jutland, then Zeeland, the island on which Copenhagen is situated, and then land on the German Baltic coast. The role of the submarines would be to prevent those units of the German Navy now reported to be lying around the Swedish Baltic island of Bornholm off the southern tip of Sweden from attacking the invasion fleet. This report is supported by survivors of the German ship Westphalen, which was sunk on Friday. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
When Hitler and Hirohito cried quits, you probably anticipate owning a home freezer for the quick freezing and storing of foods. And we assure you, you'll be mightily impressed by the many exciting features of the Admiral home freezer. Your Admiral home freezer will simplify all your meal planning, for your Admiral will keep a large variety of foods on hand, permitting last-minute planning of menus. Your Admiral home freezer will make it easy to serve well-balanced meals, too. Meals can be prepared to meet all health requirements. Small quantities of necessary diet foods can be used without losing the rest of the package by spoilage. Yes, your entire plan of meal preparation will be made easier and more appealing when you own an Admiral home freezer, made by the same expert organization that has made Admiral Radio America's smart set. The war news on all fronts has been encouraging during the past few weeks, but we can't be lax in our war production. So long as the war is actually being fought, up to the firing of the very last gun, our boys need the materials of victory. For the sake of millions of fighting Americans overseas, from now until complete victory, war production still must come first. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
There are no additional details on the Supreme Headquarters announcement that British General Dempsey's forces with reinforcements of men and material by air have made limited contact with the British Airborne Division in Holland, but the Second Army still is fighting to enlarge and strengthen that contact. The RAF has bombed the Rhineland in great strength in a continuation of the Allied air offensive. Romanian sources say the Russians have crossed into Hungary. Allied troops in Italy have driven the Germans from the entire northern end of the Gothic Line and are sweeping into the Po Valley. And Tokyo says American planes have again raided the Philippines. And now news of the battles along the Western Front direct from overseas. Admiral takes you to London. Larry LeSueur reporting.
There is still no strong link-up between the gallant band of British airborne troops holding out at Arnhem. But advance patrols from the 2nd British Army fought their way across the Dutch Rhine last night to give the nearly exhausted paratroopers a new ray of hope. The beleaguered British sky troops are still fighting in drizzling rain, holding off ceaseless German attacks aimed at recapturing the bridge over the Dutch Rhine, while the main British forces are struggling to widen their narrow corridor through Holland. As the 2nd British Army fights desperately to reach their besieged airborne comrades, they too are under heavy fire in their corridor sandwiched between powerful German forces. Latest reports from Holland the walls of this slender road north of Nijmegen. And last night, the Royal Air Force lent its weight to the seesawing battle. The British heavy night bombers attacked vital German communication points in the Ruhr in very great strength. The British airborne troops marooned in the Arnhem area on the north bank of the Dutch Rhine for 7 days and 7 nights now have been compressed into very small space, despite the new reinforcements that reached them by air from England yesterday. You see, the German positions along the Rhine are in a position to machine gun and shell any British attempt to cross the river in force. So it looks as though the crossing of the Dutch Rhine at Arnhem will develop into one of the greatest battles of the war in the West, asking the Germans to bring up guns and reinforcements. And poor visibility has hurt the effort of our bombers to knock back the German supplies. The American troops engaging the Germans all along the Siegfried Line have met increased enemy resistance over the weekend. East of encircled Aachen, American First Army troops faced reinforced shelling from new German guns as they crept eastward from newly captured Stolberg. In the Nancy area, the Germans managed to build up a considerable force of tanks to counterattack General Patton's Third Army troops. The German blow was gathering momentum when thunderbolts of the 9th Air Force roared up to the scene. Despite low clouds and bad visibility, the Thunderbolt pilots swooped low to skip bomb the 100 German armored vehicles. The enemy tanks and armored cars countered with heavy fire at the German planes, or rather at the American planes. But finally the attack was broken up, and the undamaged German tanks and cars withdrew to the protection of a forest. The American Thunderbolts circled the forest, bombed it, and then raked it with cannon and machine gun fire until their ammunition was exhausted. The German Air Force itself appeared in some strength yesterday in an attempt to break up the Allied airborne relief operations in Holland. The German pilots took advantage of cloud cover when engaged by our protecting fighters. But Thunderbolts broke up one large German formation near Nijmegen, knocking down 19 out of 30 German planes without loss to themselves. And this is Larry LeSueur returning you now to Admiral.
More news in just a moment. First, here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Admiral Corporation, the leader in research on radar, television, communications equipment, and FM, will be able to give America many more Admiral firsts when victory is won.
I know that Admiral Radio is America's smart set. What is Admiral doing about television?
Well, naturally, in a thing as big as television, there are many problems confronting both manufacturers and broadcasters to make television workable and within reach of America's millions of people. But Admiral Research in engineering and production has made the name Admiral the last word in smart, convenient, economical home radios. You can depend on Admiral for home television, too.
Will it be possible to get a television set Built right into a radio-phonograph combination?
Oh, I guess it's not giving away any trade secrets to tell you that. Eventually, you'll be able to get television in a wide range of models combined with radio or with a radio phonograph. And the new television and radio sets will reflect all the established Admiral skills and inventiveness. And they'll be built in the same great modern factories of Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
CBS correspondent Eric Severide in a cable from southern France says General de Gaulle has arrived on the French front after a triumphal tour through provincial cities of northeastern France. Severide says de Gaulle was met with an unfailing enthusiastic reception everywhere. He said this was proof that he has everyone's support in the interim of reorganizing the French government. Severide's cable continues. 6,000 citizens of Besançon stood for 2 hours in the drizzle waiting for him yesterday. Tremendous cheers greeted his shouted declaration that we are not yet finished. Part of the Patria, our Alsace and our Lorraine, is still in enemy hands, but we will drive on the enemy's homeland. De Gaulle, who's learned much of the art of politics and now gestures freely, speaks confidently and colloquially, told the people that France's alliances and friendships with the outside world would help her only in the measure that the people of France, with their own hearts and bands, rebuilt the country and remake it materially, morally, and politically so that France can again take its place in the world. Allied troops in Italy have overturned the entire eastern end of the German Gothic line. For details of that development, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
The 8th Army today is slowly fanning out from the southeast corner of the Po Valley Plain along the main highways leading to Ravenna and Bologna. The Germans have not yet begun a general withdrawal on this front. They are still being pushed back in stiff fighting, and the 8th is still building up its striking force for its next lunge northward. We hope to destroy a sizable part of the German army in the next stage of the battle. The 5th Army is now 15 miles from Bologna, well past the great watershed of the Apennines, past the battered and broken defenses of the Gothic line. Between our two breakthroughs, there are Germans, several divisions of them, still fighting in the mountains. And it is hard to see how they can all get out in time, or how they can fight a mobile campaign down in the valley with their insufficient transport and with our undisputed power in the air. We are expecting rapid developments on the Balkan front also in coming weeks. Today, reporters here in Rome talked with the Greek Minister of Information. The entire Greek government is ready to go to Greece immediately upon its liberation by Allied troops, and the minister said that he thought this would be very soon. On the eve of that event, he made several important declarations. He said that the Greek government demands unconditionally and without discussion the restitution by Bulgaria of all Greek territories in Thrace and Macedonia, which Bulgarian troops are now occupying. He said that Greece would also demand certain revisions of her pre-war frontier with Bulgaria. He said finally that the Greek people have suffered economically more than any other in this war, through the destruction of some 1,300 towns and villages by the Germans, through undernourishment and the diseases that come of undernourishment. Any normal relief effort, the minister said, would be wholly insufficient to meet the situation in Greece today. This is Winston Burdett in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
Bucharest reports that Romanian and Russian troops have entered Hungary. For a summary of the situation on the Eastern Front, Admiral takes you now to CBS Moscow. Lee White of the Chicago Daily News Foreign Service reporting.
The Red Army today is mopping up in Estonia, where the shattered Germans appear to be cut off from any hope of ever getting home. Most of the larger German ships that were taking part in the evacuation have been sunk. According to this morning's supplement to last night's Soviet communique, 11 transports loaded with German troops have been sunk in the past 48 hours, either by bombers or by torpedo planes. It appears to be the nearest thing to Dunkirk that the Germans have yet been made to suffer. 3 loaded transports totaling 22,000 tons were sunk in the harbor of Tallinn. So the people are getting ready for what appears to be a long, hard winter. It's in sight to see long lines of trucks, the current, distributing logs. There aren't enough railroad cars and motor trucks to go around. But most people seem to be aware certainly there'll be enough fuel to go around. Speaking of the end of the war, for lack of manpower, and because there was always the chance that Moscow might be bombed again. That danger has almost disappeared, a little less black than it used to be. It's black enough that perhaps 10 or a dozen lights saw 2 or 3. I return you now to...
Plays an important role in the arranged to broadcast in cooperation with the Marine Corps trained in split-second.
Precious and peaceful waters off the Marine Corps Air Station is idea. One phase of fight. All timing. Not split-second timing, but quarter-second timing. Watch is correct. We should be dive-bombed in about 1 minute. Although it is impossible to see it. Just to the front of it, two lifting is bombing us at the time they were previously confined. With them is a group of fighters. Give us a strafing when the bombs hit. And then suddenly his plane was back at front behind us. Give 15 seconds. When it's about 1,000 feet, it blows until it looks like it's catching the plane. Picking up speed, groups. Each at a tower, each carrying what is normally a terrifying load of destruction. Coming in now and starting their bombs. Get down to about 1,000 feet and release the bomb then. So close. Here's another. 5 yards. Set a microphone up on the target behind us. I hope they get something, but it must be remembered that dive bombing is a pretty quiet operation. The fighters, which are to strafe us, should be something else again. Well, there you have it. Fighters at Marine Corps Air Station. The best run of all wars. 1,002, astronomical errors. We radios were pretty handy bush leaguers compared to these young men for the Marine Corps. I return you now to...
And now for news from the Pacific and an interview with a Navy commander from New Jersey. Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Tim Lemert reporting.
Fighting on Palladio continues to be static as Marines are slowly pushing the enemy toward the north end of the island. Our house is now in our hands. Seated with M. Powell of the U.S. Navy, working this action in the Palau. Commander Powell is Washington, D.C., is coordinator on the staff of the Commander-in-Chief. He is the former war correspondent for Fox Movietone News. Commander Powell, when did you reach the Palau?
I was in the flagship of Admiral J.B. Oldendorf, commanded the forces that bombarded the island before D-Day. We caught sight of Peterloo at dawn 3 days before the landing, when all our ships started to lay down their barrage. For those 3 days and nights, the Japs were given no rest as we poured thousands of tons of steel into the island. From our battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and planes, from those wonderful CVEs to baby flat tops. Some of those old battleships are just the thing for pre-invasion shelling as they lay to off the island with their engines stopped and pumped everything they had into the enemy defenses. They're really what you'd call floating artillery. All the time that we were shelling, the Avengers and Wildcats settling back and forth, sometimes searching for enemy strong points.
What were some of the many targets chosen?
Because as far as I could see, anything that constituted a probable defense position, with a covered answer to that, I might say that the hardest caves, at the same time extremely well wooded, was singled out for shelling and bombardment. These, some of which were 10 feet in diameter, have to be cleared away so that the caves can be seen and the strong defensive positions cleared out. The toughest of these were the hills commanding the northern part of the airstrip, from which the Japs fired their mortars and artillery.
Which of the beaches were you on?
Yellow, 1, 2, and 3, which turned out to be the toughest spots when the Marines went in.
What was the story on D-Day?
Well, before each hour, everything opened up, pouring all they had into the beaches and islands. Then at each hour -5, all firing stopped, and the Marines went in the ducks and LVPAs. Heading their thought were the LCIs, gunboats that could come right up the reef and let go with guns and rockets. Everywhere you looked was a mass of boats, and from all the firing, the smoke and dirt, almost obscured the entire island. It was a sight that's impossible to describe, although some of the ducks stuck on the reef and others were hit. Most of them got in.
Did you see the invasion of Angkor?
Yes. I flew over on a naval observation plane at each hour and saw the initial landing, which went very well. One of the strangest sights was the fact that although we flew over Angara at treetop level, we couldn't see a Jap gun or a sign of habitation. The Japs are masters at concealment.
What about future progress on Palalio?
Progress may be slow, as we will be over the Japs as it suits us, while waiting for more supplies to be brought in. To knock out the fortified positions in limestone hills.
Thank you, Commander Bonnie M. Powell. This is Tim Lamert in Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
For another interview with two fighting men who had experience with our airborne units in Europe, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
Any doubt as to the great value of airborne operations in modern warfare was wiped away by the action of the past week. Airborne operations in Holland have been further highlighted by indications from Air Force officers that a similar invasion of Berlin could possibly be undertaken. Today, as our guests, we have two experienced airborne men, Captain Charles Barnett, who took part in the invasions of Sicily, Italy, and France, and First Sergeant Hubert Odom, who landed behind enemy lines on D-Day. Captain Barnett wears the Silver Star, the European Theater Ribbon, and the Purple Heart with the Oak Leaf Cluster, having been wounded in Italy and in France. Sergeant Odom holds the DSC, the Presidential Citation, and ribbons of the European and American theaters. Captain, I understand that your unit had a pretty rough time on D-Day. Suppose you tell us a little of the action.
We had a pretty hot time of it. Our objective was the town of St. Mary, Greece. The troops from the beachhead were pushing the enemy back toward us, and the enemy was active all around us. We were in a neat pocket. The town had been used as German headquarters, and they were determined to retake it. Our battalion held the town for 2 days before contact was made with our forces from the beach.
Were you wounded there?
No, I wasn't wounded until several weeks later. But I think that we ought to put in a word here about the medical men who jumped with us. The medics, of course, are unarmed, but they are right in the thick of it. They set up first aid stations and give the wounded excellent care.
Yes, when we landed, we were armed. But even then, we had to scurry to cover. The medics who took cover began setting up first aid stations and calling out to bring wounded men back so they could give aid.
Your operations were at night, weren't they?
That's right. But this landing last week in Holland was the first real large-scale daylight landing. Most operations have been carried out under the protective cover of darkness. But the success of the one in Holland in daylight proves the real value of this method of warfare.
Sergeant, you're wearing the Distinguished Service Cross. Would you tell us how you earned it?
Well, we had to take the town of Carrington, but for 2 days and 1 night, a machine gun team held us down. There was a whole outfit held down by one well-placed machine gun crew. On the second night, my company spearheaded an assault on the gun position and knocked it out. With that out of the way, we went on to win the town.
Captain, as an old hand at these operations, what do you think of an airborne operation against Berlin?
I know I'd like to be in on it. Of course, such an operation would have to be on a massive scale, and you can't attempt anything like that unless your land troops are near enough to reach a junction with your outfit within a reasonable amount of time.
I take it that both of you are well sold on paratroop and airborne outfits.
That's right. There's no more risk with airborne than any other arm of service. And the morale of our units are better than the best.
And the Army is looking for more volunteers. So any man that wants to get in and can pass the physical examination will be accepted.
Thank you very much, Captain Barnett and First Sergeant Odom. I return you to Admiral in New York.
In Hartford, Connecticut, Rear Admiral Thomas Gatch, the Judge Advocate General of the Navy, warned today that the war in the Pacific will be long and tough, and he reminded that there is no easy outflanking maneuver available to bring a quick finish. Now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
There will be purified moist cold in every inch of the extra-large, regular food storage compartment of the Admiral two-temperature refrigerator. This purified moist cold will end the need for covered dishes to keep food from wilting or drying out, will keep lettuce crisp, keep sliced meat, cheese, and leftovers moist for many days longer. There'll be more room for food, too, since the bulky, frost-collecting coils that dry out food will be gone. So there'll be no regular, messy job of defrosting. The second compartment, the big built-in home freezer, will make possible the home freezing of your own foods, meat, vegetables, fruits, desserts, or will keep commercially frozen foods for months. 6 years of pre-war consumer approval makes it possible for Admiral to promise you everything that's newest and best in electric refrigeration. As Admiral Radio, America's smart set, has become a favorite in so many homes, so will the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator add to the convenience, comfort, and health of thousands of American families. In some localities, many hospital wards and even whole hospitals have been forced to close because of a doctor and nurse shortage. Because medical facilities everywhere are overtaxed, women are urged to enroll in an American Red Cross home nursing class. Your help can be invaluable to the health of your community. To enroll in a home nursing course now, consult your local Red Cross chapter immediately. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking for the Admiral Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The Allies have turned back sharp German counterattacks at several points along the Western Line today. The British have captured the French port of Calais. General Eisenhower's headquarters has just told the Austrians by radio to prepare for the arrival of the Allies. Russian infantry advancing on a 50-mile front in Yugoslavia is nearing one of the Germans' main supply railroads in the Balkans. In Italy, the British 8th Army has taken Savignano on the Bologna to Rimini Highway, and in South China, the Japanese have captured another important American airbase. Now for our first news direct from overseas, Admiral takes you to London. Larry Lasser reporting.
After one short taste of truce, the German garrison at Calais decided that peace was pretty wonderful after all. The 4,000 Germans entrenched at Calais surrendered to the Canadians after fighting for only 6 hours following yesterday's 24-hour truce to evacuate civilians. After 4.5 days of bitter fighting, the Battle of Calais ended in an anticlimax. On Friday, the Canadians reached the outskirts of the Channel port itself, and the Germans asked for a truce to evacuate civilians. The truce lasted from Friday noon until noon yesterday. Some 20,000 French civilians were moved out of besieged Calais to camps outside the town. Nearly all the German truck drivers who removed the civilians from Calais refused to go back and fight again. By the terms of the truce, they were allowed to return to the garrison if they wanted. It opened up again. Supported by a drenching bombing from British fighter bombers, the Canadian artillery went into action. Then, after all yesterday's trouble of moving out the French civilians, the Germans themselves collapsed, only 6 hours after the new battle began. Apparently, the Germans didn't have the heart to go on again after their brief taste of the pleasures of peace for 24 hours. Thus, the fall of Calais on the cliffs facing Dover leaves only one major strong point still holding out on the continental coastline facing England, historic Dunkirk, where 15,000 Germans are trapped. The fall of Calais brings the score of Germans taken prisoner in this futile defense of the ports to 82,000. Further south, there are still German garrisons holding out in the invasion ports of La Rochelle, Lorient, Nantes, Saint-Nazaire, and Bordeaux. Apparently, we don't need these ports, so we're willing to let them fall by their own weight. Latest news from these points say the French in these cities go about their business peacefully, while the Germans stay bottled up in their concrete fortifications, living on accumulated stores. The Germans themselves don't dare venture out in the streets because they fear the vengeance of the French forces of the interior. Up in Holland today, there was little movement on the ground or in the air. Cold, heavy drizzles kept infantry movement down to a minimum, and the bad weather kept the Air Force grounded. Down on the American Army front along the Siegfried Line, the same bad weather conditions prevail today, and only the soggy sound of artillery firing in the rain breaks the comparative lull. However, further south on General Patton's Third Army front, the Germans launched a heavy counterattack against the American positions near the little town of Jalaucourt, some 16 miles northeast of Nancy, which our troops beat back. The counterattack, but only after a battle which lasted between 3 and 4 hours. It's clear that the American First and Third Armies are now engaged in massive preparations to build up for another big push. While maintaining the initiative all along the 450-mile front, the Americans are poised to strike another concentrated blow. American shells whistle across the German frontier like flocks of wild geese. But behind the American lines, convoys of supplies are rolling in day and night. By truck and train from the captured French ports come the vast stores of material, all the way from the other end of our long supply line back in America. One of the newest sights along the roads to the German front is that of huge American trailer trucks, each carrying a brand new tank which has never seen battle before. Tanks which will fight their first battles on German soil. The long run across France would cause too much wear on their tracks, so the American Army prefers to carry its tanks almost to the battlefield before they go ahead under their own power, when the great assault begins. And this is Larry Lister returning you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Big things are brewing in the great modern plants of Admiral Corporation, world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Post-war, there will be a new, better record changer, so different in design, so simple in operation, that the old notion of record changer headaches will be completely wiped out. There will be a revolutionary new electronic tone arm to give better reproduction to your favorite music. There will be a new, faster changing time between records, less than 5 seconds. There will be less wear on your records, less chance than ever of chipping or breaking them. Surface noises will be gone. Yes, indeed, if you want an automatic record changer after the war, you'll be wise to insist on an Admiral. Admiral is a leader in radio, radar, communications equipment, frequency modulation, and television. Due to its vast research program, Admiral's post-war line of radios will offer many more Admiral firsts. There will be table and console models, portables, bantams, and farm sets. There will be a wide variety of models of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. There will be FM, home recording, and television. In fact, there will be everything for complete radio enjoyment in your after-victory Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
A dispatch from Paris says French communists are not interested in political fighting for the time being, and their chief aim is to intensify the production of war material for the French army. Bernard Franchon, the Secretary General of the Communist Party and a leader in the General Confederation of Labor, told this to the United Press today. He said, "We definitely are set to remain faithful to the program traced by the French resistance during German occupation. The first and most important point is to continue the war against Germany until she is totally defeated." And now for a report on the bitter fighting going on in Italy, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
It is a cold, wet autumn on the Italian front. Our armies here, after crashing through the German siege line, have been spoiled by rain and mud, and by an enemy who is still fighting desperately hard and still finding reinforcements to bring up into each threatened sector. Here in Rome, with the coming on of cold weather, Allied authorities are facing other problems. How to feed nearly 20 million Italians, how to get thousands of refugees back to their homes, how to tide this people through the winter. In Rome, there are still several thousand refugees living like horses in stables, in windowless, unheated, unlighted rooms in barracks about the city, sleeping on straw on the stone floor, with no blankets and scant clothing, only what they could take with them when they left their homes in places like Cassino and Formia months ago. Rome normally looks for her food to the Po Valley and the southern provinces. The Germans hold the Po, and insufficient transport has been made available to bring up needed supplies from the south. Many high American representatives here feel that our policy and our plans for Italy need to be clarified. All that our officials have to go on now is last week's Hyde Park Declaration. We are frankly puzzled by that statement. The pledge of greater responsibility for the Italian government might mean a greater degree of self-government, or it might merely mean that the Italians ought to do more to help themselves. The pledge of Italian representation in Washington and London might indicate the resumption of full diplomatic relations between Italy and the Allies. Or it might just mean that Italy will be allowed to send provisional representation to our capital. More technical experts are promised to help in Italian reconstruction. Officials here point out that we have a great many economic and industrial experts here already. What Italy needs is not more experts, but 2,000 trucks to help distribute food. The questions which Allied officials are asking now are these. How much shipping will be liberated to bring in what is needed to meet Italy's minimum food requirements? What transport will be made available in the country? What change will be made in the interregional rules which so far have badly hampered the distribution of supplies from one part of Italy to another? The Hyde Park Declaration has raised Italian hope. Allied officials here feel that it will boomerang if it is not followed by concrete action. And now back to Admiral in New York.
Nowhere in the world is the risky art of putting men and material on enemy shores better practiced than in the United States Coast Guard. For an interview with a veteran Coast Guardsman, here is Bill Slocum, Jr.
Lieutenant John Mitchell, United States Coast Guard, qualifies as a better than fair hand at landing operations. On 8 different occasions, from Kiska to Saipan, he has helped pour Marines, soldiers, ammunition, gasoline, and chocolate bars into enemy beaches. Lieutenant, tell us what a Coast Guard LST's job is in a landing operation.
Get the ship as close to shore as possible. Unload the men and material and get out. The last part is the best.
What would you say was your toughest landing?
There was something of a photo finish between Saipan and Tarawa. We were hit in the Saipan affair, so I suppose that was a little more unpleasant. A Jap shell landed right in our steering mechanism, and we couldn't control the ship.
That must have been fun.
Fortunately, we were skirting the island when we were hit, so the ship continued straight out to sea where a tug picked us up.
You've seen hundreds of Marines getting set for a landing. Tell us something about their reactions.
Well, there are no half-wits in the Marines, so nobody is very happy about it. But that Marine esprit de corps, or tradition, or whatever it is a wonderful thing. They are afraid of nothing, particularly Japs.
Speaking of those dandy little sons of heaven, did you see much of them on Saipan?
Oh, yes. I saw them jumping off cliffs, drowning themselves, blowing themselves up with hand grenades, and numerous other diverting tricks they do so well. I also saw some of their banzai charges, which are in no way diverting. They all get themselves killed, but a lot of Americans get hurt accommodating them.
Lieutenant Mitchell, in a somewhat childish indiscretion, went to work for a radio network, the name of which escapes me as completely today as it does on all other days. When, John, do you expect to return to your life of shame?
I don't know, Bill, although I've given a lot of thought to it. I do know, however, that we have the sheer, brute power to land anywhere and hold our positions. Admiral Nimitz and General MacArthur rarely call upon me for advice, of course. But I think it's pretty obvious we are Philippine-bound and China-bound. They'll both be tough, but I'm particularly anxious about that China thing. That may be a long, long battle. A lot of supplies will have to be carried a long, long way.
That, of course, is too true. But it's just as true that you, Lieutenant John Mitchell, and your Coast Guard mates will see to it that the men and materials get where they are needed, when they are needed, just as you have been doing since Pearl Harbor. Now back to Doug Edwards.
Our correspondent in Spain recently returned from a tour of southern France. For his observations and other news, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
The city of Toulouse in France, which I and 4 other American correspondents visited 2 days ago, has created a paradox for itself by eliminating the black market. The new city fathers are re-establishing legality in the distribution of food. Also has caused considerable confusion because the new lawful system isn't as well organized yet as bootlegging was. The result is that food appears to be more scarce than ever, apart from the fact that the Germans literally scraped the bottom of the barrel before they fled. Luxury items such as sweaters, which formerly went to the occupying Germans and the Frenchmen able to pay $40 a pound, now are spread out so thin they just don't reach very far. But Toulouse is so glad to get rid of the Nazis, the people are accepting this paradox in good heart and hope that by winter they'll have enough to keep everyone from getting too hungry. Foodstuffs destined for this region are beginning to arrive in limited quantities from the stock of about 12,000 tons of basic American products stored in Spain. More will come with improvement in transport facilities. In Toulouse, we had lunch in an average restaurant. There was only one menu of white beans, grilled tomatoes, and a bunch of grapes, with equivalent to $1 at the official rate. The former black market deluxe restaurant had about the same thing to offer. Thus, the situation temporarily approaches perhaps one version of utopia, where rationing control is so strict that the rich and poor get equal amounts. Other towns in southwestern France haven't been so hasty about wiping out black markets before developing workable legal systems to replace them. Consequently, their better restaurants can offer a variety of delicacies. In Pau, we ate a 5-course lunch, including steak, chicken, meat, and champagne. It cost $20 each.
That was Glenn Stadler in Madrid. And now for a summary of developments in the Pacific, Admiral takes you after a brief pause to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
In the picture of world-shaking events, the little island of Peleliu in the Palau group does not loom very large. It is an oyster-shaped island, only about 6 miles long and 3 miles wide, flat and smooth on the southern end where the airfield is, with 2 peninsulas extending northward. On one of these peninsulas, the only bit of land on the island remaining to the Japs, United States troops are inching out the fight for the island in the face of Jap mortars and sawed-off naval guns in cave after cave, from which death is sprayed on the assaulting troops below. I've just returned from this island of Peleliu, and while this bit of land off there in the western Pacific is not very large in the picture of world events, it is a most important item in the campaign of the western Pacific, and therefore an important objective in our campaign against Japan. Peleliu contains a fine, large airfield, already in use by our planes. It dominates the entire group of Palau Islands, and thus controls a great area of ocean between the Marianas Islands and the Philippines. Our previous victories in the Gilberts, Marshalls, the Solomons, and New Guinea, and the Bismarcks, and the Marianas formed a large sack around a number of important Jap islands we once thought we'd have to take by ourselves. Islands such as Truk, Kusai, and Ponape. These and others are in this large sack, and Peleliu in the Palaus is the place where the string is being pulled tight around dozens of Jap strong points and possibly 250,000 Jap troops who have now lost their contact with their sources of supply, and certainly must be written off entirely by the Jap High Command. 2 things stand out in my mind after watching this battle for the Palau Islands. One is the problem of tremendous distances that our Pacific Fleet and amphibious forces must overcome in carrying the war to the Japs. For example, I traveled 6 days eastward by ship just to arrive at an airfield from which I caught a plane that carried me nearly 4,000 miles eastward here to the Hawaiian Islands, which is still 2,000 miles from the west coast and 5,000 miles from New York. The second outstanding item is the way our Pacific forces are solving this problem of distance, throwing vast naval forces at the Japs right in their own front yard. We're traveling at will through the oceans of the western Pacific. The seas leading up to the Philippine Islands are our seas, as has been so neatly demonstrated by the attacks of our carrier task forces. We have not one fleet, but several fleets, any one of which is ready and willing to take on what the Jap may turn up with. And yet, having just seen the stubborn way in which these strange little men dig themselves in and fight to the death, the manner in which the Jap command throws away lives by the thousands, and the dirty, wearying, bloody fight our Marines and soldiers must endure to kill these little men, it must be reported there's no quick and easy way to victory in the western Pacific. It's going to take us quite a while, even after we get the transports and additional troops from the European theater. This is Webley Edwards at Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
For an interview with a veteran LCT skipper who has participated in operations in the European war zone, Admiral takes you to Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
As Bill Slocum, Lieutenant John Mitchell, and Webley Edwards have hinted on this program, There's a new kind of warfare about to open up in the Pacific. We're almost through with the Coral Atolls. The South Pacific is almost ours. Nimitz and MacArthur are coiling their great machines to strike far into the Western Pacific, against the Philippines, China, and Japan itself. And except for the vast distances involved, which complicate the problem tremendously, this will call for a lot of the experience and know-how that has come from the invasions of North Africa, Sicily, Italy, and Normandy. That's what the Navy is preparing for. And here's one of the men who are getting ready for it. He's Lieutenant Junior Grade Jack Fuller, USNR of Columbia, South Carolina. At 23, a veteran of all the big European invasions, as skipper of an LCT, landing craft tank. Lieutenant Fuller has just come back from Normandy, where his ship was stopped cold by a German mine on D-Day, and where his men performed so well that he and the Navy, and a lot of the Army, too, are still talking about them. Jack, tell us about this new job you have.
Well, right now, I'm on temporary assignment. I'm training officers and crews in handling LSMs.
What is an LSM, Jack? That sounds like something new.
Well, Don, it is, comparatively, although we have a lot of them already. It stands for Landing Ship Medium. Combines most of the best features of the LST, that's the biggest of the landing ships, the LCT, and the LCR, the Landing Craft Infantry. And it has a lot of other advantages besides.
Like what, for instance?
Speed, for one thing. It's very fast. It can cover long distances. It can carry anything. It's far more comfortable than any of the others. In fact, it has all of the accommodations that you'll find on a destroyer escort.
Well, when you get through with this training stint, what's your next move, Jack?
Well, I hope to get my own LSM eventually and take her out to the Pacific.
Well, you've been through a lot of landings already. What was the hottest?
That's probably a toss-up between Salerno and Normandy. Salerno was the worst in some ways. We were there a lot longer, about 7 weeks.
Well, that was really rough, wasn't it?
Plenty. An awful lot of good men were killed there.
Well, but how about Normandy? Somehow I got the impression that the Normandy invasion went off pretty smoothly, without very much trouble.
You should have been there. I guess it was smooth enough on the whole. We went in at Omaha Beach. That was the deadliest thing I've ever seen. I ever hoped to see, for that matter. Before the day was over, the beach was covered with bodies, dead bodies, ruined tanks, and overturned landing craft.
Well, your LST was one of those wrecks, wasn't it? How did that happen?
Well, we had 4 big tanks on board and going in pretty early, about 30 minutes before H hour, to shell the beach with the tanks' big guns. Then we circled back out, dodging around a bit to get out of the fire from the shore. And finally, we went in to hit the beach. Just off the beach, about 100 yards, we hit a sandbar and stuck there. The water was fairly shallow beyond the sandbar, so we launched the tanks. But just as the last one got away, the stern swung around and hit a mine. She sank fast. So we had to evacuate. We had about 65 soldiers on board, in addition to my crew and executive officer.
Did they make it ashore okay?
Most of them. But we lost more than I like to admit. The Germans had the whole area covered with an awful crossfire. Everything from machine guns to the big stuff. The water was full of mines. We had to swim through all of that. But it would have been much worse if my executive officer, Ensign Mario Rosali of Los Angeles, and my bosun hadn't been so calm and capable. In fact, the whole crew was superb.
Well, offhand, it would seem to me that you and your men have done about enough. But we'll need your kind out the other way. And here's to you. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
For the latest news from the Russian front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A new southern front against Germany. A front which, in all probability, the Germans do not have the resources to defend, is rapidly taking shape. Russian troops are converging on Hungary from 3 sides. To the northeast, they are forcing their way through the Carpathian passes. To the southeast, they are reported by German and Hungarian sources to be deploying in great strength along a line between Szeged and Oradea. Though of this front, the Russian communicators said nothing for several days. To the south, Russian troops have penetrated into that part of Yugoslavia which directly adjoins Hungary and affords an immediate threat to Budapest. There are various reports, none of them officially confirmed, that the Hungarians are seeking to make peace. These unconfirmed reports may very possibly be true, since Hungary lacks the resources to defend herself against the converging attacks of the mighty Soviet armies, and since it is hardly likely that Germany can now give Hungary effective help. These are circumstances of enormous significance, for if Hungary gets out of the war or is knocked out of it, the result will be that the Russian armies will come right up to the main entrance into Germany from the south, the Moravian gateway between the Bohemian Hills and the Carpathian Mountains. Here again is Doug Edwards.
And here is Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
In the peacetime days ahead, Admiral will present America's first complete refrigerator. The Admiral electric refrigerator will be complete because it will include all the features that the homemakers of America can desire to lighten their meal planning and cooking tasks. In the extra-large regular food compartment, you'll find pure, moist cold. Pure because of Sterilamp, whose ultraviolet ray action will kill bacteria before they have a chance to cause spoilage in your foods. Moist because the bulky, frost-collecting evaporator will be gone and therefore cannot draw the moisture from foods or from the air inside the refrigerator. And cold, say, in the built-in home freezer compartment for frozen foods, it'll be far below freezing. Sufficiently cold to quick freeze your own foods or to store frozen foods for as long as you like. And don't forget, there'll be no regular, messy job of defrosting in the Admiral, America's first complete two-temperature refrigerator. Winter isn't far off, and fuel for home heating will again be scarce. So if you haven't arranged for your fuel supply, you should do so at once. Your heating equipment should be checked, and added fuel savings can be effected by heat sealing. Be wise. Prepare for winter now. World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
2 American armies are on the attack today. First Army forces are threatening the German city of Aachen with encirclement. And the front dispatch reports that General Patton's Third Army has moved 6 miles forward between Metz and Nancy. The Free Yugoslav radio says Russian and Yugoslav forces have begun the final attack on Belgrade. In Greece, British troops are nearing the outskirts of Corinth. In Italy, Americans are 12 miles from Bologna. And early this morning, Wendell Willkie died in a New York hospital. Those are the principal developments. And now for details of the news from the Western Front, Admiral takes you to Belgium. Richard C. Hotelet reporting.
The American First Army's front is tonight closing behind the city of Aachen. North and east of it, our infantry is pushing together. The attack began this morning at 4 o'clock when one famous infantry division started pushing northward. In the first hours of the attack, they took the town of Berlaudenheide against only moderate opposition. A few hours later, more infantry started pushing down from Ersdorf to meet them, brushing aside a German counterattack of tanks and self-propelled guns. German prisoners of war said that they'd been ordered at all costs to keep the points of our country from closing behind the city. Late this afternoon, when I left the front, our 2 points were only about 4 miles apart. And Crucifix Hill is in our hands. This is a 1,000-foot hill marked by a white stone cross from which German observation posts have been calling artillery fire down on our positions for the last 3 weeks. From it, we now can bring our own observed shell fire onto the last 2 roads of escape leading out of Aachen. Inside the city, there's no sign of life. There are only comparatively few troops in it, and out of a peacetime population of 160,000, we don't think there were more than about 10,000 hiding in cellars. I've looked into the city from one of our forward observation posts. It's very badly damaged, and its main value to us will be the network of good roads that fan out from it. There's no sign the Germans will make any desperate attempt to hold Aachen. As a matter of fact, they may very well try to pull out tonight while they still have a chance and fall back behind the next natural line of defense, the Rohr River, 8 miles to the east. That's back behind the Siegfried line, but civilian conscripts have been digging anti-tank ditches behind it and dugouts for tanks. We expect that our infantry points will meet behind Aachen very soon. When they do, we'll have a breach in the Siegfried line 23 miles long, a jumping-off point that will give General Hodges a free hand. This is Richard C. Hotelet with the American First Army in Belgium, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And for supplementary information, Admiral takes you now to London. Larry Lasser reporting.
With the piercing of the Siegfried Line defenses north of Aachen, accomplished by the American First Army, a new attack has been started further south, this time by General Patton's Third Army. The Third Army offensive began at dawn this morning on the 20-mile front between the French fortress cities of Metz and Nancy, where the Germans hold a shallow salient but a well-defended one. The Third Army doughboys jumped up through a smoke screen after the German positions had been heavily bombarded. And latest reports say we've cleared at least 8 towns and control important hills after denting the German defenses for a gain of 6 miles. Up in western Holland, the 1st Canadian Army is fighting bitterly in their bridgehead across the Leopold Canal. This stiffly contested bridgehead still consists of 2 Canadian pockets not yet linked up. Powerful German artillery and mortar fire has delayed the building of a bridge across the canal. These German troops, cornered on the shores of the Scheldt estuary, are good troops, and they're fighting back well. Clearing up this pocket will not be a walkover. Further east, the Canadian advance northward from Antwerp is going more quickly. The Canadians there are on the point of cutting the German escape route from the Scheldt Islands off the Dutch coast. The causeway leading to the Dutch mainland is already under Canadian artillery fire. Once this is cut, the Germans in the half-flooded island of Walcheren and the Scheldt pocket will have little chance of escaping. And things were made worse for them today by yesterday's RAF raid, which smashed the dike east of Flushing and poured another deluge of seawater across Walcheren Island. To the far south of the front, the Germans have been counterattacking heavily against the American 7th Army east of Epinal. The Germans are also hanging on just north of the Belfort Gap, that is, at the town of Le Thilo, a big road center with direct communications to the famous Belfort Gap and the lower Rhine Valley. Yesterday, the Germans tried to head off the Americans encircling the town, but were beaten off. This is tough fighting country with deep valleys and very heavily wooded hillsides of the Vosges Mountain foothills.
That was Larry Lasser in London. More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral.
There'll be a lot of new products in the market after the war, and there will be a lot of miraculous claims made of the wonders they'll perform. One important point to keep in mind when you see the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator is the fact that here is a product long past the experimental stage. For 6 years before the war, this remarkable refrigerator was available to many highly satisfied owners. Their high praise and endorsement of its many exclusive features are very convincing. Hundreds of testimonials could be presented as to its convenience, economy, and health-preserving qualities. One of the most popular features of the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator is that there is no regular, distasteful job of defrosting. In the Admiral, there are no space-stealing coils to defrost, and you can easily see how much more room for food this provides. Other owners are most enthusiastic about Sterilamp, with ultraviolet ray action for killing bacteria. And every pre-war owner is proud of the built-in home freezer for fast freezing and storing foods at home. Yes, the complete 2-temperature refrigerator will be Admiral engineered and built for the same great organization that has made Admiral Radio America's smart set. Now here once again is Douglas Edwards.
And for a summary of the latest developments in Italy and the Peloponnesus, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Winston Burdett reporting.
This is the critical season on the Italian front. The first snows have fallen in the mountains, the rains continue. In the past week, the Americans have edged 5 miles closer to Bologna. They have 13 miles to go. The next 2 or 3 weeks may decide whether our armies here will join in the general assault on Germany's own frontiers or will spend another winter fighting on Italian soil. Here in Rome, Allied economic chiefs are worried about the coming months in Italy, about the 22 million Italians in the north whom we may have to feed this winter. The first reaction here to President Roosevelt's statement on increased aid to Italy came from the acting chief of the Allied Control Commission's economic section, Anthony Antolini. The president announced that 150,000 tons of wheat and flour were scheduled for shipment here. Regardless of that shipment, Mr. Antolini says, the Allied Control Commission would have to face the grave question of reducing the bread ration scale in Italy if our armies on moving north find that the Germans have largely destroyed or taken away the grain harvest of the Po Valley. The president's statement did not say when the grain shipments for Italy should arrive. According to Mr. Antolini, basic food requirements demand the importation of 100,000 tons of grain monthly. Allied economic chiefs believe we should be able to get through the winter if the front remains where it is. But if the imports do not come, and if on moving north we find extensive pillage and flooding in the Po Valley, a general blood ration cut may be necessary. Advancing into northern Italy, the Allies will face imponderables of a very serious nature. How much of Italy's harvest remains? How much of Italy's industry have the Germans destroyed or dismantled? How many hundreds of thousands of unemployed will there be in the industrial north, the nerve center of the country, where people are quicker to react, politically more awake and aroused? We know that German experts are going through the Italian industry with a fine-tooth comb, stripping it of all they can use in Germany, scientifically wrecking the rest. All our reports indicate that we will find in northern Italy social chaos without parallel, even in this idle, hungry, and war-ravaged country.
Winston Burdett has reported from Rome. Now for details of the vast Russian campaigns in the East, Admiral takes you to CBS Moscow. Lee White of the Chicago Daily News Foreign Service reporting.
In Hungary, the Soviet offensive is progressing steadily, according to reports from Russian correspondents. German-Hungarian resistance is pretty stiff, but not as stiff as it might have been. The consensus is that the Hungarians, for all their vaunted love of battle, have not been fighting with any great enthusiasm. The Csendersheg, the Hungarian gendarmerie, has been ordered to guard the rear and to shoot any soldiers who retreat. As for the Germans in Hungary, Soviet correspondents comment on the large proportion of older men among the prisoners, and the surprising number of them who wear glasses. The new word for such German troops in the Soviet press is super total soldiers. People have been thrown into the lines after the completion of Dr. Goebbels' so-called total mobilization. A good idea of what the war has meant to the devastated farmlands of the Soviet Union was contained in a letter made public today addressed to Marshal Stalin from the agricultural workers of the Kiev region in the Ukraine. The letter states that more than half the tractors in this area were destroyed or stolen by the Germans. Scores of thousands of people are dead, and other scores of thousands of men are still fighting at the front. All but 8% of the oxen in this area have disappeared, and only 39% of the horses remain. The result is that instead of using tractors or even horses for plowing and harrowing this year, many collective farms in the Kiev area had to use their milk cows for the purpose. The scarcity of men is such that most of the farm work is now being done by women, and the scarcity of even cows is such that large tracts of land have had to be worked by woman power exclusively. There are still some tractors left, of course, but 90% of them are now being operated by women. Formerly, most tractor drivers were men. When the wheat was harvested last month, there was so little machinery available that 70% of it had to be cut by hand with scythes, and the people who wielded the scythes were also women. In spite of the devastation of this part of the Ukraine, however, the collective farms have already embarked on an ambitious program of reconstruction. Next to tractors and other agricultural machinery, the project of the highest priority is housing. Building materials are scarce in this earthy region where there's little stone or clay, and so a plan is being devised to produce lightweight building blocks from the pulp left over after the juice has been extracted from sugar beets. I return you now to New York.
And now for a summary of the European news reaching Spain, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid. Glenn Stadler reporting.
Aspirin, the remedy for headache, is itself causing a temporary headache here in Spain as the first cold blast of approaching winter sweep off the snow-capped mountains, lowering the temperature to freezing, even down in usually balmy Seville. Because very limited supplies now come from Germany, and only by plane, stocks of pure aspirin are practically exhausted. Druggists already have dug deeply into the 1.5-ton reserve. Word got around of the shortage, and many of Spain's 20 million regular aspirin users made runs on pharmacies. The stores, unable to get stocks from the state-authorized distributing agency, had to ration fills to one small tube per customer. Spain, like most of the other countries in Europe, had depended almost entirely on shipments from Germany, which was Europe's biggest aspirin producer. Heretofore, Spain had received the powder from Germany and pressed and bottled the tablets here. Now, Lufthansa planes bring only small amounts, with freight costs up 150% since the liberation of France eliminated Germany's land communications with the Iberian Peninsula. This fact has left big German chemical interests here literally holding an empty bag. In the past few days, 5 German chemists who had been supervising the preparation of the drugs have been relieved of their jobs, and unless they can get permission to work for local companies, are liable for recalling to Berlin for Hitler's total mobilization. Although seriously dislocating the market for the time being, this freedom from dependence on imports may prove to be a favor to Spanish chemical producers who already make several products similar to aspirin. Mass production has not been necessary until now because the German products were cheaper and better. Spain has the ingredients for aspirin, and manufacturers are making plans to step up production to supply this country's entire needs. Druggists here say that there was no need for general alarm over the temporary shortage of certain brands because, barring unforeseen events, there are sufficient similar drugs to care for a normal demand. They estimated that Spaniards take about 8,000 pounds of aspirin yearly, an average of 40 pills, or less than one a week. And each tablet costs the equivalent of 2 American cents each one. This is Glenn Stadler in Madrid, returning you to Admiral in New York.
In the Pacific War, our planes are still hammering at Jap bases from the Kurils in the north to the southern Philippines. Southwest Pacific bombers struck at Zamboanga in the southwestern Philippines, and they also bombed airfields, docks, and shipping in waters west of Dutch New Guinea. In the Kurils, says Admiral Nimitz, our bombers sank a cargo ship. In the Palau Islands, our tanks and artillery have made new progress against the Japs in the caves of Bloody Nose Ridge, but it's still a slow and very difficult job. Admiral Nimitz reports that so far over 12,000 Japs have been killed in the Palau campaign. We have captured 224. And now for a discussion of the Russian situation, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
Both on the north and the south, the developments on the Russian front are of considerable military importance. The Russians have now gained possession of the greater part of the Estonian island of Osu, or Saaremaa, which, when completed, will give the Russian fleet full access to the Baltic Sea. South of Riga, the Russians are driving westward to the Baltic shore. This operation will, if fully successful, not only transfer the ports of Libau and Lindau from German to Russian possession, thus bringing the Russian naval influence well down the Baltic and pushing the German naval power back to Königsberg. But what is probably more important, it will bring the Russian armies up to the Niemen River, the northeastern frontier of East Prussia, and will therefore expose that German province to attack on 3 sides. Probably the most important Russian gains, however, are in Hungary and Yugoslavia. Very strong Russian forces are advancing northwestward into the Hungarian plain, driving toward the capital, Budapest. At last reports, the Russians are only 83 miles from that city, with German and Hungarian resistance apparently growing weaker all along the front. The Hungarian army has only 8 good divisions, built up on the framework of divisions which fought alongside the Germans in Russia. There are perhaps 8 additional divisions which have been recently raised and are deficient in training and equipment. For the most part, the Hungarian army has old Czechoslovak tanks and guns captured by the Germans in 1939 and transferred to the Hungarians. These are now obsolete, and spare parts for them are difficult to get. This may, in part, account for the weakening of the Hungarian resistance. In Yugoslavia, the Russians have joined Marshal Tito's forces in the siege of Belgrade, and another Russian column is driving north toward Hungary. Still, a third Russian force coming through Hungary has established 2 bridgeheads across the Danube, according to a German radio report picked up by Columbia's shortwave listening station, but not yet confirmed from any Allied source. If Belgrade falls, the main escape route for the German troops in Greece and southern Yugoslavia will have been cut. This will be a hard blow to the Germans, for every trained German soldier is now desperately needed for the defense of the Reich itself. But even harder will be the blow if Budapest is taken, for this will threaten the opening of a new southern front, which the Germans will be hard driven to defend. The Hungarian plain leads the Russian armies northward toward the Moravian Gateway between the Bohemian Hills and the Carpathian Mountains, the historic opening into Germany from the south. It may prove that the roundabout route through Budapest is, after all, one of the shortcuts to Berlin. Now, here again is Douglas Edwards.
A Marine combat correspondent from Los Angeles has just returned from the Battle of Peleliu. For his story, Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Don Pryor reporting.
I'd like to have you meet one of the first two Marines to come back to the United States from Peleliu, where the 1st Marine Division has been fighting one of the bloodiest battles of the war for the last 23 days. He's Sergeant Alvin G. Flanagan of Los Angeles. Al hit the beach at Peleliu on D-Day just 40 minutes after H hour. He went in on an Amtrak with a microphone and a film recorder. He stayed there for 12 days, fighting and recording his impressions of the battle as he went along. But he's here in person now. So, Al, tell us what it was like, will you?
To put it mildly, it was a surprise to most of us. The island is only 2 by 5 miles, and for several days the Navy had blasted it with big guns, aerial rockets, and bombs, and everything in the book. And just before H hour, the island looked as though Tojo's fireworks factory had received a direct hit, and then we started in. And even up to that time, we thought it was going to be a cinch. The first 2 or 3 waves made it, but by that time the Japs had climbed out of their coral dugouts and set up their mortars. And from then on for the next week, anything that approached the beach was a mortar target. And the Japs are artists with mortars.
Well, did you do any recording on the way in?
Oh, yes, I started in very blithely, just as if I were back here broadcasting a football game.
Incidentally, Al was a veteran radio man in the States before he joined the Marines 2 years ago.
But I wasn't nonchalant very long about it.
What happened?
About 1,000 yards offshore, when we started through the reef, Jap mortars began dropping all around. Big 8-inch ones. The largest ones we'd ever seen. Just off the beach, a Jap pillbox in a jungle thicket opened up on us with a machine gun and hit 5 of our men. Lieutenant Colonel Walt sent in a demolition outfit to knock it out. While they circled around to attack from the beach side, Private First Class Fink of Cherry Tree, Pennsylvania, and I went into the thicket about 25 yards from the beach. I was sitting there with a mic recording the work of the demolition crew when the Jap ran out of the pillbox on our side, right in front of us. He was about 10 or 15 feet away with a machine gun cradled in his arms, pointed straight at us. Fink yelled, and we both fired. The Jap was about a second too late.
Well, I'm glad of that.
And so am I.
Al, in an operation like that, what are the biggest obstacles you have to overcome?
Aside from the Japs, water was the chief problem. For the first 2 days, we had to dig for it. And because of the mortar fire, food was hard to get ashore. I had a chocolate bar and a can of cheese in 2.5 days. And some of the guys in the front lines didn't have that much. But beyond those obvious things, one of the worst obstacles is always scuttlebutt.
Well, how's that?
Well, rumors fly as fast and as thick as bullets, and you're worked up to such a pitch that you'll believe anything. D-Day +2, some of us were pinned down in a shell hole in the middle of the airstrip by sniper and mortar fire. In the midst of all that, a voice came in on my walkie-talkie, identified himself with the right code word, and told me that Germany had surrendered and that MacArthur had invaded the Philippines. We all believed that for about 2 days. And everybody had visions of going home pretty soon. You can imagine what effect that had on most of us.
By the way, Al, if this wasn't Al's first invasion, you were on New Britain, weren't you?
Yes, I was, but not in the original landings, however. By the time I got there, we only had Jap bombers to worry about. But a lot of the guys in the 1st Division have been through everything out there since the original invasion of Guadalcanal. Some of them have been there for 28 or 30 months. And you'll never find a better bunch of guys to do foxhole time with anywhere.
Well, I hope pretty soon you can spend time with them here at home. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
The death of Wendell Willkie in New York this morning brought this comment from President Roosevelt. The nation will long remember Wendell Willkie as a forthright American. Earnest, honest, full souled, he also had tremendous courage. This courage, which was his dominating trait, prompted him more than once to stand alone and to challenge the wisdom of counsels taken by powerful interests within his own party. In this hour of grave crisis, the country loses a great citizen through his untimely death. And Governor Dewey, the Republican presidential nominee, described Willkie as one of the great men of our time. Dewey said, his death will be mourned throughout the world. A forceful and courageous man, he made a notable contribution to the political and philosophical discussions of these critical times. His passing is a loss not only to the Republican Party, but to all of us Americans of both parties who shared his faith for a world peace. And now, once again, here is Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral.
I'll bet a lot of your friends collect their favorite music on recordings, don't they? Perhaps you're going to collect them, too, after the war, when radio phonographs will again be available. Yes, it's a great thrill for music lovers to select just the program they want and hear it perfectly played with lifelike reproduction on an Admiral radio phonograph, for example. The post-war Admiral radio phonographs will have an automatic record changer so revolutionary in design and operation that it will set a new high in musical enjoyment. As you probably know, Admiral Corporation is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. From this vast experience in engineering and production, plus continuous research, has come many new ideas for your better appreciation of your recorded papers. Being leaders in radio, radar, communications equipment, television, and FM, Admiral will offer some brand new ideas in radio, too. So if you want a radio phonograph with the best of everything, you'll want an Admiral. The nation's paper shortage grows more acute every day. Each of us can help overcome this shortage by conserving every ounce of paper possible and by salvaging every kind of waste paper. Paper is essential to our war effort in the protection of food and equipment going to our fighting men. Let's all save all the paper we can. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's Smart Set, and post-war makers of Admiral Refrigerators, Admiral Home Freezers, Admiral Electric Ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is Warren Sweeney speaking coast to coast for Admiral Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
The last 18 hours has brought the greatest air attacks of all time against Germany. Thousands of Allied heavy bombers attacked military targets in the Cologne area within 40 miles of the battleground at Aachen, where American ground troops continue to make some progress. The German DNB news agency has announced the death of Field Marshal Rommel. DNB said the Desert Fox died of severe head wounds received in a car accident while serving as commander of a German army group on the Western Front. Moscow has just reported that Russian troops have captured Petsamar, Finland's great northern port. And now for details of the fighting in Western Europe, Admiral takes you to Supreme Allied Headquarters in France. Larry Lasseur reporting.
Typical autumn day on the Western Front. Cold, impersonal rain has been falling for many hours, drenching and chilling our soldiers and the Germans alike. Again today, the most active part of the long front was up in the flatlands of Western Holland, where Canadian troops are battling courageously and with a fine display of imaginative tactics to clear the approaches to the great port of Antwerp. The Canadian command pulled another fast play on the trapped German division in the Scheldt pocket by launching new assaults over and around the Leopold Canal. This neat little end run brought the bitterly resisting Germans under fire from two new Canadian sectors and took the enemy completely by surprise. All the members of the trapped 64th German Division, either the original beachhead over the Leopold Canal or the other Canadians who landed by sea. So these tricky new assaults were met by very little opposition, and the new Canadian beachhead advanced rapidly, taking the little town of Watervliet by storm. Those Americans who live in the town of Watervliet in New York State will be happy by this news of the liberation of the original Watervliet. There's less pleasing news from the other sector, north of Antwerp, where the Canadians had cut the neck of the peninsula connecting the German-held islands of South Beveland and Walcheren from the mainland. The Germans uncorked a powerful counterattack that knocked the Canadians back, and reopened the German supply line to the mainland with the recapture of the main road leading from the island. The widespread bad weather over the front hampered the doughboys and their fighter-bomber air support. The German SS troops are still holding out near the center of Aachen. But the weather didn't stop the record-breaking fleets of Allied heavy bombers operating from Britain from softening up the Rhineland. Last night, the RAF went a long way towards wiping out the Rhineland city of Duisburg by going back with a 5,000-ton bombardment while the city was still blazing from the staggering 4,500-ton attack earlier in the day. And today, 1,200 fortresses and liberators, escorted by American fighters, gave the Rhineland city of Cologne its second tremendous attack in 3 days. This is Ireland, sir, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
For other Western Front developments, Admiral takes you now to London. Eric Severide reporting.
This is London. As to Aachen, the disposition of the city is no longer an important matter. It is a secondary cleanup problem. Aachen, for both the Allies and the Nazis, was intended to be a lesson. We would show all Germany that the only alternative to capitulation is annihilation. The Nazis would show us what we must expect in every German city on our route. And from what they did to their own residents who tried to yield to us, perhaps it was also meant as a lesson to all German civilians. For days, hardly a breath of news has been stirring here about the American 7th Army in the Vosges Mountains and the French 1st Army in the Belfort Gap near Switzerland. Today it's reported the French have taken Cornimont, which controls some of the roads through the mountain passes. This front has been static for weeks, but stalemate would not be the right word, for that would imply equal forces. Both American and French armies there are building up and have been for a long time, and they will be very powerful when the great assault comes. I left that hilly, muddy, miserable sector just the other day. No one there doubts that we can and will cross the Rhine. The Rhine there runs very cold and very fast, 8 or 9 mile current, and its crossing is expected to be one of the most difficult feats of engineering any army has ever faced. You have heard many times that we are now halted on the western frontiers because of a difficult problem in supply. The words cannot really tell you. If you had been with me one recent night, shivering beside a narrow, winding mountain road, you would have seen the dark hulk of an American truck careening senselessly into the ditch. The boy driving, a moment before, had fallen out of his seat. He fell out because he had been at the wheel for 24 hours, and he had simply gone asleep. This is Eric Severide in London. I return you now to Admiral.
More news in just a moment, but first, Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
Are you lazy? Or, to put it not quite so bluntly, do you like labor-saving devices? Then you'll certainly be enthusiastic about Slide Away in the post-war Admiral radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Slide Away is an exclusive Admiral feature that makes loading and unloading your automatic record changer easier and more convenient than you ever dreamed it could be. For with Admiral Slide Away, your complete automatic record changer and phonograph turntable come right out in plain sight, easy to reach at convenient height. No more fumbling in dark, hard-to-reach compartments when you load your changer with your favorite records. Open the cabinet doors, and out it comes. Close the doors, and back out of sight it goes. It's as easy as that. Remember, Slide Away is an exclusive feature found only in Admiral radio phonographs. American buyers have certainly placed the stamp of approval on Slide Away and Admiral radio phonographs, for their preference has made Admiral the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Ask your next-door neighbor about Admiral. He probably has one. He'll tell you about a lot of other Admiral exclusive features that every Admiral owner is proud of and likes to talk about. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
CBS correspondent Farnsworth Fowle has just arrived in Rome. For his story on the situation in the Mediterranean area, Admiral takes you to CBS Rome. Farnsworth Fowle reporting.
There is no fresh news from Athens, which was entered yesterday by British forces, some landing near the city and others arriving overland from Corinth. The Germans had cleared out of the Greek capital ahead of them. There seems to be a slight tendency to begrudge the fact that only a lightweight force has been sent in. It isn't really a campaign at all. If it had been necessary to send a major expeditionary force into Greece, the chances are that the operation would not have taken place. The Allied forces in the Mediterranean already had their hands full fighting Kesselring's divisions in Italy. Several of the finest combat divisions in this theater, American and French, went into France with the 7th Army. Those who remain have gone ahead steadily with the Apennine offensive. Today's brief communique mentions some progress on the 8th Army sector. Local gains against very heavy resistance on the 5th Army front below Bologna. The 5th Army has registered gains every single day for the past 3 weeks. Some of these gains have to be repeated. We learned today that the South Africans have recaptured Monte Stanco. Stanco is the Italian word for tired, and Tired Mountain is a good name for just about any peak in the Apennines. It is admitted frankly that we had hopes of reaching the Po Valley before the end of the summer season. From now on, there is no prospect of enough fair weather to dry out the ground. But these armies have shown that a winter campaign is possible. They're making up their minds to go through with it a second time if necessary, until the Germans, even if reinforced from the divisions in retreat from the Balkans, are worn out and broken. As for Greece, there has already been more suffering and sacrifice than we can forget. And if the last act can be paid out with a minimum of bloodshed, so much the better. This is Francis Fowler in Rome, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
And now, for a summary of the latest developments on the great Russian front, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
The capture of the Finnish port of Petsamo by Russian forces marks an important development in the little-publicized campaign in northern Finland, which involves the fate of some 7 to 9 German divisions. The German purpose is to extricate these troops and bring them into German-held Norway. They are under severe pressure from Russian and Finnish troops, and now their only hope of escape by sea has been cut off. There remains to them only the slender hope of escaping by the ice-covered roads, few in number and small in capacity, which link Finland with Norway. Possibly some of them may be compelled to cross into Sweden and be interned as an alternative to death or surrender. But the most interesting development on the Eastern Front today is the report that Hungary may be quitting the war. According to the London radio, as heard by Columbia's shortwave listening station, the Hungarian regent, Admiral Horthy, has announced over the Budapest radio that Hungary has asked for armistice terms. A later broadcast by the Hungarian chief of staff warns that Hungarian troops must continue fighting since an armistice has not yet been granted, and it is for the present only a question of negotiations. It is possible that this means that the Germans are resisting Horthy's move and are taking over the army, or trying to. The possibility must be considered because the Germans have some 12 divisions in Hungary, and the Hungarians only 16 or 17. However this may be, it would seem likely that the regent's announcement will take most of the remaining fighting spirit out of the Hungarian troops, and that resistance in the path of the advancing Russian armies on the road to Budapest may collapse. The Germans are faced with a situation whose seriousness from their point of view cannot be exaggerated. Not only must they contemplate the loss of their only remaining ally, but must prepare to defend their southern front at a moment when they are hard-pressed both in east and west. Now here again is Douglas Edwards.
A little north of Toronto, Canada, in Camp Little, Norway, is a flying training base exclusively for young Norwegians who have managed to escape. For an interview with one of the most recent arrivals in Camp Little, Norway, we take you to the studios of station CFRB, Toronto. Bill Slocum, Jr., reporting.
Pearland, sitting across from me now, is a 24-year-old, blue-eyed giant in a slate-gray Norwegian Air Force uniform. Not too long ago, he was in charge of a large district of the Norwegian underground, an important post he had earned after 4 years of hard work. Per, tell us something about your very successful career in the underground.
It started in the best American tradition. I distributed newspapers. Then I got a little more important work. Then I killed a German, and then I started making trips into Germany.
Making trips into Germany?
Yes. I speak one German dialect perfectly. We wanted to learn something of what was going on in and around Hamburg, so our leader sent me.
Can you tell us how you got in and out of Germany?
It was extremely simple. I killed a German captain in Norway. It took a little time to find one my size, but I finally did. Cleaned up his uniform, wrapped it in a bundle, and stowed away in the lifeboat on the cargo ship to Kiel. I had quite a scare in that lifeboat. When I sneaked into it, I realized somebody else was in it, too.
Another underground agent?
Yes, my brother Knut. He was going someplace else in Germany.
How could you walk around Germany in a German captain's uniform without being caught?
Very simple. The Germans are snobs. Nobody over the rank of captain would be bothered speaking to me, and nobody under the rank of captain dared speak to me. I just kept away from other captains. I had no trouble at all. Another member of the Norwegian underground met me at our rendezvous point in Hamburg and took me to the hiding place.
How long did you stay in Hamburg?
15 hours. Allied planes had flattened it. I got the informations I wanted and went back to Norway.
How?
I can't tell you that. The road is still heavily traveled.
How many trips did you make into Germany, Per?
3, always as a captain. I also visited concentration camps and German fortifications in that uniform. I got to be very adept at playing the German captain. I could scream and swear at German privates and lieutenants and kick them around. That was fun, just like a real Prussian. And I could stand stiffly at attention and salute my superiors.
You make underground work in Norway and Germany sound very simple.
That's too bad, because it isn't. Life expectancy is 14 to 16 days when you are in Germany. In Norway, I visited concentration camps as a captain, and I was tossed into one for a few months. So I well knew the penalty of any mistake I might make, or anybody else might make.
I suppose you are heavily dependent upon your fellow undergrounders.
Indeed you are. Somebody, it doesn't matter who, made a silly mistake in making out my brother's papers. The Gestapo caught him in Munich and shot him on the spot.
Have you any ideas what will happen to Quisling when Norway is freed?
Yes. By the time Norway is freed, there will be no Quisling. Right now, he is what you Americans call a stewbone. Somebody will sober him up with a knife or a bullet. I always hoped I might have the honor, but I guess not.
Fairland, as you undoubtedly realize, is the Norwegian equivalent of John Smith. Nobody will know his real name until the Germans are beaten. But whatever his name, he is the personification of a gallant nation of 3 millions, which was betrayed and beaten, but never conquered. Thanks, Fairland. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
For news of the Pacific and an interview with a Navy combat photographer from Los Angeles, Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
There are indications that considerable activity is continuing in the Formosa area. Third Fleet carrier strikes in the Formosa, Luzon, Ryukyu area, plus B-29 bomber attacks have posed a real problem for the Japanese, who've shown reluctance to commit their fleet, but who are evidently attempting to combat the determined United States carrier threat in the East China Sea with land-based planes. Tokyo has claimed the sinking of up to 17 American warships, which is fantastic. It is only common sense to suppose, however, that fleet activity so close to Japan's homeland may result in some losses to ships. During the assault at Peleliu, I watched some planes dusting off the treetops. They were that low, and somebody turned and said to me, "Look at those dopes, they're breaking their necks." And somebody else said, "Taking pictures. You have to be half nuts to be a good combat photographer." I agreed at the moment, but since meeting some of them, I find they're quiet, gentlemanly fellows who are very careful crossing streets, wear their rubbers out when they go in the rain, but who forget all about danger and everything else about combat when they're after pictures. For example, here's the very guy we were watching at Peleliu. Photographer's mate, first class, Lauren F. Smith, born in Des Moines, home now in Monrovia and Los Angeles, California. He's been in this war from the start in many campaigns and has just returned for a short breather. Smitty, do you ever get scared?
Sure do, but usually when it's all over. Don't have much time to think about being scared when you're in it. Our main job is to get pictures, and that's our main worry. You don't do much that regular correspondents do at that. In fact, I guess about the only difference between us Navy combat photographers and war correspondents and photographers is that we work for the Navy.
Well, how many campaigns have you been in?
Well, let's see. Salamala in March 42, Battle of Santa Cruz, Tarawa, the Marshalls, Hollandia, first and second carrier airstrikes at Truk, Saipan, and Palau. I was on ships during the early part, but lately I've been on planes. I like it better on planes because you can see more and get better shots.
Which you like best among planes?
Well, dive bombers. They're better to shoot pictures out of. I've gotten so I can even take them at the bottom of the dive when the pull of gravity coming out of the dive makes my 20-pound camera weigh the equal of 100 pounds. Until recently, we've been riding in combat planes. What we like is when a plane is especially assigned to us. We can stay longer and get more pictures. The pilots like combat best, but they're pretty good about it because they know how important it is to have the pictures. They say, though, that a special photo mission is one of the most dangerous there is because you have to maintain such a straight course. The anti-aircraft have time to get an eye on you.
You ever been hit?
No, but I had a camera blown right out of the plane once.
I understand you got some beautiful and valuable pictures there on Peleliu, Smitty, including some of the few rare pictures that have ever been made of live Japs during combat. I thought a couple of times you were going to plow right through old Bloody Nose Ridge, though, you were so low. And I'll never forget how you fellas would fly under our warship gunfire along the shore so you could get closer pictures. Well, good luck to you photographers, mate Lawrence Smith, and I hope you get that leave one of these days. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
And now for home front news and an interview with the Army Surgeon General on the treatment our wounded are receiving. Admiral takes you to CBS Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
It appears likely today that the practical politicians in the Democratic camp may win their plea for President Roosevelt to make at least one major speech in Pennsylvania during the next 3 weeks of the campaign. This was learned after it had been revealed by reliable sources that John Lewis, head of the United Mine Workers, would do all in his power to swing his 150,000 Pennsylvania Union members into the Dewey column. Those are the latest developments here in Washington. In this war, we all know that the soldier in the American Army is receiving the best training and the best equipment that it is possible to develop. That soldier is getting something else, too, something that is more important to him. He is getting the best medical attention on and off the battlefield that modern science can provide. Today, as our guest, we have the Surgeon General of the United States Army, Major General Norman T. Kirk. The doctors and nurses under General Kirk are responsible for the health of the men and women serving with the armed forces. And it is because of their excellent work and modern methods that our mortality rate in battle is constantly being lowered when compared with the record of World War I. General, you viewed firsthand the operations of the Medical Corps on the scene of battle in France. Suppose you give us a brief picture of what you observed there.
I was most interested in finding out how long it took medical aid to reach a wounded man. Talking to the wounded, I found that soldier after soldier told me that he had received medical aid within minutes after he had been hit. The medical aid men are right along with those combat soldiers who are doing the fighting. They are prepared to give them first aid and then transport them to the rear for medical and surgical treatment in the shortest possible time. Many men are operated upon within less than 4 miles of the front lines. And although the conditions under which the surgeons and nurses work are hazardous, modern methods are used and lives are saved.
General, what are the most important contributing factors to the excellence of our Army's treatment of the wounded?
Modern surgery, plasma, whole blood. But I would say that the most important factor is the personal professional care given by the doctors and nurses.
Right now, there is a most desperate need for nurses, isn't there?
Yes, we need nurses. We have to have them. Their aid in this war cannot be measured. Remember, the wounded soldier was a highly trained fighting man until he fell in action. He was the best our nation had to offer. Therefore, when he is wounded, he needs not only expert care, but understanding care. That type of care he receives at the hands of our nurses. Nurses are much more than trained medical assistants. They aid in instilling within the wounded the desire that they will recover. The wounded man believes that he soon will be well and do a job, and has complete confidence in what his doctors and his nurses tell him. That this confidence is not misplaced is shown by the fact that 97% of those wounded who reach Army hospitals get well.
In order to be able to more completely care for our men in the battle zones, General, how many nurses are needed for service immediately?
10,000 nurses are needed, and I'm sure out of the 209,000 nurses now at home who are available to join the Army Nurse Corps, thousands would volunteer if they could see the comfort and life-saving aid our nurses are giving at the front. A year ago, I saw many of our nurses living in tents close behind the front in Africa. When I visited France, I found many of these same nurses still in tents, still washing up out of their helmets, still eating K-rations, but glowing with the realization that they were doing a grand job. After my visit to the front, I can think of no greater contribution than a nurse can make for her country than to be a part of the team which is helping save the lives of our men in the service.
Thank you very much, General. I return you now to Admiral in New York.
Do you want to hear about the first major improvement in electric refrigeration in many years? Then you'll want to know about the Admiral two-temperature refrigerator, America's first complete electric refrigerator. For 6 full years before the war, many thousands of delighted homeowners sang the praises of its many exclusive features. The Admiral is the only refrigerator with a separate, completely insulated built-in home freezer that makes it possible to fast freeze your own foods at home or to keep commercially frozen products for months. And ice cubes? Say, you can freeze and store literally hundreds of them for the Saturday night party. Yes, and Admiral is the only refrigerator with purified moist cold in the roomier, regular food storage compartment. You need no covered dishes either, because this moist cold keeps foods crisp and fresh as early morning dew. Then, too, Admiral is the only refrigerator with Sterilamp, the amazing ultraviolet lamp that kills bacteria, retards mold, and eliminates offensive odors. And last, but certainly not least, Admiral is the only refrigerator without the regular messy job of defrosting. Yes, indeed, just as Admiral Radio is America's smart set, so is the Admiral two-temperature refrigerator America's only complete electric refrigerator. Again this fall, Americans all are being asked to support the National War Fund. The National War Fund is a federation of 22 major war-related welfare and relief agencies. With one single gift, you can help our fighting men, our prisoners of war, victims of war-ravaged countries, refugees, as well as your own needy neighbors. Give generously when the call comes in your own community.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast, direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
American troops on Leyte Island in the Philippines now hold Tacloban, the island's capital, its airfield, and the town of Bulag, 20 miles to the south. The Russians have made new progress in Hungary and in East Prussia. In Western Europe, General Patton's Third Army is on the attack. In the Aegean, the British have landed on the island of Lemnos. And now, news direct from correspondents abroad. For our first report, Admiral takes you to Pacific Fleet headquarters at Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
According to reports from the Philippines, the operation is proceeding nicely, with the capital of Leyte Island, Tacloban, and its important 6,000-foot airstrip now in our possession. Reports from the Philippines reveal at least 2 veteran Pacific Fleet warships, the California and the Pennsylvania, taking part. It's rare that Pacific Fleet ships are mentioned by name during the operation in which they're taking part, but now that the word's out, it gives me a chance to tell a story. The California and the Pensy, you recall, were among the ships damaged in the Pearl Harbor attack. The boys call the Pensy Old Falling Apart, because she turns up such a volume of gunfire you'd think she was falling to pieces. Actually, she's solid and sound, although one of the oldest U.S. battle wagons. Recently, in a Pacific bombardment action, somebody yelled at me, "Come here and look. The old Pensy's hit and she's on fire." It turned out the old gal shoots so fast and so much that at times she really does look like she's afire. Incidentally, I think this same explosive glare made by some of our warship's own guns has fooled more than one Jap airplane pilot into thinking the ship was burning furiously. All of us who were at Pearl Harbor on that now famous day have a special feeling for the ships that hit the bottom. We watch them come up and go out to do battle. The old ladies, they call them. They're broad-beamed and they're too slow to keep up with the new glamour girls of the fleet. But what sweethearts they are for bombardment. I lived on one during 3 days of most intense bombardment. It would amaze you if I could tell you the number of 14-inch shells she hurled in 3 days. When we got through firing, she'd hurled so much steel and explosives, she's ridden a good foot in the water, which is quite a lot for a battleship. This same old wagon is down hitting the Philippines. They go from one bombardment to another, and it's all in the year's work to her crew. When I learned they were going down to hit the Philippines, I said with some excitement that it would be a great show. Said the executive officer, "Yep, just as a farmer might talk about plowing up the south 40 acres, we got another job of work to do." From the reports, it looks like they did a great job. I expect one of these times in the future when the word is passed that Tokyo will be bombarded, The men in the old battleships will pat the gun turrets and say, well, it looks like we got another job of work to do. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters, Pearl Harbor. I return you to Admiral in New York.
And now, for a summary of the situation on Europe's Eastern Front, Admiral takes you to Supreme Allied Headquarters in France, Larry Lasser reporting.
Night has fallen over Paris, and the wet chill of European autumn has filled the dark streets. Jeeps and trucks with headlights blazing are rushing through the blacked-out streets of Paris, heading for the front, where Supreme Allied Headquarters reports a quickening of the fighting tempo. With the American wedge and the Siegfried Line now securely anchored at Aachen, the British front in Holland has stepped up its activity. For the first time since the lull following the British paratroop stand at Arnhem. Today, British infantry launched a fair-sized attack against the dug-in Germans holding the canal-riddled country between the two big Dutch rivers, the Waal and the Lek, as the Rhine is called in Holland. The British Second Army's two simultaneous attacks gained from 1,500 to 2,000 yards since early this morning. This attack was not supported in a big way from the air, and it cannot be called an offensive. It looks as though the British are heading for the Dutch road junction of Hertogenbosch, whose capture would put the British Army in a more favorable position for large-scale efforts. Right now, the ground in northern Europe is soaked and muddy, especially in Holland. It's not suitable for large-scale military operations that demand coordination between infantry, tanks, and air force. You know, early autumn is Europe's rainy season, and it may be 2 or 3 weeks before the ground is dried out and hardened by frost, and before the skies are clear enough for sustained action by our Air Force. Meantime, the 9th U.S. Air Force is making the area between the Siegfried Line and the Rhine very unhealthy. Patrols of low-flying American fighter bombers sweep up and down, gunning and bombing. And the Germans are worried over this threat to the industrially vital Rhineland and Ruhr. For the first time since D-Day, the Luftwaffe has been ordered up to fight off the aggressive American planes, to try to keep our pilots from cutting all the German communications with the Rhineland. But even though they're fighting over their German fatherland, the Luftwaffe cannot prevent those white-starred American planes from slashing at everything that moves in the Rhineland. This is Larry Lister returning you now to Admiral in New York.
More news in just a moment, but first here's Warren Sweeney with a message from Admiral Corporation.
When the war is won, you and many thousands of other American homemakers are going to make a wonderful discovery. When you see the new Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator, you'll discover that out-of-season fruits and vegetables need no longer be a luxury, that you can buy food in bulk at big savings and store it safely for months. All this will be possible because the Admiral refrigerator will have a huge home freezer that will freeze foods for long storage, will keep commercially frozen foods perfectly, and will actually make meats more tender. And the roomy, moist cold compartment eliminates the need for covered dishes. Foods will not dry out, but will stay crisp and fresh. This regular compartment is so much roomier because the space-stealing coils are gone. And naturally, with the frost-collecting coils gone, there won't be the regular messy job of defrosting. There are other outstanding features, too, in the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator. For example, there's Sterilamp, with its amazing ultraviolet ray action to reduce spoilage. And the new Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator will be beautiful, newly styled to grace the finest kitchens. 6 years of consumer acceptance and approval before the war makes the Admiral 2-temperature refrigerator a fit companion for Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Now, here once again is Douglas Edwards.
The Germans have not yet told their people that Aachen has surrendered unconditionally. But now for a report from the First Army Front, Admiral takes you to Belgium, Richard C. Hotelet reporting.
Standing by, Columbia. The thing that's probably aroused most general interest on the American First Army Front today has been the number of buzz bombs that came over on their way west. They've taken our attention for a moment off the actual line of battle and focused it on the bigger picture. Right now, as far as we're concerned, we're in the quiet period between two operations. But we're not playing this game of war alone, and it's good to keep an eye on the Germans. We know that the enemy has been very busy also these last 6 weeks since we first broke the Siegfried line. He's done his utmost to strengthen his defenses with forced civilian labor digging new gun emplacements and anti-tank ditches. His engineers have even built some new concrete fortifications between us and the Rhine. More German troops have been brought up, infantry, armor, engineers, artillery. And they've been used and partly exhausted in almost daily small counterattacks against our key positions. The idea there was the typical German principle of the aggressive defense. The basic plan was to gain time. And when several thousand German troops were told to hold off until the last man, the enemy started propaganda about the so-called Bridgehofer, while Himmler and the other higher commanders sent pep telegrams into the doomed city. But no one said what they wanted to gain time for, except vague promises of new divisions and new weapons that would appear if Germany held out until winter. The major of police, a typical SS man whom we caught in Aachen, has admitted to us that the Gestapo was tightening the screws on the officers' corps also to prolong the agony. He said that stern reprisals had been threatened against the family of any officer who now surrendered in violation of order. The doodlebugs that came over today are no more effective than they've ever been. The new People's Divisions don't look like much. If Hitler wants to keep us from breaking through at least to the Rhine, he'd better produce something really new and much better in a hurry. This is Richard C. Hartelett with the American First Army in Belgium, returning you now to Admiral in New York.
Prime Minister Churchill has returned to Britain from his Moscow conferences with Marshal Stalin. For a summary of the news reaching Britain, Admiral takes you to CBS London. Charles Shaw reporting.
Mr. Churchill is back in London after his 10-day conference with Marshal Stalin in Moscow. It was announced about an hour ago that the Prime Minister landed at an airfield near London today. He left Moscow on Thursday, and it isn't known at the moment where he has been the last 2 days. The Prime Minister arrived in the uniform of an Air Commodore, and those who were at the airfield said he looked fit and well. If the comments of London newspaper writers are any criterion, Mr. Churchill may well be hailed as a conquering hero when he makes his next public appearance. The newspaper stories, devoid of any amount of detail, are enthusiastic about the conference, especially about the cordiality between Mr. Churchill and Marshal Stalin. One writer says the two statesmen decided that the war in Europe should be concluded this winter. Well, winter won't be over before the end of next March, and naturally any war leaders who get together plan for the end of the war as soon as possible. Reports of the Churchill-Stalin cordiality, combined with news of Allied successes in all theaters of war, no matter how limited, have returned optimism to Britain. For most of this week, we've been hearing reports that there is turmoil inside Germany. During the last week, the British man on the street has been more optimistic about the end of the war than he was a few weeks ago. And yet the horrid news we get is that the Germans are fighting like savages wherever they feel that bitter defense is necessary. And those men who have been in action with the Germans may be dreaming of a white Christmas, but not at home or in a post-armistice area. I return you now to Admiral.
The British broom sweeping the Germans out of the Aegean has reached the northern extremity with a landing on the strategic island of Limnos, guarding the entrance to the Dardanelles. The Royal Navy communique announced today the capture of the port of Mudros on the south coast of the island after a fierce 30-hour battle. 400 prisoners were taken. Limnos has an area of 150 square miles. Marshal Stalin announces new progress by the Red Army in Hungary. For details, Admiral takes you now to CBS Moscow. George Morad reporting.
This week, the people of Russia have been told, perhaps more thoroughly than ever before, about the problems and prospects of the post-war world, and optimism is high. While the depressing Polish question is still in flux, the people here know that Marshal Stalin broke all precedent in his personal friendship with Mr. Churchill, that he sat with him in the Emperor's box at the Bolshoi Theater, dined at the British Embassy, and went out in the rain at the airport to see him off. No one doubts that in the light of personal friendship, the bonds were gratefully strengthened between these two strangely dissimilar characters. This thought, the desperate need for two-way friendship and understanding, ran constantly through the old Prime Minister's words that Anglo-American-Russian friendship can save the world. Given this friendship between powerful leaders, it becomes then a question of how well understanding penetrates through the bureaucracy of dissimilar governments. The official organs seem to reflect an atmosphere of hope, as distinct from compromise. His vesture says unanimity has been achieved on questions on all the Balkans, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, joint action in Yugoslavia, and even the special problem of Greece. This dangerous peninsula, this powder keg of Europe, they say here, is going to be blown out like a match in the wind. But consider the latest issue of war and the working classes, explaining how Russia insists on her theory of World Security League, that each and every member of the Big Four or Five must agree, even when the problem affects one or more of them. It's difficult to forget, the article says, that not a single member of the League proposed to expel Poland for the capture of Vilna, Italy for Abyssinia, but found it necessary, though, to expel the Soviet Union for depriving Germany of a vital springboard. Of course, during the present war, our prestige has grown enormously. Our power, resistance, and role in Europe provoked the admiration of entire mankind. But even now, prejudice against us is very much alive. Part of the press, even in Allied countries, and about 20 states, possible members of the World Security Organization, haven't found time to establish normal diplomatic relations, thus openly displaying their unfriendly attitude toward the Soviet Union. This is George Morad in Moscow. Now back to Admiral Radio, New York.
And now for a summary of the European picture as viewed from Spain, Admiral takes you to CBS Madrid, Ann Stadler reporting.
Considerable concern is expressed here today over the Spanish Reds, who for 3 weeks have been making raids from France into Spain. A Spanish news report, Dateland Irun, says that the situation continues to be agitated because of infiltrations of what it terms communists and anarchists. These groups are said to be armed with guns dropped months ago from Allied planes to the Maquis for use against the Germans. They made their first large-scale raid on October 4th in the Pyrenees frontier province of Navarre. 6,700 Spaniards who had been living in France since the end of the Spanish Civil War came over the mountains. They succeeded in getting quantities of food and cattle before being driven out by regular Franco troops. There were losses on both sides. Today's news report claims that in the latest skirmish, presumably fought in the past few days, the invading Spaniards lost about 100 killed and about the same number of captured. It also says that the raiders passed through the frontier villages in a decidedly revolutionary manner. They distributed propaganda leaflets and shouted, "Viva Gil Robles!" Gil Robles, now living in Portugal, was a conservative political leader during the Republic. 2 of the raiders sneaked into the little fishing port of Fuenterrabía, within sight of the Spanish military commander's headquarters, and sailed away in a small boat. According to the news report, however, the French authorities at Bayonne ordered the boat returned to Spain.
That was Ann Stadler in Madrid. And now for an interview with Rear Admiral Cochrane of the Navy's new assault shipping program, Admiral takes you to Washington. Joe McCaffrey reporting.
History's greatest armada has been assembled in the Pacific to speed the invasion of the Philippines. During the past week, we have seen put into large-scale operation the pattern for amphibious operations we have worked out after striking and winning smaller islands in the Pacific. Today as our guest, we have Rear Admiral E.L. Cochrane, Chief of the Bureau of Ships. Admiral Cochrane was present at the Palau operations, and he has just returned from 6 weeks' inspection in the Pacific area. Admiral, you saw the Paildu operations from the minute the transport set out until our troops stormed ashore. Suppose you tell us briefly about what made the greatest impression on you out there.
I was most impressed by 2 things. First, the perfect coordination of the tremendous forces needed for the operation, and secondly, by the suitability and the reliability of the ships and craft which took part in the landing. In the Palau operation, our LSTs had to start out to the objective days before the main convoy.
Then your LSTs were at Peleliu days ahead of the main naval forces.
Not at all. As a result of the careful planning which had been done, each group of our forces arrived at the scene as it was needed. The LSTs needed the head start because of their slower speed. But there is no escaping the fact, now that we are on the offensive, that the enormous distances in the Pacific theater constitute a great advantage on the side of the Japs.
In view of that fact, Admiral, what are we doing here at home to help overcome that advantage?
We hope to overcome it by spanning the Pacific with a bridge of ships, especially assault ships. Right now, the biggest shipbuilding job we have is the program of assault shipping, APAs and AKAs, which the Navy is carrying on as a joint operation with the Maritime Commission.
Admiral, what are APAs and AKAs?
The APAs, attack troop transports, carry what we call the combat teams. That is, complete units of Marines or Army troops fully equipped for battle. These ships are designed to provide accommodations for the troops and at the same time carry the landing craft and tank gliders needed to get the troops and their equipment to the beaches. The AKAs, attack cargo ships, carry the extra ammunition, vehicles, gasoline, food, medical supplies. In other words, all the equipment and supplies required to keep the combat units going until they have gained a firm toehold on the enemy territory. They're combat loaded, so that the equipment needed first can be unloaded first. For example, tanks and jeeps are loaded last and come out first. You know, it's estimated that from 5 to 10 tons of equipment and supplies must be landed for every fighting Marine or soldier who hits the beach.
How do these craft operate during an amphibious assault?
The assault ships operate as part of a task force, of which they are the heart, since the successful landing of the troops and weapons and supplies which they carry constitutes the whole point of the amphibious operation. For their protection, task groups of fighting ships, battleships, carriers, cruisers, and destroyers go up with the APAs and AKAs to the area of attack. The latter stand offshore, while the big guns and planes of the warships soften up the enemy with a powerful naval and aerial bombardment. Then, after the initial waves of attacking troops have landed in the smaller landing craft, the APAs and AKAs move in toward the beach to facilitate disembarking more men and supplies and equipment.
How is the assault shipbuilding program progressing?
Unfortunately, the job is now lagging behind schedule, due mainly to a lack of manpower. We simply do not have as many workers engaged on the program as we would like to have. If we are going to meet the timetable which has been set up for the operations in the Pacific, every man and woman who is working in this program will have to carry a heavier load to make up for the additional workers who are needed, but whom we've been unable to obtain. This program is the real key to early success in the war in the Pacific.
I'm sure, Admiral, that with the Navy's guidance, we'll keep them floating. This is Joe McCaffrey in Washington. I return you to Admiral in New York.
For a last-minute summary of the war situation, here is Columbia's military analyst, Major George Fielding Elliott.
A bulletin just received here at Columbia World News headquarters tells us that Canadian troops today captured Breskins in the Skeld Pocket, which is the only port remaining by which the German troops in that pocket can be reinforced. Also, other forces north of Antwerp took the town of Eschen, 4 miles below the important road junction of Rosendahl. The Berlin radio tells us that Germans have made an important new retreat before the massive Russian forces in East Prussia's hotly contested Romanten area. This Berlin report says that German lines south of the Romanter Plain and in Romanter Forest were withdrawn and an enemy breakthrough was averted. Of course, the Russians haven't told us anything about these advances in East Prussia, which the Germans have been reporting for several days. But the Russians frequently do hold back on those things. Meanwhile, the German radio tells us in a broadcast picked up by CBS shortwave listening station that today is the first day of registration for the so-called Volkssturm, or People's Army. The Berlin station says that the crowds were so great that some of the registration centers had to close at noon. It does seem a little curious that the centers had to close down
because there were so many applicants. It sounds like the Central American volunteers who were sent in with the message, please send back the ropes. Now here's Warren Sweeney.
After the war, Admiral Radio, America's smart set, will offer many improvements and refinements over pre-war instruments. There'll be fuller, more beautiful tone and finer reception made completely noise-free by FM.
I know, Mr. Sweeney, that the Admiral is a wonderful radio. But in my new radio, I want a really beautiful piece of furniture.
Then by all means, you'll want an Admiral. You'll have a wide choice of models, each superbly styled in beautiful woods, from the most modern to the period type. Yes, you may rest assured your new Admiral will be a beautiful piece of furniture.
Well, that sounds fine, Mr. Sweeney. But tell me this. I'm also interested in a radio phonograph with an automatic record changer. Will I be able to get one that's really foolproof? I have a 6-year-old at home who gets into everything, and I'm a bit afraid of what his mischievous little fingers may do.
You needn't be, not with an Admiral. The post-war Admiral record changer will be so sturdy in construction, so simple in operation, you might even call it childproof. As you know, Admiral is the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonographs with automatic record changers. Yes, tomorrow's radio phonograph sensation is sure to be an Admiral. For over a full year, the rise in the cost of living has virtually been stopped in its tracks simply because the great majority of American people have cooperated wholeheartedly with our government's anti-inflation program. But the danger of war-generated inflation is still too great to permit any relaxation in our efforts now. Buy only what you need, and when you buy, pay no more than ceiling prices. Pay your ration points in full. Put your extra dollars into war bonds and other savings. By helping to hold down prices today, you can help ensure a stable, prosperous America when the war is won. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Admiral Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set, and post-war makers of Admiral refrigerators, Admiral home freezers, Admiral electric ranges. Be sure to listen again next Sunday when Admiral brings you World News Today by shortwave, direct from leading news centers of the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago 11.
World News Today, brought to you by Admiral Corporation in behalf of Admiral distributors and dealers all over America and in many foreign lands. By shortwave broadcast direct from important overseas stations and leading news centers in our own country, CBS reporters are waiting to bring you first-hand news from the world's political and battlefronts. Now, here's Douglas Edwards.
A United Press dispatch reported a few minutes ago that Allied troops have cleared the key city of Breda in southwestern Holland of all enemy forces except a few scattered snipers, and the Germans are retreating across the Moss River. This morning, strong groups of British and American bombers flew over Sweden, apparently en route to give aid to the Finnish and Russian troops in northern Finland. The Germans say 4 Soviet armies have begun a large-scale offensive in Latvia, and Berlin Radio claims the Allies have landed on the Greek island of Melos in the Aegean. And now for news from the headquarters of our Pacific Fleet and an interview with the first wave to arrive in Honolulu. Admiral takes you to CBS Pearl Harbor. Webley Edwards reporting.
Fleet headquarters is readying a report on the Second Battle of the Philippine Sea. But at this hour, the details are still in the mill, as we say. All reports coming from the battle area, however, indicate that this naval battle was a blazing, thundering affair. And it is definitely certain that the United States forces were victorious, that the Japanese were routed, broken, and badly defeated. During the high activity here at Fleet Headquarters these past eventful days have been some very interested and very busy officers of the Navy's Women's Reserve. One of them, Lieutenant Commander Joy Bright Hancock of Wildwood, New Jersey, is our guest for a brief minute. Commander Hancock, this is an exciting time to be here.
Indeed it is. I've known and watched many of those boys out there while they were growing their wings back home.
I understand you are one of the two waves wearing the First World War ribbon. You were a yeomanette then, right?
That's correct.
Was I in order calling you a wave?
Yes.
Officially, it's Women's Reserve. And what is your title?
Got your breath?
Yeah.
Women's Reserve Representative for the Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Air and the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Well, I got that every word. Now, you're here, Commander Hancock, and Lieutenant Commander Gene Palmer, to survey needs and facilities for the first waves out in this part of the world. When may we expect them, by the way?
A few of the first officers will arrive soon. We hope the enlisted personnel will begin arriving in December. As you know, only those who request overseas duty will be given consideration for services out here.
They'll relieve enlisted men?
More than that, the waves will in general be new personnel to fill new jobs created by increasing duties in this area. They will be assigned to all activities that can use them, shore establishments first, such as control tower operators, aviation machinist mates, supply corps, and so on.
The waves have already contributed much toward winning the war by their work on the mainland, Commander. I know that everyone out here is well pleased that they'll be extending their activities out into the Pacific.
We hope so, and every wave will do her utmost. You may be sure of that.
You have heard Lieutenant Commander Joy Bright Hancock of the Women's Reserve, United States Navy. And thank you, Commander. This is Webley Edwards at Fleet Headquarters in Pearl Harbor.
And this is Phil Woodyard in San Francisco. No job seems too hopeless for Tokyo Radio to tackle. These past few days, Japan's propagandists have been trying to turn a trick which would make even Dr. Goebbels turn pale with anxiety. Tokyo's claims of a fabulous naval victory off the Philippines were cooked up largely to boost the sagging morale on the Japanese home front. And according to Tokyo, the factories really hummed for a while. But the Jap leaders are now in a bad spot. To avoid being exposed for the blatant liars they are, they've got to say something like this to the people at home. We won a glorious victory in this naval battle, they say, and we destroyed most of the American fleet. But the war situation is even more serious than it was before. The Americans, they say, will soon replace the lost fleet. Perhaps the precision-trained Japanese people can follow their leaders through this painful hodgepodge, but you'd think that the present crisis in the Tokyo cabinet would be a dead giveaway. You'll recall that General Tojo was finished off as prime minister by the American conquest of Saipan. And now General Koiso, the present prime minister, has been all but finished off by the Japanese defeats in and around the Philippines. Here's what happened. As soon as the full story of Japan's losses became known, a group of Japanese leaders, dressed in the traditional top hats and cutaway coats, called on His Majesty the Emperor. Prime Minister Koiso was not among them. When they came out, Koiso found that he had an even dozen of new advisors, each with the rank of minister. And Tokyo says that these men will have the power to advise not only on economic matters, but on material and spiritual matters as well, which just about covers everything. Both Tojo and Koiso are men of the Kwantung Army, that powerful group of militarists who rule Manchuria and who also ruled Japan in Tojo's day. But no Kwantung leaders are in this new board of advisors. In fact, the only Army officer in the lot is a harmless, retired 80-year-old general. As for the rest, there's one old admiral